What's up, party people? Hope everyone's doing alright today. Gonna be doing a new player tournament stream. Just getting set up for it, and we'll be kicking it off in just a few minutes. We're gonna be spectating Skulltaker, not actually playing Corn today. He's already won a tournament with them, so he'll be playing Ogres. And that'll be really fun because he's a really good player. He's still learning them, and it'll be a really good opportunity to kind of point out some of the ins and outs of that particular faction. They're not the most popular, so it can be kind of a hard deal to get a handle on them when you're starting out because there's just not a whole lot of it's just not a whole lot of people who play them regularly, so there's just not that much research to go around. We're on Chateau. Which is a really fun map. This is honestly pretty, this is a pretty decent map to fight ogres on, because there is a lot of, terrain that can block a lot of their shooting. Ogres can do some rush builds, though. I'm curious what, Skulltaker is going to be bringing here. And I need to find who's Skulltaker's opponent. I don't know if the bracket is up yet. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, he's up against Monarch. Perfect. Monarch is pretty damn solid on the high elves, is what I've seen him play. Let me see if he's actually on them, though. I'm not 100. Yeah, so we got High Elves versus Ogre Kingdoms. Pretty favorable for Ogies. In the past, the new DLC might have changed that, though. This is literally the first game between the two I'm gonna be seeing, so this is going to be an interesting one to experience because I really have no idea what High Elves bring in this matchup. I would imagine some spears, you know? I think Lothern Seaguard would be a little too flimsy to Blood Vultures and shooting. Probably just want some spearmen, maybe like Phoenix Guard, just one of them to go sit on a point. A lot of archers, I imagine, is pretty decent here. I really don't know. Shadow Walker's probably really strong against Ogre Kingdoms, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, because they can get in with Stalk and shoot any lead belchers, or artillery, maybe. Man-Eater pistols. Man-Eater pistols are an interesting unit that we might see here. They can really put pressure on stuff like dragons. And terror-causing monsters are pretty good against Ogre Kingdoms. Just since their leadership is so flimsy. Especially on the Noblars, you can just terror out them really quick with a lot of the Dragon Lord type characters. And High Elves have lots of single entities with terror, obviously. Most of them flying. I'd be curious to see something like a Sea Elemental or something. The Marworm is kind of a bad unit, so you probably won't get that under any circumstances from the High Elves. I'd be shocked if they brought one of those. It's just not particularly useful for whatever reason. I think it's got some like animation hitbox problems that are kind of holding it back right now. I'm gonna go ahead and ready up. Sorry, I'll try not to slurp into the microphone. The coffee's way hotter than I thought it was. Oh my god. What are some other things to consider in this matchup? Ogre Kingdom's probably going to bring some of Golg's Maneaters, the melee variant, dual weapon Ogre Bulls. They're really expensive at 1600, but they got a ton of armor, and they wreck infantry. I mean, especially light infantry, but even the heavier stuff, like the Phoenix Guard. As long as there's Noblar or something underneath the Maneaters as they're engaging, they just dominate those fights. Really heavy-hitting unit. And probably the strongest unit that's on the Ogre roster, actually. Again, this just comes down to the fact that not that many people play Ogre Kingdom, so you don't see them all that often, but every time I've used them, they just farm value. They either just beat multiple waves of lighter infantry, or they just go in, smack up some elites, run off, do it again, and then you unsummon them when they're all beat up and you can't heal them anymore, and then you cycle them back out onto the field. And they just control so much room and space for you. And they're really fast, obviously. I mean, Ogres, on average, very quick faction. Noblars are a little slow, but all the other supporting elements have incredible speed attributes. Blood Vultures, Saber Tusks, Mournfang Cav, Ogre Bulls themselves have like 54, 56 movement speed. Single entities are obviously pretty speedy. Kingdoms will need to watch out for Lord Sniping. That is one way to take on the Ogre Kingdoms consistently, is just go after their Lord characters. With Spirit Leech, Arcane and Forging the High Elves have, that'd be pretty good against any of the characters. Golg himself is probably the safest option for Ogre Kingdoms here, because he does have his heal. He's also a really good combatant. Huge HP pool, so he's hard to snipe. And then you can bring a Butcher, or maybe even a Firebelly here. Firebellies do have great lore magic against High Elves, obviously. Not so good against their cavalry, but Ogres don't really care that much about running into stuff like Silver Helms for the most part. Their playstyle generally works around Heavy Cav pretty nicely, just as a result of having so many bodies running around the field, plus decently heavy-hitting countercharge units. Like, even dual-weapon Ogre Bulls can put some damage in on heavy cavalry if they get a charge on them. Because the Ogre Kingdoms as a whole just have such a high charge bonus. And then, ever since Pigback Knights got added, or Pigback Riders, sorry, the Piggyback Knights are the ROR. Ever since the Pigback Riders got added, it's been even tougher for cavalry factions to fight Ogre Kingdoms, because now you've actually got a Noblar unit that can not beat something like a Silver Helm, but hold it up and do some serious damage into them. So, Monarch's ready. Skulltaker's still figuring it out. Skulltaker has a little bit of a harder time picking here, because he's just got to take a little bit more into consideration. Because the map is very unfavorable for shooting units. And the archers on the other side don't have the LOS issues that the High Elves would. Alright, this is interesting. This is almost a pseudo-rush from the Ogre Kingdoms. They're not going for a ton of Noblars out the gates. They're just bringing the essentials, the Pigback Riders and a Trapper. Not that a Trapper is like a true essential unit, but it does have Vanguard, so it can sneak up and grab a point early, maybe. Plus, you got a bunch of Ogre Bulls just to, like, charge some stuff down. You got a Lead Belcher and the Powder Guts. Powder Guts going to be kind of crazy here. If they find time to get on a flank and just start shooting down the length of a Spearman or something. But it's not really anything high value for them to poke. No dragons at all. Just a big infantry force for the High Elves, which honestly may be okay for them. Lead Belchers are going to do a ridiculous amount of damage if they can find a good position to set up on. It looks like they're going to be moving out to the flank here, going to the #1 objective where Golg and the Trapper are going to be setting up. It's not bad over here. There's a little hill, actually, you can kind of sit on that gives you some extra LOS, and I think you can fire up on top of this little plateau where the #2 objective is with Lead Belchers from over there. Oh, he's actually moving over to the #3. A little bit of indecision here from Skulltaker about where he's going to be setting up. It's understandable. Getting hot feet before your first tournament game is very normal. Piggyback Knights and the Piggyback Riders in the front line, Ogre Bulls, and then the 2 shooting units sandwiched in the middle between all the mass and the bodies from the Noblars in the front line. We're going to be kicking it off. Company of the Calendarian, an interesting unit. I mean, they provide the naval discipline, which is nice. You got Aislinn. Oh, no, not Aislinn. It's a Sea Helm on foot. Okay, that's kind of cool. Quicksilver Strike is a nice little buff. Oh, Golden Shield, another little debuff. Any bit helps against the Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms rely on shock damage for the most part. If they're fighting on top of units, they can't really afford to lose stats, because Ogre Bulls kind of like lizards in this respect, where the Saurus are a very strong unit because of their weapon strength, but have low stats, need some kind of support so that they can grind for an extended period. Debuffs help tremendously with mitigating damage output. So I do like the Golden Shield. We got Burning Head. Burning Head really good against Ogre Kingdoms, because you're always going to see Noblars, and Noblars get rolled by good Burning Head play. Trappers have the #3. We've got Illyrian Reavers out on the #1, being harassed by the Blood Vultures. Actually, a really nice charge from the High Elves there. Pulling back, letting the Blood Vultures land, and then countercharging immediately. Really good control out of that Illyrian Reaver, and a huge win against that Blood Vulture. It's a 500 gold unit that Skulltaker had to summon out. Losing it right out the gates is definitely painful. Fate of Buna and Spirit Leeches here. Fate of Buna is just going to get saved for probably the Fireborn. Fireborn of the AP Heavy Cav unit for the High Elves. They just do so much damage, man. Really, really, really crazy damage output from those guys. So having a spell in the back pocket to deal with them is nice. Spirit Leech, though, to just hammer this Sea Helm down wouldn't be a bad option either. Lead Belchers open up and get a little damage on the Lothern Sea Guard, but not much else out of it. They're going to need some time to set up and work all of this down, because it's a lot more bodies than even I was thinking the High Elves might go for. Great damage on the Scions of Mathlin, though. Pretty expensive unit, too. Scions are not cheap. They're like 800 gold almost. And they're getting just tossed here on the flank right now. Ogre Bulls struggling against all of the spears, obviously. Very light armor on these guys. Not very good stats, but weapon strength is decent. And they've still got the Pigback Riders underneath them. They should be able to grind for a little bit longer here. We'll see how it goes for them. Into the later stages up top here. Much better fight for the Ogre Bulls since it's just one unit. They're actually trading fairly well. You can dive here with the Blood Vulture and break that Spearman right now. And then you can have these bulls and the Pigback Knight rotate into the back line and really start shutting stuff down. Leadbelcher, very beat up. A beautiful burning head right through the front line. Oh my god, it's going to be roasting multiple Noblar units over here. With the Trappers and the Pigback Riders getting hammered by that burning head. Beautiful stuff, but massive leadership break in the back line on the Lothern Seaguard line. And I haven't really taken that many models off the Leadbelchers, but it's starting to work out here. The Storm Riders off on the flank are getting a few more shots in. Leadbelchers down to 13 models. They start dropping even harder here in a moment. They have farmed value, though. This is very typical for Leadbelchers. They get tremendous value shooting at infantry, regardless of the price point, because they just do so much damage. I mean, the shots penetrate through entire formations. You can see them killing like 3 or 4 guys with each shot. It's very important to kill the models on Leadbelchers versus just doing HP damage. Storm Riders might be able to outlast this here, but it's going to be very, very scary for the High Elves as this game continues to develop. It's very close, though. If they can just keep a couple of Lothern Seaguard online for the mid to late game, then I think the High Elves will have the edge here. Ogres are looking a little gas starting. The Powder Guts are not getting any value right now. They're not picking their targets super appropriately. That Burning Head's just going to tickle them. Doesn't really do good damage to bulls. Nice Fate of Buna on the Silver Helm. That's definitely going to keep them in check for a moment here. Storm Riders holding in with that excellent leadership. That's actually pretty huge because the Leadbelchers have been spending a lot of time shooting these guys. They're basically on death's bed, and they're probably should be ignored now, honestly. If this Leadbelcher wants to help the Ogres try and reestablish some control in this game, they should swap over to these other Lothern Seaguard that are remaining on the battlefield. Particularly the one on the high ground and the one that's currently being attacked by the Blood Vultures. That might get you some play here. We've got a Saber-Tusk pack coming in, and the Powder Guts are still standing here in the middle, working on doing some damage, and Golg's Man-Eaters finally on the field. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. This is where the Ogres can find a nice centerpiece unit to really get some business going. Oh, but the Fireborn coming out. Oh no, this could be a GG for the Ogre Kingdoms. Depending on what happens here, we've got a break on the Silver Helms, which is huge. We've got rallying Ogre Bulls in the back lines. The Noblar Trappers are rallying up. The Ogre Bulls are the Golg's Man-Eaters are very exposed to the Fireborn charge here. But good damage from the Powder Guts, and a Blood Vulture's rallying too. We just need to see who wins out here. It's going to be very up in the air. Ogre Bull unit that's in the fight actually buffers out most of the shock damage from the Fireborn. And Golg's Man-Eaters do have the AP and melee attack to kind of punch into these guys. It's a little tough because of their martial mastery and naval discipline, giving them 58 melee defense. But it's still not the worst thing in the world. We're going to see how it ends out. I would guess that the Fireborn are going to get dragged down here, because they are also taking fire from the Powder Guts. But Illyrian Reaver's coming in from the flank just to help out a little bit. We do have a break on Golg, of all things. I was not seeing Golg breaking as being an issue. Sticks in the fight a little too long and is going to be running for the hills here. Get a nice massacre going down that's going to be buffing up the Man-Eaters here as they fight against the Fireborn. We get the Mage actually pushing into the back line, going after the Powder Guts a little bit here. These guys actually starting to get some good value as they're shooting the Fireborn. Look at that, the Butcher actually shatters as well, or not shatters, but ends up routing. Sea Helm hanging in here with 0 leadership and 400 HP. Pretty badass, honestly, and Golg's gonna die. Without him, Ogre leadership is gonna get real bad. They struggle immensely. Stuff like Saber-Tusk pack, losing the 16 leadership, coming out onto the field. Same with Pigback Riders, looking really scary. You got a lot of Lotherns left on the field now. You can see that high elf leadership coming in clutch here at the end. Golg's Man-Eaters, honestly, considering how bad this fight has been, not doing too terrible. It's just a shame that the Ogres didn't have quite enough support to help them. They do charge in, and with the last gasp, they're able to take down a few more of the Fireborn. Maybe the Powder Guts can survive this fight. I don't think there's any meat feasts. We just saw Massacre go down. Very unlikely that the Ogres have any heals for these guys. You know, the Powder Guts can be very high impact in the late game if they have a little bit of healing, because they just body everything. They've got such good stats. Outside of their armor, they're just an amazing unit. Holding back the Illyrian Reaver Tide, we've got the Pigback Riders coming in to try and bail them out here. Good Burning Head to break that Blood Vulture off the field, giving some time for the Lotherns to poke at the Ogre Bulls, who suddenly don't have any assistance. This is where Ogre Bulls get really, really mediocre. So when they actually have to fight some spears head-to-head, they just don't do it well. They struggle mightily in these one-on-one fights. They really have to have some dudes underneath them to really succeed. Butcher's going to break again. Illyrian Reaver's putting more pressure on. More Ogre Bulls, this time some dual weapons. A little bit of a shame we haven't seen more dual weapons until the late game here. Like, regular Ogre Bulls have good shock damage, as I said, and I think that this game is going to end up petering out for the Ogres soon. They've still got bodies on the field, but Keepers of the Flame are rocking up from Monarch, going to the center objective. Ogres are down huge on objectives, not just on value. It's another really ugly position to be in for late game situation like this. You know, the Powder Guts have done decently, but it wasn't until the middle of the game that they had any units to fight. I really feel like picking a lane a little bit would have been the better call from Skulltaker. What I mean by that is just deciding if you're going to do a pseudo-rush build and just go with something like one Lead Belcher, sticking to your guns and just bringing that unit and bringing the Gold's Maneaters so you don't have to wait for them for ages, as well as getting your magic onto the field. Could have given you a slightly better position to fight from, although the Ogre Kingdoms are rallying a little bit. Scions of Mathlin have to move off of the objective that they were going to capture. Now they're being sent back. Monarch's having some indecision here. The Keepers of the Flame do get up to the number 2 objective. Ogre Kingdoms are still flipping this because Bulls do have full cap weight, so they can be very, very good at stealing objectives away. It's going to be a little hard, though, for the Ogre Kingdoms to hang out up top here. And they need to cap this before they run off the point. All of their bodies are leaving the objective, and that's actually going to give the High Elves time to recap this point, because the Noblars do not have the same cap weight, and that's a huge mistake, man. You could have gotten enough time to go and steal this number 3 objective if you had capped the number 2. You would have actually secured a triple cap and then been able to move back over, stop this cap, and maybe loop around to the number 1 as well. You're evening up the value as well. That's just one of those little forced errors that can lose you a game, and that's going to end with a tap out from Skulltaker. Really close scrap, though. Very much in flux for the majority of that game. Just a handful of interactions going a little bit differently could have flipped that around for the Ogre Kingdoms. And I think the summon priority could be changed just a little bit. Golg's Maneaters should come out first. Since your opponent went for so many bodies, you would love to have some heavily armored bulls who can just run in and just start smacking everything up. Blood Vultures were being used very, very aggressively. They're a good unit, but you don't want to be diving the backline unsupported with them. That's what the Lead Belchers are for. Lead Belchers should be dealing with the Lotherns, and Blood Vultures should be diving the back of Spearmen, actually. What happens when you dive the back of Spearmen with your Blood Vultures is you get a breakthrough quickly with your Ogre Bulls and your Pigback Riders in the front line, and then you can push on to the Lotherns and shut down the Lotherns that are trying to poke your Lead Belchers, who can then just turn around and shoot whatever is unoccupied. And then your Blood Vultures stay healthy and alive, and they charge up their ability. Carrion Frenzy, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, Carrion Frenzy there. Click on it and just show you what it does. Gives you a huge melee attack and leadership buff to these guys. It increases with the number of kills around the unit. That's friends and foes, which is why you should focus the front line with these things. You want to get this active quickly. Then you can bounce around into the backline with them, as you've got like 2 or 3, and you can dive bomb isolated cavalry and really pull them apart. Influx? No. It was Influx. You had a pretty good chance of winning there. Just a couple of things with the summon priority. Like your butcher was fine, like pretty good spell kit, but you didn't really need it for anything right off the bat, right? Like there's no Fireborn on the field immediately. Nothing more expensive than a Lothern Sea Guard in your opponent's army. Not a good target for Buna. The Sea Helm, like, you can Spirit Leech him down, but there's still good High Elf leadership. The Man-Eaters, and then your Blood Vultures, and then the second your opponent's Fireborn come on the field, that's when you try and pull your Butcher out. Because then you run them in and just Buna them to death, and you laugh and cackle, and your opponent feels like a fool for having brought one of the best units on the roster. You know, the more time you can spend breaking their best units with, the more time you can spend breaking your opponent's best units with magic, the better. It's just such an X factor. Watch it back, Azul. It becomes pretty clear on watching your own replays, especially losses, where you went wrong. I did it on stream just a couple days ago. I just cast like all of my tournament games from a while, and I did well. I mean, I was 8-4 in all the games. But there were definitely moments in those 4 losses where I was identifying issues right out the gate, even sometimes, with what I had been up to in the match. I love the Powder Guts. Powder Guts are great against High Elves, but please keep them in reserve next time. I know they're crazy expensive, but really you just bring the Powder Guts out if your opponent has a Dragon character. And they can come in as a late game hammer once your Lead Belchers are out of ammo. If you bring them too early, you've spent 1,900 gold, and it can really hurt the width of your army, which is something that Ogre Kingdoms really like. They love bringing tons and tons of Noblars and Bulls. Or it just means that you're more vulnerable to an early push. And your opponent did bring a nice wide army to get around the 1 Lead Belcher you had. You just didn't have quite enough shooting to kill all the Lotherns early. And it meant that he had more than enough time to wear those out, despite the good value they had, and then he could just swarm your backline, especially with all the Blood Vultures being on cooldown, because they were getting run over by cavalry. Give me a second, guys. There's people asking about the maps, so I'm going to go find our Google Doc that has pictures of all the maps. Maybe it's mixed in here. No, it's not. Dang it. Alright, I gotta find a tournament that's got it linked. I do have it saved somewhere. Here it is. Cool. So I got that linked up to people in the Discord, and they could check it out. Oh, it's 1800, okay. If your opponent goes... Here's the thing that you do, Skull Taker. If your opponent goes for a dragon and you're waiting for the powder guts, you just sit on 1 point for a little while. Like, force your opponent to try and act on you and push you when you're a faster faction as a whole. And you can do some split pushing in the meantime, because if High Elves go for a big dragon, they're probably spending a lot of money on that character, right? I mean, what's the cheapest dragon that High Elves can even get? Tharian's not on a dragon. Let's build a dragon character that I would bring. I would 100% bring Archmage here. I would bring Armor of the Stars too, Book of Hoeth. She's on a moon dragon. She's got recharge rate. She's got the oh, she doesn't have Armor of the Stars when she's on the dragon. Whatever, that's fine. She's got Book of Hoeth for power recharge. You got Arcane Conduit and Life Bloom. Earthblood, Regrowth aren't bad. I mean, you can bring Flesh to Stone as well, I guess, against the Ogres, since they don't have a lot of magic damage. That's a 2,600 gold unit, right? It's a huge amount of supplies for your opponent to be spending early. If they just fill out on cheap stuff like your opponent did last game, something like this. I don't know why they're bringing Scions of Mathlin. Just aura protection, 10% ward save isn't terrible. Elves don't really need shields against the Ogre Kingdoms necessarily. Especially if they're bringing a Fire Mage, they can just use Fire Magic on the Noblars and whatnot. I mean, if they're going for a dragon character on the High Elves, they're spending a lot of money on this thing. So letting your opponent have a little bit more momentum on the battlefield early while you save up for a cheaper unit that will hard counter them is fine. Powder Guts just completely shut dragons down. You literally can't be in the air around the Powder Guts, because they do almost 1,000 damage with each volley. It is crazy business. And if you have a Golg with Deadeye too, that's even harder for dragons to operate on the field. Ooh, rats for Empire? Beautiful. Slaanesh didn't get nerfed. That's not gonna happen. I think Slaanesh is just gonna be what it is. Alright, we finally got some replays here, so let me start downloading these, and we can jump into them. Sweet. Hopefully everybody is not on the beta, which doesn't look like they are. Perfect. You know, we always gotta support a fellow Khorne player. So we're gonna jump in here and see what the deal is. Khorne is very strong in the meta right now. I mean, outside of Norska and Slaanesh, Khorne has done pretty well against every other faction for the most part. They're even fighting pretty decently against Norska. It's an unfavorable one, but it's not abysmal. Chaos Dwarves are one of the tougher factions for Khorne, though. These Iron Demons, man. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry for all the sniffling. Anyways, the Iron Demons are really tough for Khorne to shut down. You've got, like, Metal Magic that can, like, Searing Doom you. Final Transmutation can punish you trying to blob up around it. Flames of Asgore from Draz Hoeth is really gross because that destroys everything. It's got magic damage. It's got the shotgun on the top that does wicked strong damage to, throwing axes. Valkia can't really duel them. Kind of cool to see Scar. I like this Khorne build. It's different. It's definitely not what I typically bring. But, you know, that's the point of just running stuff, right? You just experiment and see what works and what doesn't work. Probably, just to pause for, or slow it down for just 1 second. Probably the most important hero for Khorne in this matchup is actually Syla. Syla rolls Iron Demons. He is so good against them because Syla doesn't do any fire damage, so he just avoids the he avoids that aspect of the Iron Demons' defenses. Doesn't get around the Fizz Res very well, but he's fast enough to stay apace with these things. And since he's unbreakable, there's no chance that he can rout as he's fighting it, like a lot of the other Khorne 8 units can. He's not affected by the missile strength. This thing is not going to hit Syla hardly ever as it's impacting into him. And he can also beat up on the Bale Taurus characters. Valkia gets in and she does a little bit of poke, a little bit of damage on the Sorcerer Prophet, and the Deathshriek rocket trying to shoot her. The demo rocket actually going for her. She avoids it. You don't want to spend too much time doing this against the Bale Tauruses because Valkia will lose the 1v1. These guys just have way more HP, and their weapon strength is not mitigated by any of the resistances that Valkia has. She just doesn't get quite the same benefits as this guy does with his fire resistance, which obviously mitigates, what, 25, 30%? 35%, oh my god, 35% of the weapon strength of Valkia. It's really, really hard to deal with. Beautiful Fireglaive summon on the back side here. Broadway is getting pulled to his doom, basically. So you just can't go this deep early against your opponent's Lord, against a shooting faction, because this is just a beautiful summon from Glup. Like, why waste time bringing some other flyer out when you can just do much better damage from the ground by bringing in one of the best hybrid shooter units in the entire game? Infernal Guard Fireglaves have a very short reload time compared to most gun units. A lot of gun line units have a reload time of like 11, 12 seconds. These guys are at 9. They get whatchamacallits, chevrons. They get chevrons pretty quickly as well. So they get an even faster reload time once they start getting a few chevrons onto them. And they're fairly resilient. Even once they actually get into a position where Khorne can engage them in melee, there's still plenty of fighting that they can do close in, because they do have really good melee defense. Melee attack, they're not really going to be beating anything, but it's not the worst in the world. Bonus versus large of 5 means they'll survive Fleshhounds and Throwing Axe Horsemen, like diving them, a Marauder or two, perhaps, Hounds. You can see the Iron Demon just doing wicked damage to the Chaos Warriors here on the front line right now. Glup is up in value, but the Demon is getting rolled by the Throwing Axes right now. Really good early summon. They're really just a good unit to have in your opening army against the Chaos Dwarves. They can be a little vulnerable depending on what your opponent brings. If they bring a ton of Hobgoblin Archers, your Marauder Horsemen are going to get creamed. I mean, it's really ugly. The Hobgoblin Bowcav massively outrange these guys, but people don't bring those super often nowadays against Khorne. I see a lot of Kadai rushes, actually, with just Iron Demons maxed out in the army. Iron Demons run over the infantry, and then Kadai and Bull Centaurs kill all your big, annoying stuff. Good collapse onto the Iron Demon with the Minotaurs. Minotaurs are taking some damage from the collision attacks. It's one of the cheesier elements to the Iron Demons. I don't know why they do so much damage to large things that are around them, but such is the way of things, I guess. Chaos Warrior dual weapons being pushed back with only 97 value. It's really awful to see that. Khorne Warriors, like the Chaos Warriors, are really kind of weak in this matchup. I actually really prefer just going for stuff like Marauders and then some Bloodletters in the reserve to push my opponent with Khorne Gores as a vanguard for opening up with some caps against the Chaos Dowie. That tends to work a little bit better in my experience. The Chaos Warriors just don't win against a whole lot. Like, they can fight down some Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but it's not really the funnest fight in the world for your Chaos Warriors. Warriors are also really slow, so they can't really avoid Iron Demons in any way. They just kind of have to sit there and take it. Just a very immobile element to your army, and Chaos Dowie like to go for artillery, so Deathstreaker Rocket can really lay some serious beatdowns onto the Chaos Warriors as well. Having the more mobile infantry allows you to play objectives a little bit better too. Instead of just sitting and waiting for Kadai to come and rush down your Chaos Warriors and just bulldoze them, having a Khorne Gore on that point means that your opponent has to actually summon out some stuff to weaken the Khorne Gores before there's any hope of a engagement. Scar is getting hammered here right now. Not really a fun position for him to be in. You can see he's getting really low on the HP. He's starting to waver. He might even break before his blood tally goes off. Should be about to proc here in just a moment. He's getting so low. Why is this not activating? Oh, Bloodborne had already popped. Sorry, I was looking at the other ability. Blood Tally is just the amplification. Bloodborne had already procced. That's really rough for Khorne to lose their character like that. Scar is a little bit more of a campaign unit than he is good in multiplayer. There's a couple matchups where he's okay. He's actually pretty good against Nurgle, believe it or not. Because Nurgle likes to go for Chosen boxes, and you can bring the Scaremore's Butchers and the Vigor to, like, lower the Chosen's fighting capacity. Make them more vulnerable to your own bump and grind. And then he can just beat up on Festus or heroes that try to engage him. Actually do think he's pretty strong there, but not really a ton of matchups where Scar is going to be good. Usually Karanak and Scylla are going to be your legendary heroes of choice. On average, they tend to be a little bit more effective. And Valkia is good in this matchup if she can just drop Sleipnir, which we haven't seen any of this game. It's a huge mistake. Basically, you just fly around with Sleipnir and just drop it on Fireglaves and Blunderbusses and do the damage to them that way. Just to weaken them and then dive with Furies to finish them up. You have to play this matchup very, very, very sparingly in terms of the straight-up engagements as Khorne, which is usually a very rare occurrence. Usually Khorne wants to go fisticuffs with their opponent as quickly as possible. Against the Chaos Dwarves, you want to pull them apart a little bit more before you go in. It's very important to preserve your forces in good working order and ensure that you can get around flanks and take down Iron Demons and Deathstreak rocket launchers before they can get tremendous amounts of value. And then you can worry about Kadai and Bull Centaurs after the fact, because these are really strong units. As you can see, the Kadai have gotten 2,500 value here. You really need Minotaurs and throwing axes for Kadai. You know, you just gotta eat the fact that they have Fizz Res. You need to kill them before they get Blazing Body up, because once they start getting the melee damage reflection, they become a brutally unmanageable unit for Khorne. You need to kill them quickly, so that you're not just getting pulled apart by the reflection damage, because it is really punishing. Skull Crushers are in. I do like Skull Crushers in this matchup. It's a little late for them, though. Khorne is down pretty big on value. Chaos Dwarf Warrior, great weapons with some pretty solid work done here. The Infernal Guard Fireglaze is about 1,000 value. The Iron Demon went down pretty quick, but it still got close to 1,000. Bale Taurus with 2,000. Kadai with 2,600 is so nasty, man. You got a bunch of Hobgoblins, Orc Laborers, a bunch of other shenanigans walking in now. Some Warhounds on the opposite side. We're going to fast forward through this one. I don't think Khorne's going to have much of a hope here. I mean, if the Sorcerer Prophet Lord just wanders forward and gets killed by throwing axes, though, that could open something up. He goes in, gets the breath attack, now he's running away, takes a few axes on the retreat. Luckily, they fire a little short. And Fireglaves just actually start opening up, and they're just laying waste to the horsemen, of course. Oh my goodness. Iron Demon screening a little bit. It's rolling around here, taking a little damage, and you can see the leadership problems for Khorne coming in. Valkia is alive, but these guys don't have tremendous leadership values to begin with. Skull Crushers engage the Iron Demon and then get lit up by the shooting. You hate to see it, and then they tear out because they lose their frenzy. Ouch. An Iron Demon's just going to probably run them off the field here. Oh no, the Fireglaves, dude. You gotta be so careful engaging around these guys. The best thing you can do against the Chaos Tally to beat them is just avoid their expensive units. Chaos Tally are very, very, very costly faction. The more time you spend maneuvering around their limited number of units, the better. Like I said, play points, bring Khorne Gores. Use your Sleipnirs accordingly on stuff like the Fireglaves, and dive with Furies when you want to go after them. Try and bully the Chaos Dwarf Warriors with stuff like Bloodletters as much as possible, and force your opponent to interact with Bloodletters by maneuvering their Kadai and their Iron Demons over, because then you can find a better opportunity to punish those tools. If you just rush in and attack like the Blazing Beards of Basharak and a bunch of Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and you have like the Iron Demons and the Fireglaves nearby to support with the Deathshriek Rockets and Kadai on top, you're kind of running yourself into your own little death trap. And that's speaking from tons of experience playing against Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves are a very even matchup. For Khorne. You have to play your cards right. It's a little bit more limited in terms of what you can and can't bring against them. Because they do have fire resistance on pretty much everything. You don't want to bring much of that in yourself. Which is why I recommend the Bloodletters. And I'm just going to show you why. Because guess what they have? 34 melee attack. Guess what they don't have? Fire damage. They've got magic attacks. So they can get through the infantry really easily for you. Plus, they have really good leadership. Same as a Chaos Warrior, but the thing about the Demons is they don't terror out. So Iron Demons cannot run these guys off the field easily. Bloodletters are your best bet here, actually. Skull Taker's not a bad choice here, but I really like Arbal. Arbal is a really fun unit in this matchup because he's stupid fast. He's got Vanguard deployment and he can hide. On a map like Chateau, you can Vanguard deploy him into a forest. You can run him around the edge of the map and try to go for a cheeky snipe on his Deathshriek Rocket. And Arbal's quick enough to run away from the Bale Taurus characters and avoid the worst of like an Infernal Guard Fireglaive that your opponent might summon in, because he does have missile resistance on the Fleshhound. Decent amount of HP. With the speed and on the Fleshhound, he's maneuverable enough to do some schmovement, which is just running him back and forth and doing some zigzag patterns, which can be a good tool for avoiding the worst that your opponent can throw at you. Like I said, Scar, probably not the way to go here. He's not bad against the Nurgle forces. Bring Scylla. Scylla's really fun. Super cool, interesting character. You got a Rampage. Serpentine Tail isn't bad. Brass Collar can be kind of useful, depending on the games. I don't really think you need either of those. You can go for something like this as your opener against the Chaos Dwarves. Like one Throwing Axe for early pressure on a demon. Bring another in reserve. You can do some Minos, of course. I highly recommend Minos over Blood Beasts here because Minotaurs have ITP at base because of Blood Greed. They don't run away when they're fighting Iron Demons. You will cry when you surround an Iron Demon with a Blood Beast and they just rout because their leadership gets damaged. It's really stupid, but you know, you play with the cards you're dealt, right? 3 Furies is enough. Hounds of the Blood Hunt are really good in this matchup because they remove magic damage. Chaos Dwarves do have a lot of units with access to that. It can make fighting Kadai that much better for you because you remove the magic attacks on the Kadai Fireborn. And they lose a lot of their effectiveness against your Bloodletters suddenly, who are your main damage dealers in the front line. Bringing like another Bloodletter in reserve. You want to bring as many as possible so you can overwhelm your opponent. Brutes of the Hound can be okay. I wouldn't really recommend them, though. Another Throwing Axe could work, or you can do... I don't know, it's a little bit of a dealer's choice. Gorby's Chariots are actually a pretty decent unit nowadays. Maybe instead of bringing Bloodletters in reserve, you go for a Gorby's Chariot, and then you fill out with, like, a Hound or two. These things are pretty good at chasing down Goblin Wolf Riders and whatnot. Some Marauder Dual Axes aren't bad either. Marauder Dual Axes are much better than you would think. And they can harry some really annoying units, like Sneaky Gits and Cutthroats. They can even fight pretty well against the Chaos Warrior dual weapons, especially if you have Scylla running around with his Rampage Explosion and Fury of the Blood God also going in and just blowing up enemy infantry on occasion. That can work out really nicely for you as Khorne. And like I said, you play objectives, you try to avoid the main infantry force of the Chaos Dwarves. Build up, wait for your tools to all be in, because on average you'll be winning 1v1s. It's when the Chaos Tower are able to force you into a position where you're outnumbered, or they just have their more expensive stuff out before you that they really get the edge. And you need to rely on your tools to work around that to make this matchup less of a nightmare. Oh, the little steam explosion effect. That's probably what it is, Kintama. Yeah, I can show the bracket. So yeah, you can see we're through round 1. We've already got Augustus with a 2-0, doing really well. Did I play Augustus? I think I might have played him before in another tournament. Either that, or I've seen him doing pretty decently in some of those. Here, let me make sure you can actually see it. So we've already got one person who's starting to get through bracket with a pretty good win rate. Where that goes from here, not 100% sure, but we'll see about it. Skaven Dark, oh my god, are this absolutely crazy Kislev build. Please let me see this. Oh my god. Action Hero with some Monster Mash. This is a Frostworm Ice Witch, I'm pretty sure. Patriarch, the triple light war sled, and an elemental of the woods. Oh my god. I mean, the Saurus aren't going to be able to do anything against this, really. I mean, they're just going to sit there and eat it for the most part.
My snows shall keep you safe this day.
Beautiful stuff. So you got the leadership debuff and the speed debuff from Howl of the Great Beast. It's very effective. It's on a fairly short cooldown of 90 seconds. Incarnate Flock of Doom is just a Mortis engine. Not like the strongest one in the game, but fairly decent. It's at half the intensity of the Vampire Counts one, and it is active all the time as long as the enemies are around this dude, so it'll get you about the same value, you just need twice as long. But you got the Patriarch for the healing, and Tor's Battle Hymn is on this guy too, which is kind of fun. War Sleds will do a really good job of controlling the objectives in the early game, and Mazda Bundy is not on Zlock, so he's a lot slower. He's got 34 speed here. Net of Amontok only has a 100-meter cast range. It's going to be pretty hard for him to hit one of these nets. I would prioritize a Salamander hunting pack if average Nick has been foresighted enough to bring one. Salamander hunting pack will do excellent damage to all of these Kislev targets. Oh, and we get a little Cromp coming up. Going really expensive here so far is Maction Hero. He doesn't have a whole lot in his army. He did have 11 units in reserve, which tells me that Little Grom is the most expensive thing in reserve. The rest of it is probably Winged Lancers and some Dervishes. Maybe a few Kossars with like spears or something. Get our first shot going down. I don't know what he's going after. It looks like Mazda Mundi is the target, and he eats a shot from Little Grom. 400 HP off of him. War Sled should not be going for this with Mazda Mundi right here. I mean, this is a little bit too gutsy, I would say. Patriarch could get over and drop a heal on these guys. You just got all these Skink Cohort Javelins here. And if your opponent were to net all of these light war sleds, they only have 50 armor. These javelins can actually do a lot of damage to these sleds if they get a good volley off. It's a surprising amount of damage. You can see here just a few of the javelins really hammering these things down already. Mazda is getting piled in on, and he's looking to run away. Where are the anti-large units? So I got a Spear Rider and a Feral Cold One. Honestly, just a couple Feral Cold Ones and then a Salamander Hunting Pack would be more effective. The Spear Riders are fine, but they're going to suffer a lot of damage from the Flock of Doom, actually. And the Incarnate Elemental is no joke. It is definitely the type of unit that can put down some pretty serious damage against any target on it. Plus, you get a beautiful hailstorm just rolling all of these cavalry. Oh my god. Brutal damage on the Spear Riders. And they get an Apo, but that's a little cold comfort for them. They're just ruined there. Source Spears actually kill light war sleds. This is what I'm talking about with those sleds, man. You gotta play really sparingly with them. I like running over all the Skink Skirmishers, but hate to see one of them getting taken down by a fairly immobile unit that they could have just avoided, sat off to the side, and shot to pieces. But you're getting a kill on Mazda Mundi. Even though the Incarnate Elemental's probably just gonna die here in a moment, it's blobbing a lot of units up, and those hailstorms are going to get some bad value here. It's probably going to end up with close to 1,700 value from just this hailstorm. Wow. Oh my god. Basically on the nose. And you've actually got the Snow Leopard summon attacking Mazda, and able to take down the big toad here. The Patriarch. Oh, and the Patriarch's on the bear. I didn't even notice that. It's not a bad choice. Pterodon, so the Fire Leech Bowl is chasing this guy. I would definitely not be going for that. Fire Leech Bolas against Kislev, I don't really see being very useful. They're very short range. They have good damage output. Fire Leech Bowl is another better unit in campaign than they are in multiplayer. They have a couple of matchups where they're really strong. I think they're decent against Norska and Nurgle. Who else? They're okay against Skaven, actually, as long as you shut down weapon teams and don't let these guys get warp galed, they can do some pretty good damage to clan rats and whatnot, and they can break through leadership pretty quickly. Little Grom is not shooting. It's been offline for a little while now. Gets a nice shot here on the Cold One Spear Riders and just tosses multiple models out of this unit. Kills about 6 of the riders there. Horse Archers are a really nice call-in. I love Kislev Horse Archers. Such a strong unit. Pretty comparable to a Kossovite Dervish in terms of stats, in fact. Pretty much the exact same unit with, like, 40 less HP. Leadership is only being debuffed because they're being flanked right now. Frightened by the Spear Riders. But melee attack and melee defense is about the same. It's just the charge bonus is slightly lower on these guys. And maybe some weapon strength. Not even lower weapon strength. It's so nice, man. They're really not that much more expensive. I actually don't even bring dervishes anymore whenever I play Kislev, because if I want dervishes, I just bring horse archers and use those guys in a more hybrid role. Let them skirmish early, and when they're out of ammo, I just use them for charging foes down, because they are pretty solid. And then Griffin Legion for the actual heavy lifting. Kislev doing really well here. They have a huge lead because they just stuffed the lizards back, and they're just picking everything off out here on the flanks now. Light war sleds could have been used a little bit more smoothly, but on average they did pretty decently for themselves. So, not the end of the world. They got the leg up in the mobility game that Kislev was looking for, and now it's just going to come down to Maction breaking the few remaining Saurus and whatever the lizards have on the field, which really isn't a whole lot. The Ice Witch has just been dominating this game. I mean, she has rolled just about everything that has come into contact with her. Those hailstorms were so gross. Glacial Blast is here, probably has done some decent damage as well. Colossadon Hunters are landing, honestly, a pretty good buffer with the war sleds, stopping the Hunters from getting on top of the Streltsy cleanly. Need to see a countercharge here. Get off of the Bastillodon here with these Dervishes, and go countercharge the Colossadon Hunters, because that's a much better target for these guys. Colossadons have 45 armor and just fall apart when they get countercharged. They get brutalized by any kind of shock damage. They just don't operate well against it at all. Saurus Warriors are being run over by the Hero Squad. Hero and Lord combo, really, I guess. Patriarch is decent value at 800, which is nice to see. Dervishes getting their value back. Forgetting about the Horse Archers a little bit. Definitely want to get them into action. Not that they're, like, the most needed unit in the world right now. Any little bit would help. Winged Lancers finally come in to help the Streltsy, and you can see the Streltsy got hurt pretty badly. Colossadon Hunters are an anti-large unit, but they still have wicked high melee attacks, so they can put some moves on infantry, regardless. But the Colossadon Hunters get dragged to the ground. Winged Lancer's going to finish them off here pretty quickly. These guys just fold up, like I said. Not very good in sustained fight either, because their melee defense is awful at 32. For how expensive that unit is, at least. Very much a unit that synergizes around their Toad Rage. Colossadon Hunters just fly around looking for opportunities to dive onto the top of Winged Lancers. They pop their ability, they rampage for 18 seconds, and they jump back up in the air after they kill the Winged Lancer, and they go find something else to do the same thing to. Not quite able to get it done here. The Rev Crystal has not used any of the healing either. I do like Rev Crystals, but you have to be very, very on top of utilizing the actual Rev Crystal ability, because it is activatable. It's a 10% heal. You get 7 uses on this. Resurrects dead models as well, which is really strong. Very underrated unit here, in my opinion. Bit of a whiff from Little Grom shooting at the Spear Riders. Little unfortunate, but it's got 5 shots left. It's almost paid for itself. Oh my god, and another brutal hailstorm, dude. Hailstorm is just like Searing Doom. It drops a little bit slower, so you can dodge it a little bit better. You just gotta be super geared up for doing so. It's a micro tax, but it's a very worthwhile one, because you do not want to sit in the middle of a hailstorm with your cavalry. It will just end awfully for you. And that's why I recommend Salamander hunting packs. Salamanders don't care about Hailstorm, really. It's kind of hard to position Hailstorm on top of the Salamanders. You can just move out of there, because Salamanders are a really quick unit. They've got great range, too. They would have been the ticket for countering a lot of these Kislev units, and I don't think you can leave home without them in this matchup. Light War Sled with 2,300 value, actually. As with most chariots, you know, having the models in the unit is the most important part of their value trading in melee. The fact that they had 4 models up until literally just now at such a low HP pool is really nice for Kislev. It's definitely what allowed them to get all that value, as they just ran over all the skirmishers and the skink cohorts here. Riperdactyl's attacking some horse archers, but Streltsy on the high ground are helping out in that fight. Horse archers just going to run away and disengage with their superior speed. Now they're going to poke the Riperdactyls down from range, and that's going to be a GG. Even got the tap out at the exact same time I said that. Look at that timing. Yeah, 2 of the Light War Sleds didn't quite get their value back, but it was decent enough, and the other one more than made up for the inefficiency of the other 2. Incarnate Elemental did its job as a distraction Carnifex in the Ice Switch. Because the Incarnate Elemental was focused down so hard in the beginning and no attention was paid to the Ice Switch, she was able to snipe Mazda Money and was GG from there, because Lizards, they just didn't quite have what they need here. I understand wanting some Spear Riders. Cohort of Waddle, I think, is probably best used elsewhere. That's a ton of chevrons on a spear in reserve. You don't really want to use chevrons, period, honestly. If you've got like 100 gold left over and you really don't want to cut anything, that's when you can use chevrons. But just for my own edification, I want to know how much you spent upvetting those Saurus in the starting army, because I guarantee you it was almost 400 gold. Cohorts had some as well. Oh my god, what is my game doing? I'm gonna need to restart, by the way. Just want to make sure it's here when I come back. Oh, it doesn't show it in... Ugh. It doesn't show it after the fact. Whatever. I think it was 3 chevrons on 1, and then all the others had 2. So you got 4450. Yeah, he spent almost 400 gold on chevrons. Really not worth the price that you pay. Like, there's a whole nother, like, unit that you can fit into your build here, you know? You can save that gold and then, cut one of those units and get, like, a hunting pack early or something. Umbral Tide is a pretty consistent unit. It's got Perfect Vigor, they've got Stalk, 140 meter range, 18 ammo. Very powerful bonus versus large with a hard-hitting missile that can even double against some infantry if need be. Please, 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 Lizard players, if you're gonna bring Mazda with nets, bring Salamanders and Razordons to synergize with that. Your melee units are not really gonna get nearly as much value out of a netted unit than something that actually shoots. Shooting units are very good if they get to tee off without having anything imposing itself in terms of like your opponent moving around or attacking your own missile unit. Net of Amatok is so good at synergizing with shooting. You have to utilize it. There's only a few There's a few cavalry that do well into single entities. Monstrous Cav can do really well against SEs, like Pleasure Seekers, Skull Crushers, Rotting Riders. They do really good damage to single entities. Seekers are a little less good against single entities than they used to be, but they're still pretty strong. Sorry about hitting the mic there. And, Centigores with great weapons, like the Sons of Goros, they can do really good damage to SEs. That's about it. It's just the Cav that can, like, really pile in close into melee contact and have, like, good AP values and good stats. Those are the ones that you can use against SEs. Otherwise, you really should use the Kentama recommendation, which is Umbral Tide and Net. It'll save you so many headaches. Let's see some Skaven versus Dark Elves. In terms of matchups, this really isn't bad for Skaven, actually. Even though Dark Elves have pretty decent quality infantry and stuff like Burning Head. The Rats just have so many answers to the mobile game of the Dark Elves. It's very hard for Dark Elves to shut down the Skaven because, unlike other factions where the Dark Elves can utilize their combination of ranged and aggressive cavalry, like Dark Riders and Cold One Knights, to kind of push through positions, Skaven have so many bodies and stuff like Rat Ogres that can interpose themselves between the between the missile units and the cavalry. It's really, really tough to shut these guys down. Really what the Dark Elves want to do is get a breakthrough in the front line and then just push the Rats all the way back. Skaven have pretty bad leadership. You can definitely bully them a little bit in that respect with some good timing on your attacks and magic usage. Dark Rider comes out immediately, not super surprising, just to grab the points. Skaven do have a lot of Vanguard units that they can throw up. This is why you bring stuff like Night Runners. You get early caps as a Skaven when normally you're much slower than your opponent. You can see that the Skaven have the strength in numbers debuffing their speed early on. It's just part of their faction identity. Gives them leadership and melee defense, which is a really nice trade-off for a minus 10% speed debuff, I would say. We'll see how it goes from here. You got Plague, Vermintide, and the dreaded 13th, so lots of summons, and one really nice spell for punishing something like a elite, you know, like a Harganeth Executioner or Blackguard of Nagaron. You've got Plague that you can drop on top of them for honestly pretty cheap for how much damage this does. So I just want to point out what Plague does as a spell. It's a vortex. It doesn't lock anything in place like others do, but the damage is crazy on this. It starts at 8 per second with 100% AP. Compare that to Blizzard, which is one of the best vortexes in the game. An undercasted Blizzard is 18 Winds of Magic as opposed to 12, plus it has half the damage potential and it lasts less long. It's more disruptive, which is why it's more expensive. Locks units into place. But Plague, you can pop a good Plague and catch people off guard with just the fact that you have it available for your forces and just destroy entire units in mere moments. It's a pretty big radius, and that damage racks up so quick on this. I actually really like it. I think it's a very underrated spell, to be honest. Burning Head coming down. Don't use Burning Head when your opponent is just getting positioned. You oftentimes are going to miss. If your opponent's paying attention, they'll just move their units out of the way. Very fortunately, though, Ritterrad is not looking out for the Burning Head. And his clan rats get roasted really bad up here. But really not that terrible, honestly. I mean, only 200 value out of this Burning Head. You want to get ones against the Skaven that can actually hit multiple units, and especially while they're already engaged, because if you do that, they're losing leadership from fighting, and they're taking damage in the front line and the burnt contact effect which lowers leadership by 8, is usually enough to break through the very low base leadership of the Skaven. Crows of Cain are getting in here. It looks like they're going to be diving the Avalanche Mortars. Really smart to have the Clanrat Spear come in and just sit on top of the Globes. Globes do need to move out of here. They just need to creep forward a little bit to make sure that they're avoiding the most of the melee contact from the Crows. You get a Manticore diving in as well, and the Crows of Cain actually break really quickly here. Another bit of a whiff on the Burning Head. Just a little bit out of position, man. I mean, really, if you wanted to throw it down, you should throw it down here and hope it just, like, you know, pinwheels through some other part of the Skaven formation. So they do have a lot back here. They got Night Runners and a Clan Rat. That's a much more worthwhile target than what we've seen so far in terms of the Burning Head usage here. Only 389 value out of the Supreme Sorceress. Vermeil needs to move the caster as well. Ritterrat is really starting to rack the value up. He's going to run away with this game if it starts getting even more out of hand. The Dark Shards are opening up. They're getting some decent damage, but they're shooting a lot of mediocre targets. They really don't want to be wasting their time on Night Runners. You've got your opponent's Lord here in range of 2 Dark Shards. This should be a kill if you just have both these guys open up on these on this one Plague Seer. And you can actually see all the Dark Shards, 3 of them, focusing and immediately nuking this guy. Okay, this is where Vermeil can get back in this game. That is a huge kill. If Ritterrat doesn't get out of here right now, it's going to be a very dead Lord. Boom. He explodes and goes tumbling off the top of his bell. Poor little guy. Storm Vermin with the swords and shields are in combat against some targets now. Not going to get amazing value. Here's the thing about the Dreaded 13th is actually a damage spell first and foremost, and the summon is just the cherry on top. He used it between all the shooting units. Should have just used it directly on top of one of these Dark Shards. Dark Shards back here. Probably just this one. Blown up and done a bunch of damage to this thing. Had the Vermin, Storm Vermin summon. Kill it really quickly and then rotate over to get another. Instead, he wastes all the damage just popping them out in the middle of nowhere. And then they have to run into combat, and they're between targets, so now the Dark Elves are just running away from them, ignoring them completely. Rat Ogres are routing, probably getting shot by this other Dark Shard, and the Black Ark Corsairs, and some of these other units, just like running it all down. Burning Head did a little bit better here. It's roasting multiple Clan Rats at least. I'm still not loving the Burning Head usage. Honestly, don't even know if Burning Head is worth it against the Skaven if you're playing Dark Elves. Although I guess the other best option would be Doombolt, and that's banned in this tournament, I know. Doombolt on the beta is more balanced now, and I think it's better to use that against the Rats because you can use it to hit their Lords. And poke them down early, because Skaven fall apart without their leadership on the field. Unless they bring a Chieftain in reserve. A really cheap Chieftain for Skaven in reserve can be indispensable, because it gives them leadership when their Lord dies. And Skaven Lords get focused pretty hard. It's one of the most efficient ways to deal with Skaven as a whole. Oh, Doomflayers come out, and they just run smack into the Cold One Knights. And the Rat Ogres, without support of the Clan Rats, are not going to get anything done. The Skaven kind of pushed up a little too quickly, I would say, against the Dark Elves, and left their Lord out in the middle of nowhere, wasting some magic when they could have been doing something else. They got a really nice save on their Avalanche Mortars early, but now the formation is just completely fallen apart. Natty Bubos were just out of position. They were all the way out here on the flank, defended by like 2 units, and that's not enough when your opponent has cavalry. Skaven want to do geometry just like the Dowie do. But Skaven can do it better, because they can bring so many bodies to the field with, like, Skaven slaves and whatnot. And I think that is a missing element to this Skaven build, is actually there's not enough crappy infantry. Like, you do want some clan rats for sure. You can get, like, 4 or 5 clan rat spears as your secondary line, but honestly, going for, like, maxed out baseline Skaven slaves for 125 and just, like, throwing them forward to get massacred is a good idea. Because your opponent has to clear them. They can't ignore them. They'll start locking down, like, Dark Shards. They'll be tar-pitting Bleak Swords for a little while. It's really not great for the Dark Elves, because their units are much more expensive on average, and it gives time for stuff like Natty Buboes and the Avalanche Mortars to get much more effective value by being able to bombard from afar. Plus, Skaven Slaves will rout out of combat. They'll still have a decent HP pool, and then you can use them to just run around underneath Rat Ogres and assist these guys, because you can see the Rat Ogres continually getting folded up. It's because they're fighting without any support from their clan rats and Skaven slaves. They don't win one-on-ones. Skaven need to pair their units very, very carefully to maximize value. Crows and Kane are back in, running down units. Lots of shattering. Skaven are just completely cooked here. This happens when they lose their lords. And they're just not quite playing the way that they need to. Skaven are not terrible. You just have to be very self-preserving with your positioning when you're playing Skaven. You can't overextend. You need to outnumber your opponent, which Ritterrat unfortunately does not. He's got 27 units in his army. Vermeil has 27 as well. Usually not a very good sign for you. I would bet that Ritterrat has too many Doomflayers and weapon teams in reserve. This is like that's the overwhelming hallmark oftentimes of Skaven builds that quickly peter out. We'll just fast forward through this. Crows of Cain getting run over by the Doomflayer. The Clan Rat is getting collapsed on. See that bad leadership really hurting the Skaven with the -10 from everything. You got all these damage sustained, frightened by enemy, attacked in the flank. Everything conspiring to make this an impossibility for the Skaven in terms of any kind of comeback. Teethbreakers over here, Clan Rat Spears. I do respect Ritterrat for trying to scrap back a little bit. Skaven are one of the factions that can do it the least, though. I mean, really and truly, Skaven, if they get down by 2,000 or 3,000 value, they really are just doomed, because their comeback mechanics and their value trading are all tied up in weapon teams, and once weapon teams don't have enough cover from Dark Riders and stuff, you see situations like this, where it's like, okay, you got 2 melee units, but most of the Dark Riders are just pushed past, and they're still on the weapon team, murdering the hell out of them. Now the Teethbreakers rout, and now the Clan Rats are completely alone with no way to fight all of this off. See all these, like, tattered units piling in, and they're probably going to rout most of these guys away. That's going to be a GG. Huge value on the Dark Shards, man. I mean, you just can't leave your Plague Seer to get hit by them like that. You gotta give the Dark Elves a little bit of space. Know the map as well. You got a Warp Lightning Cannon in reserve. This isn't terrible reserves. Cut this Rattling Gun. Just bring the Teethbreakers. Get rid of the Warp Lightning Cannon. 2 Doomflayers is actually good. Chariots can be really good against Dark Elves. They do bring a lot of infantry oftentimes. Dark Riders and stuff like that don't do great damage to Doomflayers. Just have to avoid the Cold One Knights. You're usually going to be pretty set. There's a Medusa in the backfield. Let's go to the drawing board real quick for that Skaven army. So I think there's just a couple things you can change and you'll be in a better spot. So the Gracier with Plague is good. You know, you're going pretty all in on the spell kit. So he is fairly expensive at 1926. I don't really like Vermintide. I actually think Pestilent Breath would be a little bit better. Pretty short cast range, but Vermintide is 50 meters. This is at least 100 meters out. Pestilent Breath you can use to kind of hammer some of the Bleak Swords and whatnot in the front line. Dreaded 13th can just blow some stuff up in the backfield. Given an opportunity, Plague you can drop on some missile troops and maybe catch your opponent off guard. Seriously, like 4, 5 Skaven Slaves here. With shielded clan rats behind. Pretty good start for your front line. Avalanche mortars, and then added buboes. And you've got 2,000 gold here to work with. You could do more clan rats, but honestly, if you did, I would just go for like a couple of unshielded clan rats. And I would really think about getting some storm vermin in here, because storm vermin are very cost effective after the cost reductions. They actually are fairly affordable, and you can get them into your builds pretty easily. And you get one of those guys, and then you can have your Night Runners here. Maybe like a Skaven Slave Slaying, and you just like upvet this guy. Just for shits and giggles. Or maybe you can give it to the Rat Ogres? Nah. And just give the Skaven Slave Sling a little more leadership. Make him shoot a little bit quicker. And you've got a nice little defensive force here. The Storm Vermin can just sit on top of the Avalanche Mortars. They won't stop them from shooting, because this is like a howitzer type unit, you know, a mortar unit, literally in the name. What am I even talking about? They fire at a super high angle. They can shoot from out of a infantry unit that's guarding them. And Storm Vermin are going to be way too high of leadership for anything to break quickly. Then you can bring your Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats in to support pretty easily. Against the Dark Elves, I actually think the Wolf Rats of the AP are a little bit better. Maybe like one Poison Wolf Rat. Wolf Rats with the AP are really good against Cold One Knights if they get a charge off. Plus, they can go and nibble on Doomfire Warlocks with their magic damage, which is pretty damn good. Plagueclaw Catapult wouldn't be bad in reserve. Better than a Warp Lightning Cannon. If you want to go for a Warp Lightning Cannon, you need to bring the Zap Zap Cannon, because it's more accurate, fires quicker, and basically silences with the increased cooldowns. I think it's way more worth it for you. What do you do from here? You got a pretty nice little army here. 3,150 gold. You can do a little bit of mix and match. I mean, like another Storm Vermin wouldn't be bad. Against Dark Elves, what would be good? Like a Poison Wind Globe wouldn't be bad, just to have on standby. Maybe another Rat Ogre. Some unshielded clan rats just to run in so you don't run out of bodies on the field. Maybe Ix's Triads to be a little sneaky. Just for what he was trying to do last game. Ritter, I think this would be a little bit better for you against the Dark Elves, because they can Burning Head Skaven Slaves all they want. It's a waste of time, really. Your clan rats are a little bit more vulnerable to it, but it's really not that bad if they get hit. Really, you just bunker up around Natty Bubos and the Avalanche Mortars, and you just build your defensive box in layers. Skaven Slaves in the front, clan rats behind, Storm Vermin on top of the mortar team, and Natty Bubos sitting a little farther back with their Snipe and Stalk, just making it hard for your opponent to find them. And then you spring into action as you see your opponent trying to collapse in and deal with your tools. And the Doomflayers can go and push down infantry as need be. And you want to bring, like, as many Rat Ogres as possible. You need to keep them with your bodies, though. Otherwise, they end up being a liability. Alright, we got more replays that people are dropping, so let me download all these. Let me go ahead and restart my game, so it's not choppy. It's definitely being a little funky. It always does this after swapping off the beta. I don't know why. The beta seems to be way more stable than the actual current patch, too. So not just, like, fixing Doombolt and everything. It's got a little bit more going on as well. Boop. Here we go. Whoops. And where have we did cover all these, okay. Vampire counts versus Empire. Counts versus Ogre Kingdoms. And what else versus Legion of Chaos? Oh man, I think we actually might want to watch this one. Double Arrow of Kurnus is allowed? Okay. Maybe. Oh, this is a really cool... This game is either going to be like... I think this game is just going to be 5 minutes no matter who wins. Like, either Chaos Demons get there and they just shut down all the shooting, and the Wood Elves tap out, or Wood Elves just blast all of these demons to pieces with their magic damage and the game is over no time at all. There's really no in-between on this one. Crushers they are a fake cavalry unit. They are basically aspiring champions on their I don't know. Oh, the Juggernauts. That's what the mount's called. So, double Swiftshiver Shard and 2 Hagbane Tips. Really good choices. Magic damage on both these units and damage in spades. Double Arrow of Kurnus, immediately nuking the Herald. You have to know if Arrow of Kurnus is limited or not. You just hide your Herald in trees and never bring her out until she's ready to cast magic, or she's going to get absolutely destroyed by the Wood Elves. Super squishy lord here. I actually think that a Bloodthirster would be a better option for the Demons of Chaos in this matchup. This is a really bad matchup for Demons of Chaos, by the way. They do not like fighting Wood Elves. Wood Elves almost have a free win here. I would go so far as to say this is a top 3 bad matchup for a faction, because Wood Elves will just out-skirmish the hell out of the demons. In a really ugly way, too. Like, you've got Phantasmagoria, and that's great, but you have to collapse on the Wood Elves into melee combat. How do you even do that? Because they've got really cheap pockets of infantry that they can build, like the Eternal Guard, who honestly really aren't that bad against demons, even though they don't have magic damage. Guess what they still are? Anti-large, and all the large stuff for the demons outside of Furies are how you get in on these guys, and it's just going to be so damn difficult. Really good charge on the Wild Hunters of Kurnus immediately. Beautiful Phantasmagoria, about to hit the entire Wood Elf army. Oh no! I gotta pause this. Oh, no, 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 no. Not like this. Alright, you might be confused about what just happened, but, the Herald just used her Locus of Grace before Phantasmagoria got cast. That cancels the cast. You have to actually get your spell off before you can pop any other abilities, or you cancel your magic usage. So now we're not going to get a net on any of these units, and they're just going to run behind the Eternal Guard, and that's going to make it impossible for the Fiends to get in. Plus, the Fiends take a bunch of damage because they're out of position now. Oh my god, dude. And Locus of Grace wasn't really going to do anything for these guys anyways. I mean, shooting is the big scary thing here. So, that Phys-Res completely nullified, obviously, because of the magic damage. And the melee defense not really doing much either for you. And the Waystalkers will die here, but look at the value for Caleb right now. He's just got all the tools that he needs on the field, and the demons really don't have much of anything out right now. They've got a lot of unengaged Fleshhounds out here. I mean, really, the demons should cap the number 1 and just hide everything in this forest. Build up more mobility units behind it. Probably get enough supplies to just, like, mass summon Nurglings out from every one of the spawns and just immediately start pushing down the Wood Elf formation. Nurglings would then, like, tie up the Eternal Guard, eat shots from the Hagbane tips and whatnot, and then you can use your Furies and your Seekers and your Fiends to just overwhelm, hopefully, the Wood Elf units. I guess this isn't impossible, but this is getting to the point of impossibility for the demons. Wild Riders are moving in. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus have already killed a bunch of Fleshhounds, and they're about to kill 2 more. You got a Dryad going to the number 1 to cap that up. Pendulum whiffing pretty badly. Not sure why you're bringing Shadows Magic against the demons. It's not bad, but I really think that you'd be better off with some Lore of Life action, honestly. Because you'll peter the demons out, and then you can just heal up whatever damage they may have done on the models that are still alive. And that'll make it a little bit more difficult for the demons to get anything done, in my opinion. I mean, Melkoth's is good for neutralizing speed on Seekers, but they're 100 speed, so they go down to 75, which is still crazy fast. I don't really know, though. I mean, this is a very rare matchup to see. Higher level people will not ever get on Demons of Chaos against Wood Elves under any circumstance that they can help, really. Demons are bringing it back a little bit. The Wildwood Rangers are just sitting in the trees here for some reason. I really don't know why. And you need some Wild Riders back here to help against the Furies. I don't think it's too big of a deal, though. I mean, Bloodletters are coming out. Oh my god, but that freaking Arrow of Kurnus just destroying the Herald. She's probably going to crumble out. The Waystalker gets 1 shot on her. Oh my goodness. Seeker's barely saving her. Fleshhound's coming in with the Seekers to try and kill this guy. You've got Arrow of Kurnus from the other side, though. From the rallying Waystalker. Right off the map's edge. Actually hits her and she crumbles out, and the leadership is going in the toilet. You see all the Furies immediately crumble in the back here. That's a lot of value that's not being reflected for Caleb now. Yeah, this game is over. I mean, he was dragging the value back for a moment there. I mean, the Seekers are doing fairly good damage, but, now they're alone. The, Wild Riders and Winterheart Guard are gonna just drag them down. There's too many resilient units here. The Bloodletters are coming in. Bloodletters against Wood Elves, not bad, but leave a lot to be desired for sure in terms of, like, what you can bring infantry-wise. Just oof. Oh no. Big oof. GG Seekers, Wildwood Rangers gonna engage the Bloodletters. Bloodletters would win this fight. They're getting hit by, a upgraded Melkoths is not worth it. The only thing that upgrading Melkoths does is increase your cast range. Does not increase damage, don't do it. You should only use Melkoths if you want to, like, slow something that's being summoned on the map's edge. It's like rushing in that you don't want to get there anytime soon, so you just use it to delay them. Yeah. Not really many notes to give here. Kalo is in a dominant position. I mean, the game's over. The few Deepwood Scouts here will help get rid of the Bloodletters. It's really nice surround and charge. Good stuff against the Seeker unit over here. So Dern did go for the Nurglings. I really just think that hiding in the trees and sitting on your one cap for a minute, getting your Seekers out, and then getting all of the Nurglings on the field to start slow pushing, and forcing your opponent to, like, either charge them down with Wild Riders or bring out Dryads or shoot them with their missile units is the way to go. You can bring the Bloodletters in behind that. With Fury support and whatever mobility you can get out to try and run down the Wood Elf units, but that matchup is really bad, so there is absolutely no shame in losing that. It's just brutal. Let's see some Skaven versus Khorne. These guys both lost in round 1. This is a good opportunity to gauge what each player needs to really lock in on for the future. Khorne usually does pretty good into Skaven. Skarbrand really isn't bad against the Skaven. He's a little vulnerable, though, if he's not able to get a decisive engagement against the Lord. Karanak is here to help that, but Karanak and Skarbrand are a really expensive combo. It's going to leave you pretty thin for dealing with the numbers on the Skaven, and you don't want to let weapon teams get any kind of engagement onto these expensive single entities, or you're going to be put in the toilet pretty fast. The best thing that Khorne can do here is use these Warhounds to just push Night Runners off this point, get the double cap early. 2 Chaos Warriors in the trees here, Marauders to hold the number 2. This Marauder can go sit in this forest here. All 3 Chaos Warriors are on this side over here. This isn't bad, though. This is actually pretty smart from Broadway. You don't want to sit inactive with these Chaos Warriors. These Chaos Warriors need to work their way up into the trees and start looking for an opportunity to flank and overwhelm the Skaven on one side of the formation. Because you're going to be defending the number 1 like your life depends on it, because it's got all the tree cover, which is very important for you as Khorne. Because you're always at a ranged disadvantage against the Skaven. You want to force them forward as much as possible. And you don't want to give them anything to shoot with avalanche mortars, especially not Chaos Warriors. So just, like, kind of pulling back now that you're being fired upon is the right call. Get those guys out of range, get them in the trees. so that your opponent has to move forward and spot them. And you also get a little bit of protection there. It's just a Marauder, and the Avalanche Mortars have used a whole volley on them and did not kill them. They're going to have to use another one to finish this fight if they want it. Very aggressive caps with the Warhounds. I actually kind of like this just to delay the Skaven from getting objectives, you know? Making them sit here is definitely pretty nice. That was a brutal, brutal shot from the Warp Lightning Cannon, though. Now, this is a matchup with the Warp Lightning Cannon can be nice. I still prefer the Zap Zap Cannon, but Khorne does have pretty expensive characters, as opposed to the Dark Elves, who have much cheaper and smaller ones. The Warp Lightning Cannon can be a really nice insurance policy against somebody like Skarbrand, because there is magic damage on this thing, and it's AP, so, you know, sticking to the guns a little bit, actually doing some wonders for the Skaven here. This is a very deep push with Furies. Not really a good idea. I'm surprised to see the Plague Seer again. He's gonna be fine, but the Ruins magic with Howling Warp Gale is a little bit more important, because you can't let Furies dive bomb your missile troops. This is not really the way you want to attack. This is a new player on Khorne. This is a very, 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 very common pitfall to fall into. You do not need to dive right now. Like, these are way far back. Just check the range on your opponent's artillery, right? Like, you see that the Warp Lightning Cannon, it's got a lot of range, so it's zoning you out pretty hard with your characters. I think it's not doing is zoning out your infantry, though, so it just doesn't provide a lot of value that way. The Avalanche Mortars are way more scary and worth diving. Honestly, what you should have done is flown the two Furies over here, force your opponent to, like, summon stuff out here, and then just run over and use Furies from both sides to just double-team the Avalanche Mortars, because you land from behind and the front with the Fury, you will kill the Avalanche Mortars in maybe 10 seconds. It's really quick, very, very, very worthwhile sacrifice as well, because the Avalanche Mortars is more expensive than double Fury, and then your Warriors and your Marauders get to engage the front line, where you'll just win a decisive advantage. Skaven infantry are terrible against the Khorne Chaos Warriors and Marauders alike. Good dodges with Skarbrand. Oh, what is Broadway going to bring in? He's down so much value right now. He's doing a good job of keeping some of this stuff in the trees, but some of these other units just got lit up, dude. Oh my god. You hate to see it. I mean, this is just a little bit of fumbling from a newer player. I mean, Karanak and Skarbrand are completely pushed out right now. I really prefer Valkia. Valkia is so much better at putting pressure on the Skaven, because she can fly around and just poke with a couple of attacks against these weapon teams, kill a couple of models, lower their DPS. She can pop Demon Shield if she gets hit by the Howling Warp Gale, and anything short of Teeth Breakers are not going to actually kill her. Good summon with the Stormvermin Halberds. Actually seeing some Stormvermin in this game is the right call. They're very solid against Khorne. They don't win that many fights, but they definitely hold their own. Yeah, I really like the Skaven positioning here. As opposed to the last game against the Dark Elves, they're actually keeping their formation much more compact and layering it a little bit better. Like, the Clan Rats are defending the flank with the Storm Vermin on the point for 15 total cap weight on that objective, so no steals there. Avalanche Mortar's a little far forward here. Yeah, and Broadway is just forced to save up more and more supplies. And he's just leaving so many units out in the open where the Avalanche Mortars can hit them. Like, he's just retreating. He's retreating too late when the mortar team comes forward. And because he sacked two Furies early, and let the Avalanche Mortars get so much value, he's not going to be able to even up the numbers game, and he's playing too tentative at this point. Instead of just going for a risky gamble and an all-in that might be able to swing this game back somehow. It is an uphill climb no matter what. But it's better than running around with your Warhounds and then leaving them unattended for a moment and then just having the Doomflayers completely flatten them. It's really rough to see that going on. And again, the Avalanche Mortars just get to tee off way too freely, and infantry is like a million miles away now. As you're diving with all the Furies, you actually get a couple kills here. I mean, you kill the Warp Lightning Cannon. You've got the Fleshhound summon going after the Avalanche Mortars. It's a shame that they've already gotten their value back, and they're basically out of ammo. Good net on with Prey of the Blood God, but you do want to see Karnak actually get in there and do some damage to that guy. Chaos Warriors are sitting in the trees. Everything is just a little too out of order. And there's no pursuit with the Fleshhounds. And now they move in and they run into Clan Rats. Ouch. A few of them get around onto the Avalanche Mortars. Knights of the Brazen Throne come out. That's a really nice unit to have. If you can kill the Plague Seer... If you can kill the Plague Seer somehow, and keep Scarbrand from dying, maybe the Knights of the Brazen Throne can just terror out everything. I would very much doubt that's going to happen, because it's a lot of mass and bodies starting to lock Scarbrand and Karnak in place. And like, Hounds of the Blood Hunt can do decent damage to something like a Grey Seer, but not really their cup of tea to be going after. So the Brazen Throne get a nice little charge. They actually tear out the Avalanche Mortars. You can see some Khorngors on the way in. That's a lot of chevrons on a unit out of your reserve. That is like 900... that's like a 900 gold Khorngor now. Not really worth it. Just, Khorngors are very basic. You use them against what they're good against, which is Rat Ogres, and that's literally it. And to box out something like a Doomflayer, or to just like run down a weapon team. If you're doing anything else with them, you're wasting your time. And Ritter recovering from that first really rough game, and he's tracking a lot of Khorne units to their doom just by baiting with the Plague Seer. All these, like the Fleshhounds, Knights of the Brazen Throne, Karnak, and Scarbrand have all been trying to kill him, and he just managed to squeak away, and now he's just like running back and forth through all these bodies and mass to drag them into fights that they just aren't going to be able to function in. Knights of the Brazen Throne will probably get about 1,200 value here. I mean, they're just a really strong, solid unit. Very good against the Skaven, but you got to bring them in as your finisher, right? Bringing them in and then running them into a bunch of bodies is the last place they want to be. Knights of the Brazen Throne exclusively want to be using their Murderous Charge to just have the HP on enemy units that they're attacking that are not on the lookout for them. That's how you win with those guys. Storm Vermin summon from the Grey Seer is grinding down the Khorngor, which is probably, you know, not getting any value, obviously. Storm Vermin doing a pretty good job of grinding down this unit, and Skaven will eventually resecure the number 2, and it'll be GG. And this value is deceptive. This is absolutely unreflective of the current situation. Skaven are a very hard faction to read on values oftentimes because of the way that they function as a whole. They are in an absolutely dominant position currently. They've got a ton of cap weight on the field, and they've got a decent number of actual Storm Vermin out here who can lock down points, and Chaos Warriors are going to get dragged down eventually. Knights of the Brazen Throne being run off, 1,200 value on those guys. About what I was expecting considering the situation they were in. You know, Chaos Warriors are good against the Skaven, but I actually really like Bloodletters now because Because you see a lot more Storm Vermin, Bloodletters just rip Storm Vermin up. Absolutely crack them open. And again, they don't terror out or suffer leadership penalties like Chaos Warriors do. They can eat volleys just about the same, because most of the Skaven weapon teams that you're going to run into ignore the silver shields that your Chaos Warriors have. Bloodletters are also a little quicker. You can use Bloodletters more aggressively on the flanks to get around your opponent. You can use them to actually run down and kill weapon teams. Because you can see this Natty Booba Sharpshooter is at 38 speed, Bloodletters have 38 speed. Plus, these guys are infantry size. If they get caught by a Bloodletter for more than 10 seconds, Bloodletters will kill the whole weapon team. It'll be good night. Bloodletters honestly don't do bad against Rat Ogres. Chaos Warriors are pretty vulnerable to Rat Ogres because of the AP on the Ratties. The Ogres obviously don't have magic damage, so they don't get around the Fizz Res that Bloodletters have. And really the best magic damage that you see out of the Skaven is their weapon teams. And the Wolf Rats. And the Wolf Rats are pretty risky for Skaven here because Furies shred them, Fleshhounds shred them, and you do actually want to bring Fleshhounds in this matchup, plus Warhounds. Win against the Skaven Wolf Rats because they've got a little bit better leadership and a little bit better damage output with Frenzy, actually. There's a lot of things that Khorne can do that I'm not really seeing here. And there's just no way to kill this Plague Seer. I mean, I guess you could maybe get him with Prey the Blood God. Oh, it's out of uses, actually. Oh, and you got all the abilities on Kiranak, too, so he's really expensive. And Scarbrand, here's the thing about Scarbrand. This Slaughter and Carnage is just completely unsynergistic to what you want to do with Scarbrand in multiplayer. Slaughter and Carnage is for campaign. Really and truly, that's the only thing it's for. Do not bring this. It is useless. You're never going to charge it all the way up. Even if you did, Scarbrand's got no way to heal himself, so he's going to be pretty beat up by the time he's even close to like 150 kills even. You really just use him to force rampage fights with Rage Embodied, and maybe you bring Wrathful Reaper if you want to guarantee a quick kill on a Lord. I think that was the Sword of Khorne destroying all these Skaven. Either that or they all crumbled out, but I think they got hit by sword because there's a lot of blood effects on the ground there. Rodder pushing through some bodies. We do see a kill on the Plague Seer, but it's GG because Khorne doesn't have anything on the field now. They've had a lot of units crumble out. A ton of Furies have died that way. Kiranak is going to crumble out too. He did okay. Minotaurs, not really going to get much done either. Natty Bubo's probably got, yeah, 2,300 value. Oh my god. Warp Lightning Cannon, 2,300. Avalanche Mortars are back out and they got 2,000. Khorne went a little too narrow, and they didn't build up enough. You can bring Scarbrand. I would not bring Kiranak, too. If you want to bring Kiranak, then you bring Valkia. If you want to bring Scarbrand, then you just bring Scarbrand. Because he's so expensive, and he is a terror-causing monster, so he can be really good against the Skaven in the late game when he can just, like, run around and terror out everything. He can get very unmanageable if he's healthy. We're going to just fast forward through this. It's just going to be Avalanche Mortars and nuking Khorne Gores out of existence. And again, too many chevrons. Don't bring chevrons. You're better off mixing and matching to just actually spend all the gold so you have more units in your army. There's a few good picks going on here. You know, Broadway has done some things decently here. I don't want to be too hard on them. I want to cover all of the errors, and there's quite a few here that are very unfortunate beginner mistakes. Just can't get antsy and dive with only Furies into a backline because people are watching for that. They want you to do that. They want you to attack with Furies by themselves into the backline. So they can just kill these 650 gold units by cycle charging them to death. Furies are a great tool, but you cannot overemphasize them and overestimate their capabilities because they are pretty flimsy to shock damage of any kind. Bloodwake Berserkers are not good against Skaven either. There's too much shooting that can counter them. Plus, you've got Knights of the Brazen Throne, who are already going to be way better at the infantry clear roll, plus a terror-causing unit, of course. Get rid of the Bloodwake Berserker, and honestly, just bring more Marauders. Just basic Marauders. For one Bloodwake Berserker, you can get 3 Marauders and a Dual Axe Marauder. And that will be really good against all these bodies, because you've already got all the terror that you can need with Scarbrand and the Knights. They're both going to be good against the big, scary Doomflayers and whatnot. You got Khorngors as well to box those out. Knights of the Brazen Throne can kill Doomflayers pretty good. You got a Minotaur too, and Hounds of the Blood Hunt. I'm going to show my anti-Skaven build as Khorne. I either do Valkia. I played Human Boy on stream a little while back. He doesn't play a lot of Domination, but he is a Skaven main. I do like having one Fury early. Chaos Warhound's really good unit. You can either do a couple in the opening, which isn't bad, but really in reserve is just fine. Hounds of the Blood Hunt. A couple Khorngors early can be nice, some Bloodletters, and then a lot of Marauders, because they're just a really solid unit. You can get one Throwing Axe early, cut one from reserve. You really only need like one Minotaur. One Minotaur for like a Doomflayer, and then also to punch some Rat Ogres in the face, because they just trade so well, but Khorne also can just use Furies and Flesh Hounds to kill, Rat Ogres. Really, Minotaurs are a little bit of a trap here. I mean, they're a great unit. You want them in most matchups, like at least one, but I really do think this is a Blood Beast matchup, where you just go like 3 Blood Beasts and just run them around and haunt your opponent with the pressure that they provide. You can just do something like this, like a couple Bloodletters in the opening that you can like hide in a forest. And then you use these guys exclusively to kill Storm Vermin, or to flank and go after weapon teams. And, you know, I mean, this is my Scarbrand build. If you go Valkia, you can do, like, basically the same thing. You just, like, do this, and you can get another Bloodletter. And then, if you want the pressure from Karanak, you can just cut a Blood Beast and a Hound. And then mix them in. You can go Pray the Blood God and Brass Collar. Very cheap kit that shuts down the magic if you're within 55 meters. This also affects Skrolk, so he can't use Rod of Corruption or Liber Bubonicus. Pray the Blood God immobilizes, and Karanak's fast enough, faster than all the Skaven Lords. Easy peasy, even Ikit can't run away from him. So you can use him very aggressively to pressure. Once the front lines are fully engaged, it becomes a lot harder to control Karanak. He can get really unmanageable against the Skaven. You just really need to combo him with somebody who's going to actually be able to do a little bit more to occupy attention, and Valkia is very good at that. Scarbrand is too, but again, the Scarbrand-Karanak combo is really expensive against the Skaven. You can also cut those guys, and you can cut the Hound and just get the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Maybe with this, you don't even need the Hounds of the Blood Hunt. You just go for that there, get rid of that, and get a basic Flesh Hound. And then this is still plenty to like go after the Skaven, and you've got your terror-causing piece. Just a couple of future ideas. You can do some other stuff as Khorne. You don't have to go with this build, obviously. You've got a lot of flexibility. I actually really like Soul Grinders against Skaven as well. These things are actually pretty good against them. They're really fast. They have huge weapon strength and good melee attack. They can really pummel Lords nicely. They cause terror, and their missile attack counts as artillery. they lower Skaven leadership by -10 wherever they're shooting, which is really awesome. And it's a spread shot, so it can hit multiple units. And with that artillery debuff and attacking from the rear, you can insta-terror out entire sections of the Skaven line. I've used this thing multiple times and have won with it very regularly, so don't underestimate that either. And you can use its missile attack to blow Storm Vermin apart. Because its shotgun cannon is actually pretty effective against infantry. I can do the Khorne versus Counts game if I've got it here. I don't actually have it. We'll see if we can get around to it. Or, oh, wait, are you, Victor, are you Molly? In-game? Like on Total Tavern and whatnot? Because I think you're talking about our game. I covered it on stream yesterday if you want to go back and, get some advice on what you can do in that matchup. Counts do have a really hard time with Khorne, though. It's not good for Counts. It gets really ugly real fast if you make any kind of mistakes. There is a very small margin of error against Khorne for the Vampire Counts. Roderick versus Trusty. Khorne is a really good matchup against Kislev. Again, Khorne just has even matchups into most factions. And if you're playing well with Khorne, then you can make them look really unstoppable, because the spell resistance on Khorne nullifies one of the best comeback one of the best comeback mechanics and value trading tools in the entire game, which is just massive. I mean, you don't get any magic in return, which is rough, but Khorne fighting even with most factions means Khorne is winning. I would say that's true for almost every matchup outside of, like, Beastmen and Nurgle and a couple others where you don't want to be even with your opponent, but usually Khorne's high leadership, frenzy, and just good, solid value trading in melee means even games are winning games. You got Valkia with Sleipnir and Demon Shield, never really need anything else. Scarlet Armor's okay against a couple factions. Nurgle is a matchup where Scarlet Armor can be pretty good because you can debuff weapon strength in the blob fights. That's a very niche application, though. I was getting a little ahead of myself a little bit. Really surprised to see the Ice Witch not have Hawks of Miska or be on the Frostworm. Blizzard is good against Khorne. It still does good damage against stuff like Chaos Warriors, but again, that spell resistance is really strong. You might wonder, well, if you're not bringing Blizzard that actually has AP, why the hell would you bring Hawks of Miska against Khorne when it's not going to do any damage? Hawks of Miska you bring because of the Discourage effect. This spell lasts 21 seconds. Every time it touches a unit, it immediately discourages leadership by 16 for 21 seconds. 16 leadership is removing frenzy from stuff like Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, Furies, Marauders really quickly with that leadership debuff. Plus some timely charges from like Griffin Legion and Winged Lancers can break leadership real fast. And if you're on the Frostworm, it combos with the Terror, because Khorne does Terror out. They're not like Slaanesh where they just have ITP on everything at base. It's fully reliant on the Frenzy, and if you can debuff the leadership enough, you can get around it completely. And leadership debuffs are not affected by spell resistance. Khorne has no way of avoiding the -16 penalty. It's very free. It's very good. And I would recommend it for any Kislev player against Khorne. Hailstorm is a better damage spell than Blizzard anyways in this matchup, because you can cast it for, you know, a third of the price for about the same performance. I would always recommend it. The only time Blizzard would be better is if your opponent messes up and they got, like, you know, a Marauder and a Chaos Warrior and another Marauder, like, stacked all together, and you can hit all three at once with an Overcast. Just don't worry about it otherwise. Roderick is going for a pretty, pretty full-bore build. He's got 1,000,000 Kossars. I mean, literally maxed out on the spears and the sword variant. He's got Boydanov's Brawlers, who I really love against Khorne. I played a decent amount of Kislev for a long time, and Boydanovs are disgusting against Khorne. All they need is one volley against something like a Minotaur or Valkia to get their value. I mean, I kid you not, they will literally delete units from the game with one good volley. It's really gross. Great unit to have in the backline, actually, because what happens here, Khorne loves Furies. Oh my god, are Furies good for Khorne? Your opponent will bring Furies out, and they'll try to dive isolated Kossars or Akshinas, and the Boydanovs just sit behind the front line. They just maneuver over wherever there's Fury concentrations, and as the Furies are trying to land, Boydanovs just blast them out of the air, and their shotguns are incredible at actually clearing Furies. It is free and easy value. This Marauder is going to die. That's fine, though. I mean, it's rough, but your opponent's having to use some ammo on them. They held up okay. It's just keeping the advance stalled for Kislev here. You're getting a little bit of an objective lead. Bringing up some Minotaurs. Definitely going to be able to use those guys against the Winged Lancers that just came out. I would actually be looking to flank Kislev here. They've really left this flank completely open. And look at the overstacking on these missile units. This is an opportunity for Valkia. Valkia just flies in here and drops a Sleipnir, like, right down the pipe on all these units. You'll get almost 1,000 value if you hit all these units, especially if you hit the Akshinas here. It's like right down this Akshina line with the Kossars mixed in here. Sleipnir does ridiculous damage. It is brutally effective against missile units. Akshinas have 6,900 HP. It'll take them down to about 3,500 because of the size of the AoE and the actual damage values on this. 60 damage, 50% AP. These guys have 30 armor. They're not nullifying any of that damage, basically. It's going to hit each model for about 45 to 50 damage, even if they're on the outside of the radius. And then you can just like mass summon Furies and Hounds out of here and just attack this whole side of the formation and completely crush it, and then overwhelm the other flank with your Warriors and your Fleshhounds that are on the other side. And then the Minotaurs just go wherever the Winged Lancers or the things in the woods are. You see the Furies coming up. It's a good build-up. You've lost one Marauder in the process. One of your Chaos Warriors is getting shot up, but, I mean, really healthy still. Look how much ammo Kislev's starting to use just to break down a few Marauders and Chaos Warriors. Khorne's still being very, very slow to move in, which is understandable. I am a much more aggressive player than Trusty is. Trusty is being very patient, which is, you know, a good idea. Cultist needs to get the hell out of here. Boydanov's Brawlers will kill him eventually. He's going to survive a couple volleys, but he really should, like, actually just move away out of their range. That's why you press spacebar, guys. Like, you can see the Boydanovs, you can click on them too. Their cone of fire ends here. He started a little bit closer in. He was, like, on the green line here, actually. He could have just run out and then gone to run into the Kislevite Warrior, start to grind there, where he's going to be pretty safe from any shooting. He pops Gate of Khorne once it's up, and he just drops it right on this stupidly concentrated backline. And again, overwhelm the back. That flank is wide open right now. There's a single Winged Lancer. You can just fly in here with the Furies, land down on these guys, have a Fleshhound run in to occupy the Winged Lancer for a time. Drop your Sleipnir, and you'll break that whole formation up. Valkia can land on the Boydanovs, actually. They do have decent melee attack and whatnot, but shutting down their shooting is way more important. Still not seeing Sleipnir. Lots of good opportunities for it. Like, any side of the battlefield, really, would be a good area for it to be thrown down right now. Khorne is moving up. They're not occupying all the shooting, though. One warrior folds in here. I don't know why the Furies are engaging right now. When Khorne attacks, people make this mistake all the time where they use their Furies to be the first ones to engage. No, no, no. Warriors engage first. They get into the front line and start occupying the melee units wherever possible. And then that's when you start having the Furies get in, because the Furies will be much safer engaging after that. Your opponent's going to have a lot less units to respond to the Fury pressure. You'll get better engagements with them. Even if they don't get their value back, they will get better value than what you're seeing here. Because this Fury got, what, 198? Really rough. 655, or a 650 gold unit. Sleipnir was off a little bit on the angling. It still did really good damage, but if you get it right down the length of all three of these units, they'd be basically dead and gone. Trusty is down in value, but this is really not that bad. He just needs to get warriors over here to occupy the other shooting units, and he needs to get some stuff onto this back line. He's summoning these units so far away from the exposed flank. He's got a Flesh Hound all the way in the back line that's not doing much. And the Minotaurs just get nuked. They get stuck in on Kislev Warriors and the Griffin Legion and the Winged Lancers. This is why you got to be really careful about your engagements on flanks. Against Kislev, you really don't want to be doing that. You just want to be landing your troops into nice enough fights where they're a little bit sheltered from direct charges from the Winged Lancers and the Griffin Legion. Roderick's doing a really good job of punishing. Trusty's mistakes are really not that bad. They're just bad enough that a opponent with, you know, good micro on his bow line is able to just blast him to bits, man. I mean, this is a lot of shooting. Which is why attacking the bow line is so important. He spent so much time grinding down Kislevite warriors when he really should just be trying to maneuver around them. That's really been the X factor here. It's held back Trusty pretty hard. Bloodletter Summon finally coming in. I mean, they can just rush up in here. I mean, they'll lock down, like, multiple units here. The other Bloodletter has gotten into the backline, but it's basically dead, so not a whole lot going there for Khorne. More Marauders coming up. A lot of Marauders coming up. Dervishes going out to the number 1. Yeah, Roderick just defends his bow line well enough. You can see some of the units going down on the flank over here, but on the whole, it's just a very healthy Kislev bow line that remains here. Another thing to consider is that Akshinas are basically a gun unit. I mean, they fire pretty slow. They have a ton of AP on their bows, guys. 10 AP is higher than a lot of other actual AP missile units. Because AP values on missile units are usually pretty low. I mean, compare them to Boydanovs, who are a premier AP shooter. These guys have 13. They have 3 projectiles, but it's really not that much higher than the Akshinas. Akshinas need to be shut down if you see them on the field. They're a frustratingly effective unit that I see go under the radar way too much. People see their little banner and they don't recognize them for the threat that they actually are. Game's not over, but Trusty is going to have to play a very cagey delaying action here. Dervishes are hiding in the woods here. They do get revealed finally. Furies going to the middle. Fleshhound's grinding a little bit. Not bad value on that Fleshhound, actually. Fleshhounds are not awful against Winged Lancers. They just can't eat direct charges. If they're countercharging a Winged Lancer, great. Or if they're initiating the fight by, like, drawing the Winged Lancer back to your own friendly lines and your opponent's over pursuing, and then you can turn around and surround them with like a Fury, and then the Fleshhound turns around and engages, or a Minotaur comes over, that's a winning fight for you. Griffin Legion sweeping, Dervishes breaking a few Khorngors over here. Khorngors are okay against Kislev. I actually don't like them that much in this matchup, to be honest. I honestly just prefer Bloodletters and the like, even though Bloodletters are a little vulnerable to Griffin Legion and Winged Lancers. Bloodletters tend to do a little bit better in frontline fights, where, you know, they counter Zargard of both varieties pretty well. They can chew through Kossars really quickly, because Kossars are really bad in melee combat, guys. They've got 28 and 26 in terms of stats. Bloodletters massively outstat these guys. They will take comparatively little damage, and Kossars also don't have a lot of HP. They've got 6,300, and Bloodletters have 8,000 health. They're a surprisingly resilient unit for a demon. And they're probably the most powerful of the baseline demon infantry. I think they're better than Plague Bearers, Demonettes. Pink Horrors situationally are better, but on the whole, I think Bloodletters just equal out to be better in most every matchup. Valkia has been used very sparingly. She's gotten some pretty decent value, though. Valkia has to be used more disruptively. Like, your opponent doesn't have anything to punish Valkia except Boydanovs. You can just kind of fly in here and actually just land her in all of this, and use Demon Shield if the things in the woods get on top of her. You know, drop your Sleipnir and just keep fighting and scrapping, and have your opponent, like, piling units in to try and kill her. And then the rest of your army is a little bit more free to actually attack the front and the flanks of the formations. Charging in with the Marauder Horseman is a cheeky idea, but this is a Zargard, so it's a really bad one, unfortunately. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are an excellent unit. You need to use their ammo against stuff like Zargard, though. And they can charge down like Kossars on the flank or something. More throwing axes coming up. Akshinas with really good value. Going to turn around and... let's just see what one volley does here. It's probably going to half their HP almost. Oh my god, damn near. Yeah, just one volley, and it's like a full third of the HP off of the Marauder Horsemen. And now the Griffin Legion get the charge, and even though the Griffin Legion are beat up, way better shock damage, plus heavy armor against the very light AP of the throwing axes. Bloodletters coming in, but Boydanovs on the flank. Boydanovs at 1,900 value. This is what they can do for you. They just sit in a nice little pocket, and they just blast everything into oblivion. And value trade crazy amounts of value for you. The triple cap is not needed, but is present. Just good to even up the objectives, and Trusty is basically gassed out now. Another thing that Khorne can do in this matchup is bring a Skull Cannon. I really like a single Skull Cannon against Kislev, just in case they go for exactly what was brought here. Skull Cannons do great damage to missile units, and they can really poke them down, spread damage out, and make them a lot weaker for the subsequent Fury attacks, where you can then kill them a lot quicker and then rotate a little bit faster with the Furies elsewhere, just to outmaneuver your opponent. This is like another classic instance of a Khorne player being a little bit newer and not quite knowing how to shut down his opponent's gun line. There's a lot of infantry in reserve. Not a lot of Furies. I mean, he's got the 2 Fleshhounds, but Fleshhounds are pretty vulnerable. I would prefer to see the inverse of this. Instead of 3 Fleshhounds, 3 Furies and 1 Fleshhound, and then you can, you know, mix in your flavors of infantry back here. It's a lot of Marauders to be bringing in, honestly, in reserve against Kislev especially. Marauders of Khorne are good, but not that good against Kislev, where their shield isn't that much of a help for them. Plus, you've got all these shot cav who will just rip them to pieces, man. I'd rather see another Bloodletter or another Forsaken. Or Khorngor. Any of those three would be more efficient. Okay, guys. More replays out of the way. We're going to try and do as many as possible, obviously. Trusty annihilated you in the Khorne mirror match. Word. Look, Trusty didn't even make that many mistakes that game. That was a pretty tough Kislev formation to dive. Those big, wide bow lines can be very overwhelming when you're starting out. Just takes a little bit of time to like recognize your real opportunities to do damage to them and shut them down. Let's watch some, let's watch Molly versus Aurelian. We got another Khorne player. We got 3 Khorne players in this tournament, which is super cool. I mean, I'm a Blood God main, so if you're gonna learn how to play them, you definitely are gonna figure it out here. Honestly, not a bad starting army. I really do love the, what the hell? The Slaughter Guard in this matchup against the Counts. They are unfreaking stoppable. The only thing you have to worry about, excuse me, only thing you have to worry about with the Slaughter Guard in this matchup is breath attacks. In a Mortis engine that's like, you know, mortising something else down and just happens to be hitting the Slaughter Guard. Bloodwing Berserkers, though, are a little bit easier to defend and protect. Really strong unit. They're mostly just vulnerable to shooting, and Counts do not have the shooting to threaten them, obviously, since they don't have a single range tool. Breath attacks can still hammer them, but not nearly as hard. We'll just see how this goes. Also, you got throwing axes. Throwing axes are your method for screening the dragon characters out, because the dragon characters just get rolled by the throwing axes. They do so much damage to them, plus throwing axes kill Mortis engines and corpse carts with just a couple shots. They kill Cryptars, they kill Graveguard halberds. A lot of really annoying, frustrating units for most factions. You just get hard countered by the Khorne skirmishers, which is so nice. I do love that there's a melee faction that can actually beat the vampire counts at their own game. Normally, you never want to fight the vampire counts in an honest-to-God grind, but Khorne can out-trade them really hard, provided you just target correctly with your units. There's a decent breath attack on the Khorngors, nice little bit of value out of the Blood Dragon, Vampire Lord. Maybe want to save it, though, next time for when the Khorngors get into the front line fights and they pile in. So once units pile up, they get much more compacted. It can be a little bit easier to actually get higher impact breath attacks onto the forces that you're facing down. Forsaken engaging the Tithe out here on the flank. They are going to roll the Tithe over, even though these guys have Physres. Not going to be a very good fight, obviously. Forsaken should be able to beat them in just a pure 1v1 in just a matter of moments. Direwolves are attacking the throwing axes. You got to be careful of your opponent's Direwolves. If they charge your horsemen, they can get good value. Really what you should do here, pull this horseman back and just have them charge down the direwolves. On the charge, your horsemen will destroy direwolves. Do not be afraid of attacking direwolves with Gorn horsemen. Really, really good fight for you, actually. Helmet Discord is going down, doing a lot of debuffing. Skull Taker is trying to avoid the big characters, the big dragons. This is what Molly brought against me as well. I had a Slaughter Brute to protect Skull Taker. So people really love trying to snipe Skull Taker nowadays. You can definitely get away with going with some single entity action to try and protect him. He's a great lord, but man oh man, is it hard to save him when he's getting attacked by like 3 or 4 big single entities, or like tons of halberds underneath him. A lot of things that people can bring to put pressure on him nowadays, and do so pretty effectively. Direwolf goes down. It does kill one of the Marauder Horsemen for now. They'll probably rally, but it's not great. Skull Taker needs to get off the halberds for the time being. He does not have his cloak, which should expedite that decision. Really good breath attacks, and you can see Skull Taker suffering tremendously, man. The Minotaurs are a little out of position. Skull Taker needs to just be protected by his Corn Gores and the Bloodweight Berserkers, and this is also why the Slaughter Guard can be so good. Because when you see the Terror Goose and the Dragon character incoming, Skull Taker just runs over to the Slaughter Guard and sits on top of them, and then nothing can be done about it. Aurelian, though, is grinding through most of the bodies here. Bloodweight Berserker's doing some great work, and Skull Taker hasn't been bad at all. Throwing axes are doing a good job of controlling the big monsters. There is a Minotaur over here to kill the Corpse Cart now. It's really just the Grave Guard. This chaff for the vampire counts is normally so reliable at slowing your opponent's progression. But against Khorne, it just doesn't matter, because Khorne will just kill all the chaff, charge their army abilities, and then laugh at you as they maneuver around and just bully you. Good breath attacks. Skull Taker's down real low, 1900 HP, but not really any safe landing opportunities right now. There's Forsaken in here. There's still a few Corn Gores. The Bloodweight Berserkers are still grinding like champs. The throwing axes are doing so much damage right now. Plus there's the Minotaurs. Don't remember if I mentioned them already or not, but they're also a very important unit for Khorne here. Throwing axes are going to just farm value off of the Terrorgeist now. This thing is just getting rolled because of the regeneration that it has, and the fire damage from the throwing axes is way too much. It hurts. It hurts really bad to get into this position as the Undead, and we've got a Bloodletter in. Hell yes, some Bloodletter action. Love me letters. They do so much work for you. Good Bloody Onslaught. You got the Slayer Sword proccing, and Skull Taker with 101 melee attack. 663 weapon strength. He's having a good old time. Throwing axes have got really good value. Not the most I've ever seen, but damn solid. And Terrorgeist is crumbling now. One more throwing axe volley will basically guarantee the full finish on it. Trying to rear charge the Minotaurs. This is a good engagement here. Minotaurs have already paid for themselves, though. Blood Knights with the Lances have no cover, so Furies, Bloodletters, and the Throwing Axes, plus the Bloodweight Berserkers who are still in here are going to make this hell. Oh, and here's an example of Furies doing a good job of intercepting. Furies have a lot of mass, actually. They've got 250, which is actually not terrible for stopping Cav. You can see Cav have 1200. This is about how much most cavalry units have. But you interpose a Fury between them, and the 250 is enough to, like, really slow their roll and allows you to kind of pile in a little bit better. Kind of like what Khorne's doing here. A little bit of a hard time getting the throwing axes away from the Blood Knights, but the Blood Knights are going to die in exchange for their picks here. They're probably not even going to get their value back at 1700. You can see the counts are just bringing out nothing at this point. They just don't have anything to hold in on the battlefield. Crypt Ghouls barely beat the Marauder dual weapons, even though they got the charge and the dual weapons did not. Hound's going to clean that fight up. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord lands. The Minotaur's rallied. Skulltaker's running away, but I don't really think there's much of a point in him running right now. You can just sit there and just fight the Blood Dragon Lord and probably trade out with them, and that'll be better for Khorne. I mean, you don't want to lose Skulltaker usually, but it's really not bad considering you're just dominating the battlefield at this point. Just kill him, and, I mean, it's a tap-out situation no matter what. Yeah, I mean, this is, it's rough. It's a rough game. Mortis Engines just lose to throwing axes, and it's not even funny how badly they get farmed by them, because Mortis Engines have regen. Normally that means they have a lot of healing, but against Khorne with all the fire damage, especially from the throwing axes, it means it's just a huge liability, honestly. It's a 1400 gold unit that just cannot exist, until you have, like, an overwhelming swarm of units to, like, keep the throwing axes completely boxed out. It's really the only thing you can do against them, is just, like, bodies upon bodies, like Dire Wolves, Dire Pack, Fellbats, you know, like a Blood Knight or something to go after them. A lot of stuff that you have to bring in to stop Khorne from just wrecking your Mortis Engine. And Mali, I mean, your reinforcements, it's a lot of Blood Knights. Like, double Blood Knight is good against Khorne, but you got 3, you got a sword variant in here too. Plus, you're also trying to spend on the Terrorgeist. Really, you should pick a lane on what you want to do. I would just prefer to see the Blood Knights cut the Terrorgeist. Ignore Skulltaker. I mean, he's gonna get crazy value by ignoring him. But if you kill the rest of the Khorne army and focus on keeping the throwing axes out of your biz, you'll be in a much better position. So cut this Sword Blood Knight, cut the Terrorgeist, get the Dire Pack in here, get a couple more Dire Wolves, and then a couple Fellbats. Just to make it a lot harder for the throwing axes to sit comfortably and throw in against your forces, because you can just use the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord to sparingly dive Skulltaker when you get a chance. It's just really hard trying to kill Skulltaker without shooting, and that's what holds the counts back so badly in that matchup. There's really not anything you can do about it. You either commit to a full snipe, or you ignore him and play around him. I prefer playing around him, because he'll run out of tread eventually. He'll either heal cap and you can kill him in the late game, or he just can't kill enough. He'll have like 4,000 value and he'll still lose. And you can just kill all the other Khorne units, and your opponent will feel bad about it. Let's get us a High Elf versus Dark Elf matchup. So I want to see what the Supreme Sorceress is on. She's probably on horseback with this Dark Elf build. She's on foot? Oh, no, she is on horseback. Okay, thank goodness. Foot characters against High Elves is a bad idea. They got a lot of good characters that can go after them. You should always have your pure caster characters mounted. Never ever leave a caster character on foot. Like, a hybrid caster can be on foot in some matchups, but Supreme Sorceress should be able to run away if anything is coming after her. If she's on foot, she'll just die. Ever since they changed the knockdown chance on foot characters, they're just way squishier. Ship's Company, Lothern Seaguard moving in, Spearmen. Seen this build already from Monarch. Looks like he's just running it again. He just swapped out the Sea Helm, and I think like one other unit for Tyrion is the only difference. Still got a Burning Head. Starwood Staff is here. One thing to note about the High Elves, Starwood Staff is great, but I've actually had problems at times using all the magic that the Starwood Staff generates without Book of Hoeth. I really recommend Book of Hoeth. It is a grody item in terms of what it can do for you. You will be able to throw down magic at will. Absolutely unstoppable amounts of flaming, burning skulls roasting your opponent's entire army will be yours to be had if you bring Book of Hoeth and Starwood Staff. Melkoths and Pit of Shades on the other side, which is fine. Melkoths for Fireborn and Silverhelms and Illyrian Reavers. Pit of Shades for any elites. I actually really like this combo. Pit of Shades is a great Vortex spell. Always has been. Probably always will be. It's got a long wind-up time. Many patches ago, it had like an instant cast, and it was really stupid. You would throw down Pit of Shades on top of your opponent's elite units, and they would have no time to react, and it would just insta-kill them. I actually really appreciate that in Warhammer 3, they toned magic back a lot. In Warhammer 1 and 2, magic really was just like auto-win business. You would see the same two lores. It would massively overperform in games, and it was kind of a snooze fest, in my opinion. That's why I never really got into land battles and Warhammer 1 and 2 multiplayer in general. In Warhammer 3, it's good, and it can absolutely win you a game, but it is not a guarantee that it will win you a game. That's a very odd Pit of Shades. I wouldn't recommend casting it like that ever again. It's not hitting enough. It's an expensive spell. You halved the HP on a Spearman. That's it. 356 value is very inefficient for 15 wins of magic. Honestly, I mean, you're missing an opportunity to cast one now. You see all of these Lothern Seaguard are really starting to lump up because they're trying to chase after your Scourge Runner chariots. That's why you put your missiles in guard mode, by the way. They're not in guard mode, and now they're getting pulled out of position because they want to chase the Scourge Runners. Never going to catch them. They're way slower, obviously. Honestly, just dropping a Pit of Shades here now would have been a much better timing opportunity, because it would have pulled the Lothern Seaguard into it, the Ship's Company, and the Scions, so even though it wouldn't be killing any one unit, the damage would be much better distributed there. Opportunity's kind of lost. Not really even like the best idea anyways. Just save the WOM for your Melkoths and the Silverhelms, because those are a pretty tough unit at times. You've got Coldwind Knights, obviously, as the Dark Elves, but, you know, any little bit to help in those mobility fights is massive, because the High Elves are going to outshoot you for the most part. I mean, especially when they've got the Burning Heads on standby to roast your Dark Shards. Really want to avoid that as much as possible. Better Pit of Shades here, still not ideal in my opinion, but it's going to get a lot more damage and value than that last one did. So you're doing way more work here, and yeah, instead of 350, you're up to 1200 now. Very, very, very nice value out of that one. Actually did a lot more damage than I thought it would. Really nice Burning Head in the front line. It's going to clear both of these Dread Spear, or the Dread Spear and the Bleak Sword. Might even get this other one. Rotation's a little bit off, but still does a little bit of crisping. Oh, and the Fireborn. Oh, with a brutal charge on the Scourge Runners. Very dead Scourge Runners here. That's rough. I mean, Scourge Runners are a great unit, but I don't know why you want to charge the Lotherns. Instead of rolling around in the front line and running over like the Ship's Company and the Calendarian here, who are much easier to run over because they're not units that can brace and also don't have an anti-large bonus. Better to avoid a situation like this where you overextend with these guys. I mean, they've gotten decent value, but Scourge Runners you really want to milk for everything they're worth because they are so important for you as the Dark Elves. They're so valuable. You know, they route out of here with 7 ammo on this one, 7 on the other one. I mean, you could have been using that against the Fireborn this whole time, which would be giving you a much better time. You are breaking through, though. Your opponent has not threatened your Dark Shards at all, hardly. You got a Cold One Knight on the other side here, running down the Scions of Mathlin. Nice Burning Head. Really the only thing keeping the High Elves in this game, to be quite honest, right now. I know Monarch has a slight value lead, but I really do believe in the broader build of the Dark Elves here right now. Ooh, but Tyrion is finding the Supreme Sorceress. This is where High Elves can take over the game. If they kill the Sorceress and there's no more magic to do any kind of punish on the Fireborn, starting to see some more mistakes with like the Dark Shard Cavalry getting caught up here. The Cold One Knights piled in on top of Ship's Company so that the Fireborn had a really easy fight here. Dark Riders being swept by Silver Helms and a really good retreat with the Company of the Calendarian, and now a nice sweeping attack through the flank. Beautiful stuff, man. Oh, baby. Alright, Monarch actually is gonna just dominate this game from here, maybe. Because now there's Illyrian Reavers on the flank getting after the Dark Shards, so ignoring those, breaking up a lot of the Bleak Swords and the Dread Spears, actually starting to work out pretty nicely for him. He's got mobility control on the battlefield, too. Because where are the Cold One Knights? This Cold One Knight's all the way back here, faffing about with the Scions. Scions actually held for a lot longer than I thought they would. You lost another Cold One Knight out on the flank over here where the Fireborn just walloped everything. I mean, 2,100 on the Fireborn already. Incoming 4,000 value Fireborn game. I'm fully convinced it's going to happen here. This is a Burning Head opportunity for the High Elves. They really should just take it. I mean, look how contended this little objective area is. Oh my god, beautiful. Yeah, half the HP on the Dread Spear. Somehow the Bleak Swords avoided a lot of that damage. I have no clue how. Ended up not being as valuable as I was hoping it would be, but I mean, breaking them up a little bit here. Silver and Guard, oh my god, dude. I mean, the Silver Helms, they do get rolled by the Cold One Knights. They get some nice value against them, but they run smack into the Silverins, and that's going to be GG, because Silver and Guard are very, very efficient units. I love Silverin. I think they're the best frontline unit that the High Elves have. Period, no contest. Absolutely rock solid with the spell res, decent armor, amazing melee defense at 55, and melee attack's a little low, but with 20 bonus versus large, they wreck any big targets that come into their field of view, even if it's something that's armored. They just hit so efficiently against Cold One Knights. Fireborn are clearing everything. Tyrion's in here too. Sunfang? Okay, not bad. It's going to get the Dark Riders pretty low. Yeah, nice little pop there. Not the biggest one in history. Maybe on these Dread Spears and this Bleak Sword. But just like casting it through both of those units would be a little bit better. Dark Shards hanging in, but they're really low. On Death's Bed. The Storm Riders should win this, even though they're firing into a Silver Shield, because the shards are just so low. And the Lord is gone for the Dark Elves now, also. Did she die? Oh, she did die. Tyrion killed her ass. Oh, man. So Tyrion has 1,500 value. He's farming a little bit. Dark Riders are fighting the Fireborn. Fireborn really beat up now, but they got 2,600 value. There's more Illyrian Reavers coming up. Dark Riders and Cold One Knights starting to hold on to these points, though. Oh my god. How the hell are the Dark Elves doing this, man? Close game. Strider Rahagra's Pride against Bleak Swords in the Forest. You know, normally infantry wouldn't mind fighting a large target, but they're not losing any stats because of the Strider ability, obviously. Plus, they've got a really good Mighty Roar, so they're going to break these guys up and run them off the field. Maybe could rear charge the Dread Spears there and finish them. Maybe. Coldwind Knights are finishing the Fireborn. Fireborn not going to get 4,000 value, but they still got 3k. Just shy of 3k. Damn good performance from them. Silverins hanging in there. 1,500 on these guys. Beautiful performance. Dark Elves are throwing their mobility out like candy, though. Somehow holding back the High Elves. Oh, both sides are down to dregs, basically. I don't know who wins this from here. Fortunately for the High Elves, this number 3 objective got saved just barely. I mean, it might still flip. I mean, another cavalry unit gets up on this. Oh my god, the High Elves are going to get, or the Dark Elves are going to get the triple cap. Storm Riders and the Heralds of the Wind, though, coming out. Very free cap on the number 1. Rahagra's Pride going to break open this fight here. On the number 2 objective with Tyrion anchoring this. Dark Riders want to come over, and, I mean, they can get a decent little charge, but not going to do much. Ship's Company coming up. I don't know who wins, Ship's Company or Bleak Sword. Wow, and the Dark Riders don't even get into the fight. They actually break from the frightened effects and Tyrion being here. Huge moment for the High Elves. Dark Elves do cap the number 3. They've got the triple cap for now, but they are struggling a bit. High Elves, as long as the Heralds don't just get freely charged down by the Dark Riders, should be able to cleanly win on the number 1. Heralds do get attacked, but they've got decent stats. They just take a little unnecessary damage on the charge. Hate to see it, but they should survive. Just a much stronger unit in melee combat. I mean, you can see their stats massively outpacing the High Elves, or the Dark Elf cavalry here, obviously. So, we get the win there, we get the cap, we get a cap on the number 2, and it's right back to being a favorable position for the High Elves. Back and forth it goes, but a lot of Illyrian Reaver cap coming out, and Coldwind Knights are going to be solid, sure, but Rahagra's Pride are chasing an awful lot off right now. Beat up units, sure, but just to keep them away from the caps so that nothing weak can just rally over and start to put cap pressure on any of these points. It's going to be huge for Monarch because it's going to free up his much healthier army to be able to take better fights than the Dark Elves. Dark Elves really just have one healthy unit currently, and the Illyrian Reavers... Oh, and it's a Silver Helm over here, actually. Even better. They can beat a Coldwind Knight. I mean, the Ship's Company and Tyrion can kind of poke away and drag some models down. You got the Heralds of the Wind poking, and the Storm Riders are just anchoring this outside number 1. Rahagra's Pride have good enough AP. They can get over here and help out and maybe kill this cold one. Silverhelm sweeping the number 3. Illyrian Reavers chase off the bow cavalry of the Dark Elves and get to the number 3 as well. Ship's Company, Spearmen, good summons just to get bodies on the points. Witch Elf's coming up. Oh my god, a Witch Elf in front of a Silverhelm? Freebie here. I would 100% take this. I would even leave the point and not cap this, because you don't need the cap anyways. Much better to just absolutely steamroll this unit, honestly. Illyrian Reavers moving over. They can finish up this Dark Rider and then cap this point. There's another Dark Rider coming up. You get the preemptive proc on the Witch Brew. Murderous Mastery is up. Just going to help the Witch Elves in the value trade, but I mean, look at how hard they get slammed into anyways. Brutal damage. And Silverhelm's going to pull back, and they can just cycle charge now. They can even collapse on the back of this Dark Rider and help the Illyrian Reaver, while the Witch Elves are pushed back. Heralds of the Wind moving around. Don't know where they're going to go, but they can take pretty much any fight here. And that's a beautiful Mighty Roar on the Coldwind Knights. Rahagra's Pride able to help run these guys down. The Ship's Company and Tyrion able to help in the value trade game. able to win that fight, and now you've got Storm Riders and a ship's company on the number 1. No more units over here, please. Very secure. And yeah, just pushing the number 3. Number 2 is going to be fairly well held by the Spearmen. Heralds of the Wind taking down a Dark Rider repeater crossbow. Monarch really starting to control the pace of this game. The Silver Helms go down. They got decent value, though, running over these Dark Riders and the Witch Elves, and with the assistance from Tyrion and the infantry. You can see that the Dark Elves are going to tap out, plus you got Rahagir's Pride. They can probably get on the back of this, and another Mighty Roar is in the cards for them, surely. Just be a little bit more patient with the Scourge Runner Chariots. The Dark Shard line did much worse this game. I mean, they just can't defend themselves from Skirmish Cav and Light Cavalry. Both of which are hallmarks of the High Elves. And wherever the Coldwind Knights weren't was where the Illyrian Reavers were. And Coldwind Knights were a little inefficient this game. They just couldn't get settled in numbers on the field. 1v1, they're pretty good. But they can definitely get dragged down by bows and spears, and Rahagir's Pride and the Fireborn can just crush whatever remains. Really liking Monarch's play. I would even go so far as to say, out of everybody I've seen play today, Monarch has looked cleanest. He is playing on his main faction. He's been playing in a few of these tournaments now, so it's going to be him and a few other people who maybe we haven't seen yet that are going to be the favorites here. Caleb played a really clean game 1. Haven't seen any of his other matches since, though. I just feel like I've got a pretty clean read on Monarch so far. Unless he's lost any of his other matches. Let's actually go check bracket out. Really love to know what's happening right now. Yeah, the Marauder Horsemen are really good. The Marauder Horsemen are just really good if they can avoid shooting or they're faster than you. There's ways to counter the Corn Horsemen. They're great, but, you know, obviously they've got weaknesses without the shield that the other Throwing Axe Cavalry have. The Nurgle Cavalry are a lot crazier in the actual pure skirmish game because they have way more HP. They have poison, so they're even harder to catch. Those are the ones that are really gross against heavy cavalry factions. The Corn Horsemen are best against the Counts, and then also factions that have equal parts light infantry and big targets for them to throw at. The Corn Horsemen's lack of a shield does hurt them a little bit. A lot of factions can just out-skirmish them with their own skirmish cavalry, like Illyrian Reaver Archers and Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, Scourge Runners for the Dark Elves, Kisleva's Horse Archers that sweep, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, shut them down. There's definitely things you can do, but they're definitely a very strong unit on average. These builds by Durnherm are... they are wild. Demons of Chaos in general are just a really wild faction. We might get in and watch this one, but first I just want to see where we're at with the bracket. Finally loaded. It's been very slow. We're in round 5. Couple games are done. We're at, who's up? Yeah, Monarch is up here. Caleb is undefeated right now. Victor doing very well, just losing the one game, I'm guessing, to Korn. What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? We've got Trusty and Rad Ladder. Augustus Glup lost in his round 5 game and is probably going to miss the top 4 because of that. And Roderick lost 2 in a row here as well. Let me just show it off. Or you're not just having things described to you. It's better to show than to tell. Get these ads out of here. I do love that show that it was giving me an ad for. I'm good. I don't need to be convinced to watch it. I'm already literally watching it. Who can make it in? Trusty and Rad Later have a good chance. They might even be playing each other. Let's take a little peek. Oh wow, all the round 5 games ended at the exact same time. Okay, so Rad won. Wait, Glup won? Hold on. I thought he lost. Hey. I'll need to go back on that one. Trusty got the win. God, I keep clicking the wrong buttons. Okay, so final stage, top 4. Wow, oh my god, Trusty. Wait. Who beat Caleb? Wasn't Trusty, was it? No, he beat Chaotic Semmel. Oh, that's round 4. Oh, Trusty did beat Caleb. Wow. Khorne versus Wood Elves win? No way. That's nuts, dude. Okay, Trusty just had the one game where he lost. I need to give him some serious credit because, you know, Khorne is a great faction. They're really strong and perfect for new players, but they can be very tough at times. Seems like that Kislev game where he lost was an aberration. So I'm very excited to see him in the final round because, hey, that's a guarantee for top 4, beating the other, being the only undefeated player. Monarch wins over Roderick. Victor obviously got his win. So we do still have round 5 going on. I just saw round 4 again since it was cut off. I'm not paying enough attention to that. But whatever, who cares? Coast and Counts. Brutal matchup for Counts, usually. Or, sorry, for Coast. Coast just cannot stop Wood Elf Skirmish. What do we want to see here? Who's in the top? Ooh. Here's a game that's going to be between people who are in top 4. I'm curious to see how this one went. Monarch is going for the Shadow Warrior build. Just maxed out on these guys. Going for a very similar strategy as to what Caleb is doing. Caleb's bringing Way Watchers, though. More expensive, and they are AP. Honestly, against the High Elves is a good call, because their cavalry, like Silverhelms and whatnot, and Fireborn are still worth poking at a very long distance, even though they have shields. And one of the Silverhelm variants doesn't have shields, but you'd be crazy not to bring the shielded variant against Wood Elves. Glade Riders grabbing the point, Waystalkers moving up, Heir of Kurnus is online, of course. Very strong. Elithanar is a cool character. He's going to get rolled, though, by Arrow of Kurnus. That's what I'm worried about. Pendulum and Melkoths. I've seen that a lot from Caleb. Or in both games we've seen that. I shouldn't say a lot. I don't know what he brought in the other ones that he's played. Spearmen, Ship's Company, just 2 of each, Illyrian Reavers, and Fire Magic. Fire Magic, very good against Wood Elves, obviously. Gonna need to just keep that guy in the trees, though. The last thing you want is to bring him out at the wrong time and have a Waywatcher volley just kill him in one hit. Because that will absolutely happen. Waywatcher volleys are disgusting. They hit so freaking hard. 23 AP on their missiles is wild. Absolutely crazy. And they do fire, like, reasonably fast for how hard they hit. You see they have the same reload time as the Shadow Warriors, with a vastly superior missile profile. Shadow Warriors are running in behind, and the Lyran Reaver's going to get a free charge here. Oh, you just can't let this happen as Wood Elves, man. You got to be a lot more on top of stopping collapses on your Way Watchers, because they're a very squishy unit. 5,600 HP does not go very far. And when you're on the retreat like this, cavalry especially can really run you down. Very fortunate that the Lyran Reaver breaks here, as the Way Watcher does. The Way Watcher will rally, and you can get them back into the fight. You just don't really want to see, you don't really want to see that early opener. With one of your 1,100 gold units getting run down by something that's literally less than half the price. Glade Riders moving around. Force the Lyran Reavers off of the Way Watchers. Or the Way Stalkers, I mean. The Way Stalkers use their Arrows of Kurnus on the Mage. Mage is on death's bed right now. Really rough for the High Elves. Just, you know, like I said, just hide in the trees, and you don't come out till you get the all clear. Because I don't think Arrow of Kurnus can hit through trees. Far as I know, maybe they can. Be a little shocked if they could. Spearman retreating a little bit. We've got a Lithanar firing his bow. He's actually getting model kills, which is nice. It's not like the most high impact damage in the world. I wish a Lithanar just had 40 ammo. He should have more than enough for these, like, long skirmishy type of games. It's a little silly that he doesn't. Mage gets hit by another Arrow of Kurnus. This thing has 600 meters range. You literally cannot avoid this. That's probably my biggest complaint with Arrow of Kurnus. There are plenty of other Arrow of Kurnus type abilities in this game, and none of them are as oppressive because they don't have 600 meter range. Really dumb that these guys can fire from literally the back of the map. I mean, they could be back here and still be able to hit that guy. Because 600 meters is almost the entire width of this battlefield. It's a little cartoony. It's one of the few things that I genuinely cannot stand in this game. That and how OP Slaanesh is. Eternal Guard are trotting up to the points now. It's been a very slow game. Monarch is at a slight disadvantage. Mostly due to this Way Watcher rallying and surviving the early dive. You can see that the Shadow Warriors are just not really getting any value. I mean, they're just shooting into shielded Eternal Guard on repeat, and that's never going to get them very far. You know, they fire a volley at the Way Watchers, and the Way Watchers avoid most of the damage. A few shots are making contact over here, but nothing significant. I really prefer Shadow Walkers pretty much every single time. Shadow Walkers are just a better unit than Shadow Warriors. Shadow Walkers have poison on their attacks. They do more damage. They have the same reload time, same range, same stalk and firewall moving, Vanguard deployment. But they also have poison attacks in melee, and they have a bonus versus infantry with good weapon strength. Shadow Walkers can fire all their ammo and then also kill an Eternal Guard in melee combat with no problem. They are a wickedly underrated unit by too many High Elf players. Every time I see people max out on Shadow Warriors, I cry a little bit because you can do fewer Shadow Walkers for the same or even better impact because you're not going to get boxed out as hard. Ooh, good pendulum. Not the most ruinous thing in the world, for sure. But good pressure. Definitely gets a nice little chunk of HP off a lot of these guys. The Silverhelm comes in and is going to crush the Glade Rider. Unshielded Silverhelm Mad Lad there. I would always bring a shield just to save your ass if you have to charge a Way Watcher. And you don't want to get one-shot by a good volley. We'll see what the Way Watchers do here. They're going to lay waste to the Silverhelm in a matter of moments. They do need to get the hell out of here. Volley misses a little bit, and they are out in the open field. And Silverhelms do have good shock damage, obviously. Weight Watchers do not hold up well against that. And they actually do collapse here, and they get a really good engagement. They trample these guys into the floor, basically. But because a lot of these models got knocked over, it's actually not nearly as effective as it could have been. Now the Wild Riders are on the flank. Silverhelm's going to go down real quick now. Hey, they got good damage in against this Weight Watcher, though. If there was another Cav unit to follow that up. There's a few too many mobility units dealing with Glade Riders out here. Rahagri's Pride ain't an Illyrian Reaver over there doing that. They are trying to clean up some Wild Riders that are in their own backline, to be fair here. Totally understandable. Wild Riders are a tough unit to get rid of. Their Phys-Res goes a long way. You are going to be shocked when you play into Wood Elves just how strong Wild Riders can be. It's very rare that you play against Wood Elf players and they don't bring, like, max out Wild Rider Cav. Like, not only do a lot of the, not only does 2 of the 3 variants of Wild Riders have silver shields, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and the baseline Wild Riders with the silver shields, to survive missile fire, but they also just hammer home really hard with their charge bonus, high weapon strength, good melee attack. They cost fear, they've got the 20% Phys-Res, and 40 armor is not terrible. I mean, it's pretty damn low, but couple that with the Phys-Res and you'd be surprised how long they can last, even into fights that might, on the outside looking in, seem a little bit sketchy for them to be taking. This Wild Rider gets 1500 value, and the Shadow Warriors are just not good in melee combat. I mean, they just get run over. They're hard to protect. They don't have the poison to slow anything down either. And it's looking like Caleb's making a bit of a counter push. Monarch's staying in this game. Alithanar has also been a little bit mid, to say the least. I mean, he's got 800 value. Against the High Elves, or against the Wood Elves, I don't know what you're bringing him for to use him to shoot against. I think he's here for Stone of Midnight and Dark in the Skies, which is nice. But you don't really need the reload skill, and the missile resistance really isn't the scariest thing for your skirmishers, because they'll trade fairly evenly with the Weight Watchers, regardless. Really is the Wild Rider pressure that's breaking this game open for the Wood Elves, and the fact that their Eternal Guard have just been way more stalwart than whatever the High Elves have been able to throw out. Like, you see their Spearmen running away with very little value here, and this Eternal Guard is paid for itself. War Dancers are over here cleaning up some bodies. Storm Riders running off. Weight Watchers with solid value. Nothing tremendous. About 800 for 2 of them, and another is about to pay for itself. Waystalkers killing the Burning Headcaster was huge. It's finally coming back out. It's really late in the game. It's not out of reach for Monarch, but it's rapidly turning into a situation where it is out of reach. And the War Dancers are continuing to rampage. They're going to kill the ship's company and cap the #1 pretty fast here. Rangers getting shot to bits. I hate Rangers. I think they're an absolutely joke. A joke of a frontline unit. They stink. They're terrible. Don't bring them. Seriously, they are just abysmal dog shit, in my opinion. I don't know what it is about them, to be quite honest. I mean, they have Vanguard deploy. They got Phys-Res. They've got seemingly good stats for an anti-infantry unit. I think it's just their HP pool, honestly. Their charge bonus is pretty low as well. I think if they had a charge bonus of 30, Rangers would suddenly be a worthwhile unit, but until that happens, I just don't see it, man. They don't grind well, they don't shock damage well, they just are middle of the road in every possible respect, and that's usually not a winning combination. Wood Elves capture the number 1. Dryads are out here. They just snuck up through the trees, I guess, and they're sitting on the point. They will beat a Ranger. Dryads are what Rangers wish they were. Dryads have more armor, a little bit less leadership, but they got decent melee attack with magic damage. They've also got physical resistance, and they have ITP. That's not contingent upon anything. Rangers do not have any ITP whatsoever. No frenzy, no nothing. They're just raw dogging life, and I promise you they are not loving it. Dryads are cheaper as well, I'm pretty sure. Burning Head's gonna flip this fight, though. That's nice. Good Burning Head here. It's just a shame that it's the end of the game, and this guy's only now getting a Burning Head off. For the first time, really. And the Dryads didn't even break. Actually holding in here okay. Gonna continue the scrap. The Rangers are grinding, and the Dryads are outpacing them on value somehow. Still, despite being beat to hell. The War Dancers are going to win this fight against this Ranger unit, because Rangers, again, are awful. This Ranger is getting peppered to pieces, and then they get charged by Wild Riders. Wild Hunters of Kurnus, too, so magic damage to get around the Fizz Res, and they're going to shatter here in a moment, probably. Way Watchers don't want to continue the fire, because they're going to do more damage to their own guys. Silver Helms here. Glade Rider's just going to eat the charge, and then we're going to see some movement forward from the Spear Infantry. Illyrian Reaver's going to the outside. Glade Rider's thinking about a fight, but then just diverting, going elsewhere. Nice Burning Head. Rangers did break through against the Dryads. Again, though, the Dryads traded fairly evenly despite getting hammered by Burning Head early on. And by the time they get over to assist the other engagement, the Wild Riders have shown up, and they're going to flip this fight, and the Wood Elves should hold that back point, too. Still got the middle. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are trying to kill Elithanar. Didn't use all his ammo. I don't know if he stopped shooting at some point. 1200 is not terrible. Oh, man, it just sucks that the Shadow Warriors did so poorly. I doubt a single Shadow Warrior got its value back. Caleb did a really good job attacking them with the cavalry. And the Way Watchers have been just a little bit more effective. 1,000 value, 900 value, 1285. Very consistent performance from them. Not shocking at all. Way Watchers are one of the best missile pieces in the whole game. Also one of the most consistent, because they're very hard to lock down because of the mobile support they get from Glade Riders. Glade Riders and Wild Riders protect them very, very well and easily. Look at this, the Dryad actually rallies, and they come back to kill the Rangers with the Christmas Cab fighting in the woods, not caring about being in the forest since they have woodsmen, obviously. Not that the Rangers mind. The Rangers can't really fight these guys at all. Such a cool unit. I love Wild Riders. Aesthetically, Wood Elves look so good, man. I don't think there's really a single faction that doesn't look good as a whole. There's definitely some janky models, but, I mean, that's true of just about any game, and especially for how diverse and wide-ranging the aesthetics are for Total Warhammer 3. See, it really crushed it. You know, the game looks about as good as you could possibly expect it to. Shadow Warriors, oh, they actually did better than I thought. One of them got its value back. The others were a little off, though, just barely paying for themselves. Really did come down to the mobile game. Wood Elves beating the High Elves at their mobile engagements is really rough. I do think High Elves can win this matchup. They just have to keep their Fire Mage hidden. The Way Stalkers just can't be allowed to use their Arrows of Kurnus to kill your characters. Arrow of Kurnus is still very silly, as you can see. It's just so frustrating. What are you gonna do, though, huh? It's in the game. It is a mechanic. You gotta play around it as best you can. We've missed out on the start of top 4, but that's fine. I'm just gonna have them drop replays, and we'll just keep going. It's better anyways, because, you know, peer-to-peer shenanigans with the, hosting and spectating can be very annoying. Some more replays for us to look over and see what we want to cherry pick. I really honestly want to see this game from Trusty. Because this is a tough matchup for Khorne. Sisters of Twilight. You know, Sisters of Twilight... Oh, they're on the Eagle. Okay. On the Dragon, the Sisters of Twilight can actually beat Valkia. And Valkia can get kind of rolled up by them with their bow attacks, because they're impossible to avoid. Definitely lost my fair share of games from that. On the Eagle, though, Valkia will just absolutely crush these two. It's really gross how good Valkia is against the Eagle. The Dragon just has more HP and is a little bit better on average, I would say. Waystalkers here. Just one of them this time, though. Oh, yeah, because the Eagle Quiver counts as Heir of Kurnus. So I guess Heir of Kurnus is limited to 2 in this tournament. Gwyndolor's Vantage available. A lot of Hagbane tips. I don't really think the Hagbane tips are necessary, to be honest. Maybe like one Hagbane tip, and then the other 2 can just be regular bow cavalry. Although the poison is really good. Magic damage, too. I guess it's fine. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. Yeah, bullying Valkia. Honestly, this is why you bring Demon Shield, because, I mean, you just pop Demon Shield and that Waystalker and the sisters would have just wasted their, Heir of Kurnus abilities, and, they're on very similar cooldowns. Heir of Kurnus recharges a little bit faster than Eagle Quiver. So you'll get hit by, Heir of Kurnus eventually, but for the most part, Demon Shield will still mitigate a lot of damage, because that was almost 1,000 damage that came in, and now Sisters are really starting to poke Valkia. This is very common, but she's going to run to the back and just get screened by her army and hide in the woods. It sucks they have to play this cowardly with Valkia against the Wood Elves at times, but it's so much better than letting your Lord get absolutely canned by them. You really just can't afford it, because Khorne falls apart without their leadership, man. It's just an unavoidable fact of life, you know. Slaanesh doesn't really care if their lords die in the same way as Khorne does, because they have ITP at base. Khorne does care because of... It's not just because Frenzy provides ITP, it's also just because Frenzy is the calling card of this faction, right? I mean, that's what the mark gives you. That differentiates you so much more from all the other factions. You lose melee defense to get more melee attack. Without it, you're just at a huge disadvantage. So, Lord Sniping against Khorne is a very powerful strategy. Valkia comes back out and gets hammered again. Chaos Knights with lances hiding in the trees really shouldn't be. They should actually be moving up aggressively here, I would say. The Cultists should also be moving in. because he's just getting shot up. The sisters are blasting away at him. And this is a lie. Do not ever pay attention to the ammunition that they have, because it is a total joke. It's way more than 15. I don't even know how much it is. I think it's 30, and I think each of them have a separate ammo pool. Each of the, because I think the sisters count as 2 models. It's very, they bury the lead so much on this character. Very poorly communicated as to what they can actually do for the most part. Especially in terms of their shooting potential. Marauder's going to engage the Eternal Guard Spears. I don't even bring Chaos Warriors against the Wood Elves. I actually prefer Forsaken. Even though Way Watchers can really hammer Forsaken, Forsaken can actually close the gap and get into fights. Plus, they do great shock damage to Eternal Guard. And Marauders are usually enough. Usually don't need anything else, truth be told. So Stag Knights run over some Hounds, but that's fine, because now you got Flesh Hounds coming in behind, and they get a little bit of a counter charge against the Stag Knights. It's a 2v1. Stag Knights will lose to the Flesh Hounds. They can do good damage here, but they really don't have that much armor. They're very reliant on Phys Res, which is why Flesh Hounds are so good here. The most common thing that I see from Wood Elf players against Khorne is actually bringing Life Magic with the damage reflection. The Shield of Thorns does a lot of work for you. It really saves your bacon in this matchup, because last thing you want is for Khorne to just barely win out on all of the head-to-head fights. Like what's going on here with the Wild Hunters of Kurnus going down to the Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights squaring up and looking to box out the Hagbane Riders. Valkia gets hit by another missile. Sisters of Twilight running away from Furies. Furies actually really do rip the Sisters of Twilight up if they get a good fight against them. A lot more likely than you'd think. Stag Knights get run off by the Flesh Hounds. Flesh Hounds with good value here, baby. Oh my goodness. Value trading Flesh Hounds, it's more likely than you think in a couple matchups. That's why I do like them. They're not a every game kind of unit, the Fleshies, but this is definitely one where you do want like 2 or 3, maybe even 4 Flesh Hounds. This might be one where you do max out on them, because you can always bring in the Hounds of the Blood Hunt to help out as well, because that nullifies magic attacks, and Wood Elves do have a lot of magic damage. Typically. Gate of Khorne has been forgotten about by Trusty, and the Wildwood Rangers do break the Cultists, which is really rough, but not the end of the world. It's going to be okay. Valkia did drop a Sloupnir. I have no idea where, but got her okay value, I guess. Sloupnir is really good against the Wood Elves. This is one of the matchups where it'll get you 1,000 value if you drop it on the right fight. My most enjoyed Sloupnir was a game where my opponent went triple Bladesinger, and I dropped Sloupnir on 2 Bladesingers at once, and halved the HP on both of the Bladesinger units, and then I just completely steamrolled them with Fleshhound and Fury and Marauder dive, and that was GG. It was really funny. That's why you do bring her. I just want to see Demon Shield. That's like the only thing. I don't know why people don't respect Demon Shield. There's so many times I see people not bring it, and I'm just always confused why. Because it does so much for her survivability. You can take fights against anything in the game with Demon Shield active. It can bail you out of bad situations too. Knights, Flesh Hounds, collapsing on the Wildwood Rangers, and the Chaos Warriors, you know, getting to hold in this game, actually, and sitting on the point, holding ground, and that's what they do best, man. They're an absolutely rock-solid line holder. Look at the Marauders, though. 900 value Marauder here. Holy. That's cost efficiency, dude. I mean, Marauders can get killed before they even get into the fight, but boy, oh boy, is it funny when they actually get to fight some Wood Elf units and they just massively outtrade your opponent's goodies. Gated Corn could be used. I mean, there's nothing to use it on, necessarily. I would just drop it here and just position the Bloodletter Summon in front of the Vanguard, so, like, a cavalry unit might get caught. My opponent's not paying attention. NBD, though. Corn's got this game fairly well in balance. I know the value doesn't look good, but it's not nearly as bad as you would think. Valkia just needs to not die. And I'm pretty sure the value trading will swing back in Corn's favor eventually. Hounds of the Blood Hunt over here, getting some pretty good value. They're a little stuck up, though, in the Dryads here. Luckily, they're removing the magic damage, but they are going to crumble out here. They were fighting multiple units, though, and they actually got their value back, so pretty huge performance from them. Forsaken around the field, there's a Fury. As long as Corn juggles the engagements well here, they've got a really good chance of winning, because there's nothing for the Wood Elves to rely on to sit on an objective, and there's enough pressure here to be able to run down the Stag Knight that's slightly out of position. Other Stag Knight over here is feasting a little bit right now. Chaos Warriors getting run down. Give Chaos Warriors an attack order. Don't run away from cavalry like this. You're just giving your opponent a better engagement. Because you're not going to get away from 1. 2, your guys do have a decent charge bonus. It's not crazy high by any means. It's the same as like a Ranger, though, from the High Elves. And shock damage is shock damage. It's better to get any kind of value out of your beat-up units than none at all. And just letting your opponent kind of dogpile over them like that. You do get a kill on the Stag Knight over here. That's huge. The Knights and the Furies and the Forsaken and the Hounds just bomb rush this position with a Horn of Corn and get a free and easy win, basically. That Chaos Chariot was just completely useless. There was not any cavalry on the field when it got summoned. Like, if that's all you can summon, fine, but just hide it in the woods until you see some infantry that you can actually go and attack. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting your breath. Wild Hunters of Kurnus need to get the hell out of here, because they will lose to a Fleshhound and a Fury big time. You know, the Fleshhound basically takes the charge, they take a majority of the damage, and the Furies land on top, just like this. Furies start to grind through the HP, and then whatever you have available around you, you just throw in, and make sure they can't escape from the Furies, because Furies have really good melee attack and great weapon strength. Getting around the Fizz-Res on the Wild Hunters is pretty huge. Sleipnir on the Stag Knights, not the most effective Sleipnir, but it is decent enough damage to be worth it, I think. Oh, we get the Lifecaster coming in? Whoa, where the hell is she? Oh, behind the tree, or behind the pillar here. Drops a regrowth on the Stag Knights. That's nice. Why was the magic not in sooner? Oh, it would have made such a big difference in these fights, man. Oh my god, a Sword of Corn! Kind of a BM sword, just using it to break up the Glade Riders. You might as well use it, I guess. I mean, I love Sword of Corn. I actually game plan around it in some matchups, even. It's very funny. And it does get a win for Corn on the number 2 objective and save the cap here, actually. Wildwood Rangers can be cycle charged. I would get the Furies up in the air, not charge them in the front, though. Furies don't want to charge the front of units ever, unless it's a missile piece. If it's something like a Lothern Sea Guard, then you charge the front of the unit. But if it's a Wildwood Ranger or anything vaguely decent in melee combat or a shot cavalry unit, you do not charge the front of them. You're just wasting your time and getting the Fury killed. Glade Rider is going to take down the Chaos Chariot. There's a little bit of a cap attempt on the number 3 coming in. Corn has the lead. They're barely hanging on to it right now. It is a little grim, honestly. It's going to be kind of tough to close this game out for Corn, but it's certainly not going to be impossible. Sisters of Twilight getting ripped apart by a Forsaken right now. And Fleshhound's actually getting on top of them, too. Dropping a regrowth, and that's being mitigated by the fire damage from the Forsaken. Another reason to have them out. Fire damage mitigates healing by 50%, of course. Very, very strong, and it's keeping the sisters from really getting any benefit out of that regrowth. They get their vigor regenerated, and that's about the best thing you can say about that usage there. Ooh, Fleshhounds just piling onto the Dryads. Should be able to kill them fairly quickly, and there's a Marauder coming up. Eternal Guard are locked down by the Forsaken. The Forsaken are going to hold here for another moment. This is where I'd like to see the Sloughtner used instead of on that Stag Knight we saw earlier, because you drop it on this Eternal Guard and just ice them, and then you can just run away from the Wildwood Rangers once the Dryads are broken. Kill the Glade Rider, replace with the Marauders here, and you get the dub, basically. Hounds of the Bloodhunt are holding really nicely, though. This Fleshhound's got great value, too. They've both come in multiple times now, but they're for sure paying for themselves, each of those summons. Oh, and a beautiful horn. Oh, there we go. So, huge melee attack on all of these Cornate units. Now, come on, let me click on one. Yeah, there you go. Very tired unit with 52 melee attack is scary to see, man. One of the least enjoyed things when you're matching up against Khorne is the army abilities, because Horn is crazy strong. A couple of factions really get shredded by sword, like Vampire Counts, Vampire Coast, Greenskins, Skaven. And Relentless Rage is a very situational army ability, but is really strong when you actually get some good usage out of it. There is a time and a place for it. It is triple cap time for the Wood Elves, so Khorne could just bunker up on the #1 here. Honestly should, because the Wood Elves are going to have a really hard time winning any of the engagements on this point with how many Marauders are here. I mean, Marauders are a rock-solid unit, honestly, man, in this matchup. They really do trade very favorably into everything except for Dryads. And even against Dryads, they can double-team them and take them down. It's not like the best fight in the world. But just, you know, cheap, effective infantry that can scrap against the Eternal Guard and even a Wildwood Ranger. Because, you know, Wildwood Rangers win the fights against the Marauders, but they have very low armor, and the shock damage from Marauders is actually something to behold at times. They can do pretty good work against them. Wildwood Rangers also don't like Fleshhounds and Furies, and obviously the Chaos Knights do huge damage to Wildwood Rangers. And this happens all the time with the Sisters of Twilight. It's almost not even worth bringing Conjoined Destiny, because their leadership is not high enough to stop them from breaking as they're low enough for this to proc. I never see this work. Every single time it's procking, it's while they're running away and they're dying by being run off the battlefield. It is so annoying. They really would need to change that so it procs at around 35% of their HP, because it's got 30 seconds before it goes off anyways. There's not really a point in it proccing when they're at such a tiny amount of HP to begin with, when it's got such a long wind-up time. Like, they're going to get below 20% anyways. I don't know. It would just be nice. I mean, you see the Sisters a fair amount, but a lot of people just cut Conjoined Destiny, and I'm very much on the side of that, because it's usually not proccing in a situation where it's even getting you any kind of benefit. Right here, Khorne just barely hanging on to the points. Crazy good game from both sides here, man. Trusty with a good job of juggling the objectives and knowing when he can just sit on one, and just outlasting the tide of Wood Elves coming in at the end. The regrowths, I would not recommend. They're okay. Really, though, Shield of Thorns is actually just a superior spell here, and what is it? Flesh to Stone can also be nice, because you can use Flesh to Stone against Chaos Knight engagements, because Chaos Knights don't have magic attacks. It can help you trade effectively against those guys. You, like, use... what you do is you use Flesh to Stone and then Shield of Thorns on a Wild Rider that's being attacked by a Chaos Knight, And he actually ended up winning the fight because the Chaos Knight kills itself on the melee reflection. The Stag Knights are solid. It's just a really small army, you know? I mean, and Khorne can go so much cheaper and cost-effective. Look at the value on this freaking Marauder, dude. 1,500 value? What? That's crazy. That's the most I've ever seen in this matchup, and I've seen them get close to 1,000 before, and that's probably on like 2, maybe 3 summons. If this is even on a Marauder that came in 3 times, I mean, that's paying for himself every single time he's been brought in, and still getting 300 extra value on top. And one of these Marauders got the 800, I think this one got the 800 value on 1 life. That's silly, man. I mean, that is the power of them, right? I would get rid of, at the very least, I'd get rid of one of these Chaos Warriors and get another Forsaken. I don't like Chariots against Wood Elves. They've got too many cavalry to shut down Chariots. Not worth it. Bring another Forsaken. Seriously. Like, max out your Forsaken. Because they also screen cavalry really well. Wild Riders hate Forsaken because of how heavily armored the Forsaken are and how much of a charge bonus and their weapon strength. Even though Wild Riders have Fizz Res, Forsaken will crush through it anyways. And then you've got Fleshhounds to follow up with rear charges and harassment and just really lock people down. We've got 1 semis replay. They're in the finals now. Hopefully, somebody saved the other one. But we'll get into the semis match that I just got from Trusty and Monarch. And we'll see how this goes. High Elves versus Khorne. Khorne versus High Elves is honestly pretty even now. High Elves got a lot of help. With the DLC against Khorne, it's still tough. Hold on, I'm asking somebody a question. I need a second. Oh, okay. Oh, I see now. Okay. Nope. House Khorne. We do have the other semis replay, so we'll get into that after we go over Monarch's game. Oh my god, what the Whoa, 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 okay. Oh, that's a lot of halberds. Wow. Hell yeah, honestly, I mean, why not? I mean, High Elves don't have a lot of AP shooting, so why wouldn't you bring 100 armor halberds? And your opponent can't really stop these guys either in melee. Khorne halberds are really quite good. There was a time where I thought they were really useless. I flipped around on that over time. I think they're really good. In particular matchups, I think this is one where they're good in general. In other matchups, I like to pair them with like a Skull Cannon or just to like have a safe space for Skull Taker to run back to, because you know everybody needs a safe space. It's very important, you know. Even the Acolytes of the Blood God need one. Fleshhound's grabbing points early. Chaos Warhound doing the same. Honestly, a good call. Fleshhounds are good against the High Elves. Not like incredible, but they can definitely provide you battlefield control. Get you caps early, which is awesome, and keep, you know, Illyrian Reaver Cap from just triple capping you early. That way your slower, heavier infantry can get to the point, and you don't have to be over-pressing in the early game, and you can have a little bit more time to actually get some stuff done. Emmerich is here. He's got his Breath Attacks, Lord of Dragons, Dragon Horn, Starlance, maxed out Tyrion here, which is super cool. He's got the Vuvuzela of Doom. His Breath Attacks will be good for breaking down halberds, but there's so many halberds. I mean, he can only use Breath Attack 3 times. And, I mean, even if he gets good Breath Attacks on 3 of these halberds, there's still going to be 2 more that he's got to figure out how to get rid of. Because Lothern Seaguard can shoot and do pretty good. I don't really like Lothern Seaguard against Khorne, because they just die to Furies. It's really ugly as well. I've got to build against Khorne as High Elves, because I have played both sides of this matchup. And I'll show you what I like to bring against Khorne, and I think it works really consistently. It's pretty different from this, but not too different, if that makes sense. Dwellers below, don't bother, bring Shield of Thorns. Damage Reflect, Khorne off the field. They have no resilience against that with the spell resistance. Dwellers Below is just going to be disappointing. It's already a mediocre spell, and against the spell res of Khorne, this is about as good as a Dwellers gets. It's still not going to do that much. Like, most of the units are moving out of it. You can see quite a few models are stuck in here, but, hey, I mean, you're going to get a few model kills, and then it's going to wear off, and the halberds are still mostly at full health. It's probably like 400, not even 400 value off of that. It's also crazy expensive. 17 wins of magic for the undercast. Really want to try and use the overcast for the most part. I wouldn't be diving with the Fleshhounds into the Lotherns, personally. I would honestly just leave the Lothern Seaguard alone for now. I mean, there's no reason to push them down. I would just focus on making sure that Skulltaker survives against Emmerich, and you already pushed through the one ship's company that your opponent was relying on to defend your backline. I guess the Fleshhounds are just being sacked while the frontline fight resolves in favor of Khorne. Now the Marauders and one of these halberds should push through, and then basically you can just have the other halberd and Skulltaker sit here and grind down Emmerich. Emmerich is not that good against Skulltaker, unfortunately. You just pop the Slayer Sword and Bloody Onslaught, and suddenly Emmerich is getting his ass handed to him. So he's going to run away here. The fire damage will wear off, and there we go. He's going to start racking it up a little bit. Rangers are fighting some Marauder Horsemen, not really doing much. Oh my god, the Bloodwake Berserker's pushing through. Breath Attack coming down, it's a good one. Definitely getting some nice damage. It's just a shame that it's a million halberds on the way in. And Emmerich can't really even land. Oh my god, the mage dies. In just a couple swings from Skulltaker. Oh my goodness. Really, really rough. And Bloodwake Berserkers on the back of the Rangers and the ship's company here. Silverhelm's going to win against the Marauder Horsemen, but they're going to run out of room after that. Khorngors against Rangers. Probably the one fight that Rangers can actually win consistently. It's going to take them ages, though. I don't know why they just don't cleave through infantry like this. Like, they just don't do well against other light infantry, seemingly. They're working on it. They are working on it. Elsewhere on the battlefield, though, it's just an absolute shambles for the High Elves. I mean, Emmerich is sitting in halberds and getting some damage on Skulltaker, but he is not going to win this fight. The second that Slayer Sword and Bloody Onslaught go back up, it's going to be GG for him, and Skulltaker's just going to run away now. He's going to get out of the fight. He's going to go rotate over to the Bloodwake Berserkers and some Marauders, probably, and just sit there and be happy. You can rear charge halberds all you want with some Illyrian Reavers, but That's not going to go very well. Bloody Onslaught and the Illyrian Reavers is a huge waste. They're already going to get rolled here. Just pinning them in would be a better use of your time. Nice breath attack on the Bloodwake Berserkers. Big damage on those guys, but they're still healthy. Their leadership is crazy. I mean, they're basically an unbreakable unit. They've got 95 at base. Anything near 100 is wicked hard to get rid of. So they're just like sitting right there, having a good old time, beating up on everything now. They will win against Rahagra's Pride as well. Rahagra's Pride are a pretty good unit against them. But if they're sitting here alone, kind of like what's going on right now, it gets really hazardous just because the Lions have very low HP pool in comparison to the Bloodwakes. I mean, they will get handled. Ooh, and a Minotaur comes in. Are they going to stop Emmerich from catching? Skulltaker, great moves from Trusty. Does get smacked, but Skulltaker's leadership is crazy high. He's not going to crumble out, and the Minotaurs are on top of our boy here. Oh, and pinned him against the rock, too. Uh-oh. Ooh, is there a sword? Yeah, Slayer's sword? No, not yet. Just Horn and the Minotaurs crushing Emmerich. Skulltaker goes in to engage. He's got 85 melee attack. That's why he's such a crazy duelist, dude. There's so many ways to give him a melee attack, and he never loses it because of unyielding assault. And Emmerich goes down. We got Furies diving the Lothern Seaguard, finishing them up, finally. Bloodwake Berserkers killed Rahagras. Now they're killing Heralds of the Wind, and the Illyrian Reavers are just desperately trying to stop Halberds from farming value here, but how are the Halberds doing? Have they all paid for themselves? Jeez Louise, dude. Oh no. Yeah, pretty much every one of the Halberds has paid for itself except for this one over here. They've been getting peppered by the Storm Riders. Look how long it's taken to get through them though, dude. The Halberds are still hanging in here, holding down the number 3 by themselves, getting lit up by an Arwar Archer. And this Arwar Archer's used all its ammo on these guys. I don't think they've shot anything else this game. And the Halberds are still hovering. I'm telling you, man, the 110 armor is what makes the difference. Minotaurs piling into Reavers. Reavers piling into Halberds. GG. Rusty with a dominant win, dude. This build is pretty good. Pretty good. All the anti-large just counters the best things about the High Elves, honestly. I mean, you don't even have to bother chasing them around when they have to engage you and just get slaughtered whenever they try. Another Dwellers Below. Again, huge waste of magic, man. Shield of Thorns on your Lotherns as they're getting dove by Furies is going to get you more value. Promise. Okay, Skulltaker's rolling back in. He's got 1900 value, so he hasn't paid for himself, but, you know, he doesn't always have to. I mean, just the fact that Skulltaker has survived multiple dive attempts by a dragon character who's a dedicated duelist-type character, and he's been buffing all of his boys up this entire time, and now is able to just run over crappy infantry and charge his HP up with Gore Feast is really all you need, man. I mean, I've seen games where Skulltaker is heal-capped over the course of time with Gore Feast active, just running down routing units. And it gets progressively harder and harder to snipe him as the game goes on. As your positions break down, you don't have the same missile presence. You know, you're forced to, like, dive on top of him when he's got support. It gets stressful trying to get rid of him. And the Halberds were amazing, and the Bloodwake Berserkers were good, and the Minotaurs just got 2300 value in about 20 seconds killing Emmerich. He got 3100 value still. It's not like Imric was bad, it's just that he didn't have anything else he could do except YOLO into halberds. I mean, there's literally like nothing else in this build, hardly. Everything is anti-large for the most part. I mean, the Marauders and the Furies are the least anti-large thing in this whole build. Fleshhounds are honestly not bad against SEs. I mean, they'll lose to Imric pretty hard, you know, in terms of, like, he's going to have a ton of HP and they're going to be dead, but they've got good mass and they can lock him on the ground for a little bit and distract him, which can oftentimes leave the rest of the High Elf army vulnerable to just a hard push from the Cornate Infantry. Yeah, the Halberds did great. One of them obviously didn't get much because it just sat there getting shot. But the rest of them, if they didn't get their value, it was more than made up for by these two here. It was 1,700 and 1,300. Fairly healthy all throughout the game as well, these four. Rough stuff, man. Trusty with a call-out, honestly, dude. Oh my god. No, I'm not live watching the finals. They're playing that now, and we'll do the replay just so we don't have to worry about the any weird lag business. I cannot abide by peer-to-peer lag, and I've been having a few problems when I'm playing off the beta lately. I don't know what it is, man. Like, this build is just more unstable than the 7.03. I don't know why. It's kind of classic CA DLC shenanigans. Just a little sad and frustrating. Ooh, Counts versus Wood Elves. You know, of all the factions that don't have shooting, that are fighting the Wood Elves, I think Vampire Counts have the best time against them. Just don't let them kill your corpse carts. Don't let them snipe Kemmler with Arrow of Kurnus, and you're going to be fine here. You can just slow push down with all the zombies and stuff. White Kings have Scabscraith, so you're going to dominate the frontline fight. I mean, these Eternal Guard are going to get melted by double Scabscraith. You just pop... you select both White Kings at the same time, and you drop Scabscraith down a line, and both Scabscraiths proc at the exact same time, down the exact same path, overlays all of the damage together. Anything with less than, like, 60 armor is going to go down to less than half HP. Unless it's just something crazy beefy like a Plague Bearer. Even then, they're going to take pretty ruinous damage. Waystalkers are out here, chillin'. You got Heinrich Kemmler. Kemmler should hide in the Cryptar unit, by the way. Because Arrow of Kurnus is great against SEs. It doesn't have great penetration against large targets, so Cryptars can actually block Arrow of Kurnus for Kemmler. And, I don't know, he's just kind of sitting back here. I'm a little surprised that Caleb hasn't thrown these out yet, honestly. Theoretically, they're well within range and can see Kemmler to actually do so? Question mark? Anyways. Kemmler has Tombblade, he's got Invo, Wind, Raised Dead, Undeath Resurgent for the buffs, which is decent. And the Waystalker's just poking. Yeah, the White Kings just don't care, dude. White Kings are, like, corn cultists on just, like, mega steroids. I mean, they've got way more HP, they've got the same... They've got better armor, actually, than corn cultists with the same shield. Little slower, but it doesn't really matter. They've got better stats. They've got great weapon strength with a bonus versus infantry, no less. Damn good leadership. Better leadership than the Corn Cultists means these guys never crumble. White Kings literally will fight the entire game and take almost zero crumbling damage unless they just get absolutely ruined by one good engagement from, like, a stupidly powerful single entity. Fellbats flying overhead with direwolves. Oh my god, all the direwolves in the world. Molly's going crazy with those, which is a good call. I mean, they really are a good answer to all of the skirmish cav that Wood Elves can throw out. And you see all of these units getting bombed by just hordes of garbage, basically. And the Wood Elves are just completely iced out right now. No Scab Scraths yet. You can use it on Skirmish Cav as well, and it does pretty good damage if you double cast it, but just save it, I guess. It's like super duper useful against anything here, and you're kind of killing everything. I mean, the Deepwood Scouts are gone. Direwolves and the Fellbats are just all over the Wild Hunches of Kurnus, and there's no spell to clear this. Like, what are you going to do here? Like, you can't really, like, charge the back of this because there's so many bodies here. And look at that. I mean, you know, how do you counter an elite unit like Wild Hunches of Kurnus? Surround them with a million mobs. You kill them 1 HP at a time, basically. Oh my god, dude. They've got a perfect little circle going. It's kind of cool to see that playing out. You know, I mean, this would be how you defend yourself if you were getting surrounded by hordes of garbage like this for realsies. So that's kind of fun to watch. We're going to get a Wild Rider charge into the back here. Now we may see the Wood Elves break out a little bit. They've still lost a Hagbane tip. Another one's getting nibbled on. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are still basically dead. And there's just so many bodies here. Look how many bodies are up on the points. Whoa, Kemmler died? What the hell happened to Kemmler? Uh-oh. Ooh, that might flip it. Okay. Okay, with Kemmler dead, maybe the Wood Elves can get back in this. I mean, they're stuffed back, though. They are way off the points here. They're getting a little bit of a value lead, but if any faction can outlast you, it is going to be Counts. They can go all freaking day with these damn corpse carts. Waystalkers are poking, but they're going to get locked down by the spears. I just have the spears fight here for a moment, and then push past once the zombies get up to tar pit those guys. There we go. Actually, a really smart play. Oh, they dropped their order, I think. Blood Knights are crushing some of the Wild Riders, and Wild Hunters of the Kurnus. Oh, I see what happened to Kemmler. So the Spellweaver was dropping Arcane and Forging on Kemmler. I was wondering why we also weren't seeing a lot of magic. That would explain a lot. She's going to kill this corpse cart, which is nice, but there's a corpse cart back here, healing and giving perfect vigor to everything. The Firebark Elders are going to run out of steam. They're just not going to be able to outlast the passive healing and the White Kings especially, because, I mean, these guys, not good against armor, really, but they don't really care about being bad against armor because they get passive heals from lodestones, and they got perfect vigor, and they're just going to chip away over time against these things. The Crypt Horrors are also full vigor, doing the same, and just a million zombies and skeletons boxing out all of the summons up here, giving time for the Blood Knights to just maneuver around and crush what Caleb is able to get out. What did he just summon in? Oh, he didn't summon something in. It was it's Kemmler coming back out. Oh, to get hit by Arrow of Kurnus. A few of those missed, though, so, I mean, he can just heal himself, which he does. He's gonna run back in. Alright. Good boy. Keep it up. Chaos Tombblade has massive heal potential as well. He's really good running around with Blood Knights, actually. Blood Knights love fighting with Kemmler. They're like best friends. If you go Kemmler, you're probably going Blood Knights as well, because Kemmler is cheap enough that you can actually shove them into your build pretty affordably. He's really good support, man. I mean, late game, having a perpetual heal of 0.1 is really strong. I mean, it's regeneration on all your units with none of the drawbacks, basically. You can double that up with the Crypt Horror healing, plus the Unholy Lodestone. You get 0.25 healing per second. You get Master of the Dead charged up, and that's another 0.5. Basically, it makes Crypt Horrors impossible to kill because they get 0.3 healing per second. It's actually a stunning amount over time. What is going on here magic-wise? Oh, Arcane and Forging. Okay. But a zombie summoned right before that, so just to continue the tar pit. It's not super needed, but every little bit helps. Why not? And Kimmler is grinding with his Tomb Blade, and it's actually saving him a lot of the HP damage. You can see it stacking up there. He avoided, you know, a decent amount of what just happened with the Arcane and Forging. He's going to be just fine. He's going to pull out through all these zombies just to get away from the Wild Riders. He's going to pop a heal on himself now that his cooldowns are available. Wild Riders diving into Blood Knights, and Blood Knights of 1900 value. Amazing unit in this matchup. Fellbats getting some good damage on the Glade Riders. Poking them down pretty effectively, actually. Skeleton Spears coming up. The Tithe are sitting on the point. Skeleton Spears running the Firebark Elders off the map. Probably just want to rally back. And the Crypt Horrors with 14 models and a ton of HP left. Pretty good value. White Kings pushed all the way up just to stuff back the Wood Elves. I don't know how the Wood Elves get back in this game. I mean, they've got 1 point. They're so far down the tickets. Waystalkers are running away. No more Arrow of Kurnus. No free easy kill on Kimmler. Spellweaver's probably out of magic too. She definitely was using Arcane and Forging earlier, which is pretty expensive. I don't know. Maybe she's got like a Soul Quench or something going. She just uses. She uses an Apo on herself. Let's see what kind of spells there are left. And yeah, Vampire counts, just procking that invo on the Blood Knights, who are going to wreck the Glade Riders here. I mean, Glade Riders, they're really healthy, but the Blood Knights are just anti-large light cavalry unit par excellence. I mean, there's literally nothing you can do to stop this. They just absolutely chew through the Glade Riders. Gonna be going down here, maybe? I mean, they could start crumbling in a minute, but it looks like they're gonna push past. The Chaos Tomb Blade is active, and they got the Hunger going. They're getting a lot of passive healing here. Look at that. 0.22, 15 HP per second. 27 models remain. Undeath Resurgence got them at 62 melee defense. They're holding really nicely. And they actually are able to help kill the Spellweaver with Kimmler. 2,600 value. And they could continue the rampage. I mean, they can run this other Glade Rider over. They can get over and attack the Dryads. Another Blood Knight on the field to do some work. Everything's starting to disintegrate back here, chaff-wise, but you still got the damn White Kings. Hey guys, what's up? Okay, we see you. Looking good, boys. Deepwood Scouts just can't punish these guys, and the Dryads don't have the AP to get through them either. And if it were a Wildwood Ranger trying to attack these guys, it wouldn't really be that good either, because you got one Scab Scraith left on both these White Kings that'll just completely ruin a Wildwood Ranger. And the Dryads end up breaking, actually. Dryads over here break. Good cycle charging with the Blood Knights. Goes the other one. Leadership, pretty bad for our Wood Elf player here, because his Lord did die. It's a perpetual -10. The -16 hurts bad enough, but you got decent leadership on a lot of these Wood Elf units, but Triads at 65 definitely suffer when the Lords start running away, and that's going to be a GG. Caravan of the Blue Roses. It's my favorite banner as well. Cool to see somebody repping. I think that's supposed to be Gorst in the actual campaign. Kind of cool to see somebody using that banner in multiplayer that isn't me. 1,300 on a Skeleton Spear. Ooh, buddy. Big ouch. I mean, that's a 325 gold unit. That's tripling its value. You've got Blood Knights at 2,800 here. I mean, just an unstoppable unit if they get going. Blood Knights are pretty ridiculous, to be quite honest. The only reason that Blood Knights do not destroy in every matchup is because they are pretty expensive. And they're very weak to AP and if they're alone. That's very rare to see happen, though. If they get good heal support like what Molly did with them this game, 2,700 is not abnormal. Or 2,800 even. I've had a game where they got 4,000 value. In one life, no less. They can do some serious work. Oh, the High Elf build. Yeah, let's do the... Let me show you the High Elf build before we get to the, finals. Alright, alright. You're gonna like it. It's very simple. It's really not doing anything too wild. Earthblood regrowth. And, I cut pretty much all the abilities, just to save money. Like, you know, Book of Hoeth is nice, but you're not going for WOM recharge with this, build. You're basically just going for, SE gooning, and you're trying to rip apart the Khorne army from above with breath attacks and Ember Storm. And you utilize some of your other units to just, like, wear them down. What did I always... Oh, yeah, that's right. Just maxed out Illyrian Reaver Horse Archers. 2 Shadow Walkers. Really strong units. You can only get 2 in here because of the 360 shooting. They're the best unit you can use against Khorne, because good against... they can actually defend themselves against Furies. They actually win those fights, and fairly decisively if you give them a Earthblood or 2. Rahaka's Pride is nice. You go Fireborn, obviously. God, what is the rest of the build? I think Storm Riders were in here. A few Illyrian Reavers, and then Silver Helms. Maybe like a ship's company. It's a really small build. Very small army. You will run out of breath attacks, but you need to use your breath attacks on not necessarily the infantry. Ember Storm is better against Khorne infantry than the breath attacks. Actually, the breath attacks are wicked good against Minotaurs. Basically what you do is you have your dragons just like dive bombing Minos when they get out of position. You use the Arcane Phoenix to Ember Storm the infantry, while the one of the dragons stays in the air to breath attack the Minotaurs off the back of any of the fights. Shadow Walkers shoot Minotaurs, and Skirmish Cav. Storm Riders just run out and they kind of do the same thing. You know, just basically shoot all the big stuff, and then in the late game, you're relying on Terror to ruin the Khorne infantry. Because they just won't be able to stand up to all the Terror. If you've got 3 terror-causing monsters running around the battlefield, you'll constantly be able to just pick isolated Khorne infantry and dive bomb them to death. It is a really tough matchup playing this way. This is just what I found successful in the past. This doesn't use any of the new stuff. I'm sure the matchup has changed immensely, but I promise you this will work all the same, because this was something I used post-Omens. So it works against Khorne of any flavor, really. Alright, let's get our finals replay, and we'll get through that. See what time it is and what we have going for us. Oh, I didn't drop it into my folder. I also need to go to the bathroom first before we get into this. I don't want to be rushing through it. So, I'm going to take a really quick break, and I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back, guys. Let's get this bread. Let's see what counts have got going for them here. It's looking a little bit more like what I was hoping Molly would bring. What the Oh no. Trusty, what are you doing, bro? Okay, alright. I mean, Scarbrand is good in this matchup. Honestly, the Bloodbrew Behemoth isn't even, like, a bad unit. There's, like, no cap presence for Khorne is what I'm a little worried about. Hellforged Bellowers is going to be good against Graveguard. Oh my god, this is wild. It's been a long time since I've seen somebody unironically bring the Bloodbrute Behemoth. I mean, this used to be a really good wombo combo against Lizardmen. I used it pretty regularly, and I think there are times that it can be successful. We shall see. At the very least, you've got Bellow of Fury paired up with Slaughter and Carnage, so you can get a breath attack and actually kill some zombies, or preferably get on the side of a Graveguard and just breath attack down the line on them to get some kills, but I don't really love it still. I still think cheap Scarbrand is better. I go back and forth on it regularly, but Rage Embodied and Wrathful Reaper really are like the only things you definitely need to bully with him. Bellowers should never shoot a zombie. Ever shoot a zombie. That is a cardinal sin. I'm a little disappointed in you, Trusty. I mean, just turn this thing off fire at will. It doesn't need to be used on fire at will. It's really not saving you that much micro to just keep it off and to roll it in and just click on your targets. You really need to be controlling this thing very actively to get the most out of it anyways. What I'd prefer to see is you drive it out to here, just blast the side of the Graveguard, because the tracking shots from this thing get you just brutal value with side shots. Come on, let's see here. Come on, Trusty. Come on. He's running into the White Kings. White Kings are not worth attacking with Scarbrand, actually. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but the problem is there's zombies, and you can see Wrathful Reaper causing Scarbrand to rampage and focus down the zombies rather than the actual characters. You do not want your boy getting stuck there. And the Dire Pack end up eating the shot from the Hellforged Bellers, which is another wasteful use on one of its very precious early ammo volleys. The Graveguard needs to be the #1 priority because your infantry are very, very unpresent, to be quite frank. You do not have a damn thing in the infantry game that can grind through those guys. Really, the best thing that Khorne can do against vampire counts, if you run Scarbrand, fine, like, he's okay. He'll do well for you, no doubt. But, double Chosen Dual Axes. Chosen Dual Axes shred in this matchup, and for a cheaper price than the, Bloodwake Berserkers and the Slaughter Guard. Khorne Dual Axes will clear zombies in half a frickin' second. It is so fast, and then you can, actually sit on a point and grind down stuff like Graveguard Halberds. And you can use Scarbrand to just chase the Mortis Engine away. But no throwing axes on the field early is really rough. I don't really like the Hellforged Bellowers against Undead either, because, like, you can do good damage and they'll just heal through it. It's kind of the same problem as what I had in a game against Nurgle. I had a game against Nurgle in a tournament a few days ago, and I went over this on my last stream, where the Bellowers got, like, good value. There were definitely some terrain problems contributing to this, but Festus basically just out-healed all the damage on the Chosen that the Hellforged Bellowers was doing. I wasn't killing enough models, and then it just got tar-pitted, run down by his hero squad, a whole bunch of other stuff, and Scarbrand just couldn't carry the game, so I don't really know about this one. We'll see, though. I mean, Trusty's staying apace of the vampire counts right now. He's taking down these Cryptars. Scarbrand's still fairly healthy. He needs to get the hell out of here and just stay away from the White Kings. Bloodbrute Behemoth can sit in here. This thing has strength from flesh, so it will be healing for ages still. Breath attack time. You got 3 uses on this. Get right here and breath attack down the length of all of this. Oh, it's going to hit the tree, I think. Oh, the direwolves actually interfere. Okay. Hellforge Bellowers can't get away. Just running from Cryptars and the Dire Pack, who have actually chewed it up pretty nicely. Marauders are fighting a White King. Not great for it. Scarbrand's got Wrathful Reaper popped, and he's rampaging. And he's killing wolves, not any characters. Okay, attacks the White King and misses. Amazing. Jesus Christ, Scarbrand. Scarbrand can be really frustrating. And Cryptars are coming out to push the Marauders on the #1 objective. Beautiful sword. Ooh, that was pretty money. Ty, they're basically dead now. A lot of the Graveguard got hammered by that. Need the Bellowers to get active and keep shooting. It has to do work here. Scarbrand is fighting a White King. He will beat this White King. The White King is going to do a deceptive amount of damage to Scarbrand here. Unless he gets the kill in just a couple seconds. Caps are going to be the problem for Khorne here. We got a Fury and a pretty beat up Marauder fighting the Crypt Ghoul out here. Doing okay. Over here, this Marauder is finally being closed in on by a tide of warriors and zombies. Minotaurs are not very useful in the middle here, I'm going to be honest. There's nothing for them to fight. They're just going to run into halberds and die. Same with Scarbrand. And the Bloodbrute. They should all just be leaving and going to the #1 objective. Fighting over here is pointless. This is all slow business. Like, what is your opponent going to do if you leave? Like, is he really going to slow walk his corpse carts and his Graveguard all the way to the outside objectives, leaving them open to actual good engagements from you? He might, but it's really not going to go that well for him. Scarbrand does get a rampage on the Master Necromancer. He's got an opportunity to get some damage in here. Bloodbrute Behemoth comes over and misses its attack, which sucks. Super sad. But a great punch from Wrathful Reaper there. Oh, the Master Necromancer. Oh, buddy. He is lucky to be up in the air now. He's going to get a little bit of healing from Master of the Dead, which is going to be awesome. Scarbrand's still fighting on way too many halberds. Bloodbrute Behemoth can do it. He cannot. Has no healing after all. You can see him slowly getting chipped down here. Ooh, the White King got a slap in on his ankles as he was trying to run away. See, this is just the ankle biters build for the vampire counts. It's a good call out on the big single entities. Honestly, the Bloodbrute Behemoth is looking real good here. I think it's got... there's an argument to be made. Maybe it is a good monster to bring. But instead of doing Scarbrand, you go Skulltaker or Valkia. Valkia is actually kind of good because she can chase the Master Necromancer. If your opponent slips up for too long, you can actually kill this guy in the air. Yeah, I think there's a way to work around this. I just don't know if Scarbrand is a part of a Bloodbrute Behemoth build, to be honest. The Behemoth is completely surrounded now. Breath attack basically just plows into the ground. Skulltaker didn't get much out of that. Slaughter and Carnage is charged pretty high. And Fueled by Rage is giving him some more weapon strength. I mean, he'd have, what, 13, close to 1,300, maybe a little bit less with the Wrathful Reaper popped. So he can hit pretty freaking hard. I just don't know if he's going to be able to carry this game for Khorne, because caps are pretty close, and counts are starting to establish themselves on the outside, and this middle is just still not flipping. This is just still forbidding as hell, and the Bloodbrute Behemoth might actually break before it pays for itself here. It is a crazy expensive unit. $25.50 is a lot to be spending, and it's been sitting on halberds for a long time now. Oh, and Blood Knights on the field. Oh, Blood Knights are going to finish this. Down goes the corpse cart. Bloodbrute Behemoth probably got its value. Yup. But Blood Knights surrounding the Bloodbrute Behemoth will kill it really fast. They have excellent, excellent damage output against the 53 armor now of the Bloodbrute Behemoth. Look at it melting here. Oh my goodness. And another breath attack getting interrupted, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Trusty. He just can't get them off in time. Hellforge Bellowers is starting to pay nice dividends for itself, but those early shots being wasted hurts, and now it's running into halberds. It's going to get ripped apart by the halberds because it doesn't have physical resistance. Nice breath attack on the Blood Knights there. Okay, that was good damage. I think the double SE was just too much, man. I mean... you can do double single entity, but where are the throwing axes? Please. Oh, the throwing axes are so much more important than the Hellforge Bellowers. You can bring out plenty of stuff to grind through the infantry, but there's no easy way to get rid of corpse carts if you don't have throwing axes. Scarbrand and the Behemoth took them down eventually, but they lost a lot of HP working on that in a way that I don't think was worth it in the least. And look, the Dual Axe Marauders, I mean, you might think they can be good in this matchup, and they're fine until they run into armor and grind potential, because their leadership will just make them run away. The second they get into a fight where they don't just massively... outtrade something like a zombie or skeleton warrior, they're gonna get terror routed off the field by one of the many sources of terror that the undead can bring in. There's really not that many on the field right now. Honestly, Trusty is pretty fortunate in that respect, or this game would not be as close as it is. He's starting to fall behind on value, and that's going to be a death sentence. Scarbrand's about to crumble out. He got 3,800 value. Scarbrand ended up being the best part of this build. That's what I'm saying. Like, Scarbrand can be great here. He's dead now, and now there's going to be just dead, awful leadership all across the field. You can see Frightened, Lord died recently, Frenzy is gone. I'm going to get dogpiled by Blood Knights and Crypt Horrors with no throwing axe support. A few throwing axes that we've seen have not really been shooting. They've mostly been getting into melee combat, not doing a whole lot. The only thing the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne should be fighting in melee is something like a Direwolf or a Fellbat. They can even beat the Dire Pack, but you need to double team the Dire Pack. Otherwise, the Dire Pack will survive the initial charge. Kind of nibble on your Horsemen a little more than you really want. Fleshhounds are doing okay. Bellowers is still rolling around, blasting stuff. But you can see the bodies strategy coming in for the undead. I would move one of the Crypt Horrors over to the number 1. So Khorne can still play like an outside cap pushing strategy. Zombies have awful cap weight, expendable, obviously. Can't just leave 2 of them over there and call it a day. Because 2 Dual Axe Marauders will quickly outcap them and take that objective away from you and leave you in an awkward spot where you've got everything on the middle and nothing on your other strong point. Dire Pack are running in, and the Furies should just land and finish this unit. They're gonna win this fight if they commit. Fleshhound's also getting in there. Fleshhounds against Dire Wolves, really good fight for Khorne. The Fleshhounds don't really have a lot to do, though, in this matchup. Fleshhounds are good at running stuff down and interfering in mobility fights, but they don't really value trade amazingly against undead factions in general. They can kill Cairn Wraiths, but your opponent would be an absolute doofus to bring a Cairn Wraith because Khorne has so many other magic damage sources. You don't need the Flesh Hounds. Bring Hounds of the Blood Hunt if you're going to bring a Flesh Hound, and just have the one singular. Because then you can actually do some stuff. Hounds of the Blood Hunt nullify magic damage, and that's always useful against undead factions. They do have a decent amount of it. They've got some stuff that can, like, imbue it, like the Mortis Engine and whatnot, and the Dire Pack, or not the Dire Pack, the Hounds of the Blood Hunt can just completely nullify the imbuement onto whatever they engage against, which is awesome for these kinds of matchups. They can also surround and kill a corpse card, I guess. That's one thing Flesh Hounds can do, but that's only in the late game if your opponent no longer has the mobile advantage, and he can just intercept reinforcements at will, which is a little tough. You can do it as Khorne against counts. You're one of the best factions at it, in fact. You shouldn't really be relying on that to get value for your fleshies. Bellowers is just grinding on zombies. Should move the Cryptors in there, try and trap it, but it's a little too late now. Bellowers actually not pulling out. I don't know if he gave it a move order and they dropped or what happened there, but something. Master Necromancer against Furies. Yeah, Furies to just chase the Master Necromancer all game might be a strategy. Necro guy is not very good at escaping from flying units. He's got very low mass. You can see how quickly his Fury is trying to rack damage up on him. He's going to land, though. That's a really good call. Landing and going to the Graveguard, though, is what you need to do. Look at that Graveguard. 2,200 value. Oh, gracious me. Bellowers is fighting on this middle objective, but Khorne has no cap weight. They just can't do this. Bloodbrute Behemoth moves over. It's going to be fighting the double Cryptar that's on this point. No third Cryptar, actually. Just two. Both of them on the same point. Just no cap weight over here for Khorne is really the only thing that's hampering their ability to cap that objective, actually. It's not a lot of cap weight here. The Graveguard getting over here is enough to stop any attempt. Graveguard over here with 1,800, oh my goodness. Brilliant performance from them. Bloodbrute Behemoth still going, still doing its thing. Got the Horn of Khorne. It is fully surrounded here. Dire Pack are surprisingly good against this thing. They're very small, and they can completely surround the model. Summoning armor is nice, but not an insurmountable amount of armor. Even though these guys have low armor-piercing values, the Dire Pack can still get 3 or 4 AP past, and with like 10 models surrounding, they're doing like 40 damage per second, which is going to outpace the healing from the Bloodbrute Behemoth, plus the Cryptars pounding in on the flanks with their own decent weapon strength and stats. Going to grind that thing down eventually. Bloodbrute Behemoth was pretty cool this game, but I don't really think you needed it. If you're going to bring it, don't bring Scarbrand. And truthfully, Scarbrand is just the guy you go with, period. I actually played Molly a few days ago, and you can see our game on stream. I played a much cagier game than Trusty did. Excuse me. Trusty kind of rushed the vampire counts when they had all these Graveguard, and that's a bad idea. He needed to give himself more time to value trade it ranged with the Bellowers, and then bring up his throwing axes, and then get some more Marauders, and then he can attack. He did everything a little too quickly here. He was trying to do too much, and I think that's why he lost. Truthfully, this is a very solid build. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't love having the double gigantic single entities because, you know, Blood Knights will kill you so fast if they surround you, and you just don't have a way to escape. But other than that, it's something that can work in a pinch. Bellowers got 448 kills, 2,500 values, pretty damn good. Missed a few opportunities to get more value out of it. And yeah, look at the Marauders, man. I mean, They all came in multiple times. None of them paid for themselves. They're just not good against undead. That's why I think you should think about cutting one of these 2 big SEs and just get some of the good Khorne infantry. I mean, seriously, 2 dual axes for Khorne will kill everything, like the Chosen dual axes. They're such a cool unit, and this is like one of the few matchups where they can really feast. Go maxed out Scarbrand if you want, and then go for something like this. Sure, 2 Marauders here isn't bad. I can just vet them up a little bit. Why not? I mean, chevrons are good to use if you've got a little bit of gold left over. You could even get another, you could get another Marauder. Jeez, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Another Marauder if you want by cutting some of Scarboy's abilities. Just for some more cap weight and get Fueled by Rage. Like, this is all enough. Like, Fueled by Rage keeps him from suffering from the wounds attribute. It also procs at 50% HP. So he gets a nice damage boost before he even gets to the wounds status, which is at 25%. Wrathful Reaper for Power Spike and Rage Embodied for the Rampages, obviously. And the Rampages can force the Master Necromancer to the ground. Throwing Axes can kill Corpse Carts and Mortis Engines, with the Chosen just grinding through all the chaff and the Graveguard Halberds, and you just win. There's really nothing that the Vampire Counts can do about it if you play your cards right that way. It was well played by Trusty, though, with his build. His build was certainly not bad. It just needed a little bit more finesse for it to actually end up paying off. Like, do something like this if you want to. I actually really like Blood Shrines now. I used to not. I used to think they were kind of a terrible unit in point of fact. But Blood Shrines can get you a lot of value. Just running around, buffing everything up. It gives 8 leadership, not 4, because it also has an encourage effect. It's really nice if you don't go Skull Taker. If you go Scarbrand, then having a Blood Shrine in reserve is nice, because it will help your front line immensely. Anytime you get extra melee attack for Khorne 8 units, and they're already high melee attack values, buzzsaw time, man. You will chew everything up and spit it out with no problem. Yeah, and you just go Furies with a couple Minotaurs to help you out. Hounds of the Blood Hunt to nullify magic damage if Mortis Engine does get into place and you don't have throwing axes for some reason on the field. And you just go to town. You will outgrind everything with the damage from the Chosen. The Chosen are so crazy against the undead. I've seen them get 500 plus kills with absolutely no problem. They do not blink. And Scabscraith will not touch them. Breath attacks can hurt them, but are very rarely going to be doing enough damage to properly break and push them off the field. And they'll just get right back to their business of killing all the zombies and chaff. And once all that is gone, that's where the vampire counts fall apart, because Cryptars and their mobility struggle so badly against units without the chaff support. Yeah, that was a scary moment, man. If Scarbrand had killed your Necromancer there, then I think Trusty could have had a way back in. It was very, very close. Just suck it, Micro. You'll get there, Trusty. Don't worry about it, dude. Like, you were doing really well. That's a very stressful build to be running against vampire counts, and you did really, really well. You just don't fight on the halberds. So those halberds really chewed you up. And I don't think you were really clocking it in the game, just how much damage they did to your big guys. If you take less HP damage from there, and you utilize your SCs to maneuver around to the other objectives, and just play on the outside instead of trying to scrap over the middle, then I think you win that way as well. There's a lot of ins and outs. You can win with that build. I'd love to see you do it. I challenge you to do it. Because I think it just takes a little bit more experience for you to get there. Molly won a very well-deserved win, because that is a brutally tough matchup against Korn. So, huge kudos, man. Molly, you crushed it in that finals game. Let's get rid of the ones we've seen, and we've got a few more replays. I'm going to do 2 or 3 more, and then we're probably going to call it. We're going to try and prioritize some of the people we haven't seen. Definitely do Empire's game here. Yeah, because we watched Nick play earlier. Believe... Yeah, he struggled in the one game we've seen from him so far. It was definitely like a knowledge check kind of situation. He was going up against a really wacky Kislev build, and I think he panicked a bit. Didn't know what to do. Didn't quite have the right answers in his army. I do see a bit of an adjustment already. You got the Umbral Tide in here, like right out the gate, and Umbral Tide are good against Skaven. Skaven love Rat Ogres, obviously. Doomflayers as well are pretty good against Lizardmen, so Umbral Tide can hammer against those pretty effectively. Plus, they have Stalk, so they can get in pretty close, and they can actually do good damage to weapon tames with their shots. They have to be able to see something like the Natty Bubos to do so, of course. Natty Bubos have Stalk and Snipe, so they're pretty hard to spot. Plague-Claw Catapult is a really good call. Very powerful artillery piece. Contamination lowers leadership, plus you get the -10 at base since it's artillery. So you're lowering leadership by 20 with this Plague-Claw Catapult, actually. And it thumps, dude. It's got a lot of ammo. It fires fairly fast at 18 seconds. A lot of artillery fires at like 20 plus. So you don't have to defend it quite as long as some other artillery pieces. It's got magic damage ammo as well. A lot going for it. It's very long range at 400 meters as well. So it's pretty cool to see. Tretch is the Lord. I actually don't even hate Tretch. I mean, he kind of sucks, but honestly, he sucks in a really funny way. In that he's hard to snipe. Like, Lucky Skullhelm makes him impossible to kill in the retreat with all this damage resistance, because he'll be losing combat and just ignoring most of the damage you pump into him. Tretch's Raiders is also kind of good, because it does give a buff in the front line to your units that are winning fights. It doesn't... Tretch himself doesn't need to be winning any fights. Just your units themselves need to have the winning in combat. I don't know if you want to call it attribute. I guess it's more of an imbuement. Good shots from the Natty Bubos to push back the Umbral Tide. Gonna be running and probably dropping like a model or two. Yeah, 2 of them drop there. Colossadon Hunters coming in. Saurus is getting hammered by the Night Runners and the Catapult. But Lizardmen do have the point. We'll see how long that lasts. Double cap here is looking pretty solid. They got a lot of bodies. A lot of really durable bodies, too. Holy Saurus. Which is why the Catapult is such a good call-in early. It's going to break down these Saurus quite a bit before the Skaven move in and get engaged. And they do have a lot of Storm Vermin here. Empire went really deep on Storm Vermin, in fact. Just Clan Rats and... Sword and Shield halberds on the flanks. Really not bad for defending. And again, another really nice volley from the Plague-Claw Catapult. Lot of damage early from this thing. Yeah, almost 300 value. It's a 900 gold arty piece. These things pay for themselves like 2 times over if they get some accurate shots off during a game. All they need is a few good impacts to really start to pay for themselves, as you can see. Pretty scattered frontline engagement here. Night Runners actually running down Skink Skirmishers, which is really not bad at all because Night Runners have Fizz Res and Skink Skirmishers do not. So they're a lot more resilient in the actual skirmish trading game. Skink Skirmishers have more ammo, while Night Runners have a lot less, but are a little bit more powerful with each shot, I think. Yeah, just a little bit, though. Not that much better. And really, it's just the fact that these guys are a little bit better in melee combat. You see the Skink Skirmishers kind of get outstatted by Night Runners. You can use Night Runners to run down Skink Skirmishers if you want. Not like the best thing to do in the world, really just screening out Skinks. Letting the Night Runners get shot up and trade that way is better for you. Empire with a big value lead. Pretty rough, and Skaven can do this a lot, and it looks like the Colossadon Hunters got locked, yeah, they got locked down by the Howling Warp Gale, and then shot to bits by the Jezzail teams. Oh no. Coldwind Riders are trying to get into the backfield, but look at this screening with the Stormvermin Halberds. That is really beautiful infantry control. Coldwind Riders cannot get around the flank effectively. Finally turn the corner, and they're going to go after the Playclaw Catapult. But Rat Ogre Summon. Beautiful timing from Empire. And he's got 1,500 supplies, so he can bring something else in if he wants to try and get back here and help save this thing. Doesn't really need to. It's almost paid for itself, and actually breaks the Saurus Spears here. And the Clan Rat sitting there could go after the Salamander Hunting Pack if they want. Or the Razordons, sorry. Oh no, that is a hunting pack. It's kind of hard to tell. The Umbral Tide have a very distinct reddish hue, and the other regular hunting packs are very grayish looking, which is the same color as the Razordons, so from a distance it can be kind of hard to tell which is which. Shots coming down on the Warplock Jezzails and not really finding good purchase here. Subsequent follow-up shots doing a little bit more damage, but leaving quite a bit to be desired, honestly. And yeah, the Coldwind Riders just getting run down by the Rat Ogres. Playclaw Catapults, you don't want to charge from the front. What happens when you charge these things with cavalry, a lot of the time, the models get stuck on the massive artillery piece models. And they don't push past to get on top of the crew. And the crew will just be sitting back there, healthy as can be, while the Rat Ogres come in and just hammer your cavalry into oblivion, and then the crew just starts shooting like the second your stuff is gone. And then you get pushed right back down. Clan Rats are really the only thing that has died. A lot of healthy Stormvermin trenches holding up the advance of some Saurus. Warp Fire Throwers have actually been shooting for quite a while now and getting some good value. Natty Bubo's 1,900, brutal stuff. Jezzail over here was 16, great value trading for the Skaven. They are just dominating this game. Empire with very clean positioning, and Nick, I think, is just not quite understanding where things are going wrong and is being a little too over-aggressive. Very normal for a new player. Nothing wrong with it, obviously. I mean, everybody's got to take their lumps before they really learn. It took me a long time to get my feet under me in multiplayer. Once you do, though, it's just like a totally different experience. You don't feel discouraged, and you kind of understand why you're losing, and you can kind of, you know, make calls on who your opponent is and what you know them to like, in terms of like a general build. You can kind of counterpick them a little bit better and have a better time playing into matchups and still bringing whatever you want. You know, domination mode is very flexible. I've been very direct and strict about the kinds of units that I prefer to see. But don't get me wrong in thinking that's the only way that you can play. There are so many build combos that you can pull in domination mode and win with. There is absolutely not a hard-coded meta. There are units that are weaker and stronger, but outside of Slaanesh, there really isn't anything that's overpowered, I would say. Dreadmauls. Dreadmauls are kind of overpowered, but it's usually just a unit or two, and they do tend to get called out pretty quickly within the community, and they get banned or limited to something more reasonable. And then all is well in the old world at that point. Lizard's holding on to the number 2. Number 3 gets capped by the Skaven, though, and there's just not a lot left for Nick on the field. He did not get any of the weapon teams offline either. Natty Bubos have like 2,400. This Warplock Giselle, God, this Warplock Giselle might get better value than the Natty Bubos, in fact. Warfire Throwers almost doubled their value. Play Call Catapult paid for itself. Still has ammo, too. What is it shooting at? Oh, it's wasting ammo on Saurus in the trees. Doesn't really matter, though. Gorok is getting Flensing Ruined, which sucks for him. He does not want to get hit by that, obviously. And a Rattling Gun team waddles out to shoot the Croxagors. Croxagors are engaging the Warpfire Throwers. Under withering fire, though, and probably not going to last much longer. They're going to go down pretty fast here. That Flensing Ruin hurts. It is a very powerful spell against single entities. And Gorok, he's got a fairly limited HP pool. It's pretty decent for a foot character, honestly. 50-100 is not bad. He's got great stats. He's got some really good abilities, too. I would cut Shield of Eons. It's just not that useful. But I would bring Mace of Ulamok and Standard Ground. The shield gives armor, but most of the time people are bringing AP shooting against lizards anyways, just for extra damage against the Saurus and to shoot down your big monsters like your Bastillodons, which have 140, which people are game planning against. Stegodons and Troglodons even have okay armor values that you want AP against, so I don't really see the point of having this. Expert Charge Defense and Charge Reflection are pretty gimmicky. If this was a passive and it imbued these attributes, then yes, 100%, but a very short duration activatable ability on a very slow character, no, hell no. Save the 200 gold, man. Not worth it. Rocket Itza is good, though. Fizz Res of 40% and Vigor Reduction. Pop that on cooldown every chance you get. 60-second cooldown is really short. Cold-Blooded comes standard, and I think he's got 2 to the death bound to him, so you can't get rid of that either. Maybe you can, but it's not worth it. This is a good ability, too. Gorok is just fun, dude. I love Gorok. I bring him against Dowie all the time, because he's actually really good against them. He thumps the heroes that they bring, and can also just grind against infantry on points and survive for ages. Hunting Pack being shot by Night Runners. Good Night Runner summon and good interception in the back line here. Just poking these things down. They've gotten 900 value. Cut the chevrons, man. They really are not that useful. If you want to put, like, a chevron on a couple of low-tier units for, like, extra leadership, and they're in your starting army, yes. No unit in your reserves should ever have a chevron, because that just makes them more expensive to summon out, and makes value trading harder, and the extra stats are usually not that impactful. Because it's, like, 1 or 2 extra leadership and a little bit more melee attack and melee defense. There's really never a situation where that is massively improving performance for the price that you have to put in. Gorok gonna go down here, getting shot by the Giselles. Natty Bubos have come back in. This Rattling team has about 1,000 value. Vixtrans little low on value, honestly. This is a pretty decent unit. Vixtrans are kind of fun to play around with. They're a little squishy. They get countered pretty hard by any magic damage, but I actually think against lizards, and especially against dwarves, they have a lot of play. Any faction where you can, like, use them as a aggressive flanking force to, like, collapse on the back of decent infantry, and Weeping Blade them, and then have clan rats fight even more effectively there, can be really awesome. They can get you some work done for sure. Yeah, Rat Ogres did okay. All the weapon teams got value. Oh my god, 2,700 on this Giselle. Filthy, filthy value. That thing earned all 3 chevrons, by the way. You can get chevrons in-game, and that's fine, because the chevrons in-game don't count for future cost. If you earn the chevron, then your unit is the exact same price as what it costs to add into a build. Couple more. This is cool. This has got Slaughter Guard. And it's Warriors of Chaos. We've seen a lot of Khorne, but we haven't seen much Warriors of Chaos today. Scrunge, I think, is the only person who is on them. Warriors of Chaos are really strong now. They're really good if they get to bring Bearmen, but their Bearmen are being banned from Warriors of Chaos, which I agree with. I think Bearmen should only be available to Norska. That seems to be the consensus from most people as well. Alright. Typing out a message, and we're here. Scrunge with his 18 units against the much more numerous undead. Emperor Luku. He's going to be rocking in here. Actually, is Hellman freaking Gorst? Are you kidding me? Okay. I mean, Gorst is not awful. He's got the Mortis engine. He has the Unholy Lodestone. Vigor Mortis is really good, of course. Master of the Dead. And Regen means that he can heal pretty aggressively. You need to have something to stop Archeon getting to him, though. Archeon, with his abilities, will just absolutely annihilate Gorst in 3 or 4 swings even, because Slayer of Kings gives 75% weapon strength increases to Archeon. On top of Flaming Sword of Ruin, which can give him another 30% base weapon damage, which isn't that much. It's only like 50 weapon strength, but it's not bad. He's just got stupidly high melee attack and melee defense as well. So, yeah, the 44 of Gorst is a little low if Archeon finds him. And he'll be getting 20% more damage as he's swinging in because of his fire damage, obviously. Gorst has regen, so that's a weakness. And then Kindle Flame, whenever it's procced, is another 20%. So you'll see Gorst taking 40% extra damage on top of like the almost 800 weapon strength that Archeon would have when he activates his Slayer of Kings. You get the picture. It would be an absolute nightmare. If Emperor can protect Gorst here, though, he should have an okay time. There's a lot of Marauders in this build, but the Slaughter Guard are here, and some Chaos Warrior dual weapons who are pretty strong. They've got a lot of armor, so Scab Scraith is kind of useless against them. You only have 1 White King on the field, and he didn't even bring Scab Scraith, which is a big mistake. White Kings are fine. I don't really think Heroic Killing Blow and Potion of Strength do anything for them. I mean, they're fine. You get 1 use out of the potion, though, which I don't think is worth it. If potions gave you 2 or 3 uses, maybe they would be good. That's something to talk about with CA. You bring Scab Scraith so you can just kill Marauders at the front line, and your skeletons and zombies can push up to Tar Pit actually scary units like the Slaughter Guard and the dual weapons, who you then pile onto with Cryptars and Mortis engines. Archeon gets stuck. That's gonna be really bad. I mean, he is not getting out of here either. The Cryptars are like completely surrounding him, and he's on foot. I don't know how I didn't notice this before. Never bring Archeon on foot. He is not good as a foot character. He's too slow. He's got 35 speed. Your opponent will literally just walk around him all game, never engaging him. Just put him on Dorgar. I mean, it's 400 gold for the horse. He gets a bunch more HP as well. Gives up to 6,900. I would cut Paragon of Ruin and just have Crown of Domination, because that gives you the ITP. Armor Morcar I don't like. It's fine. It's better than some of the other Charge Reflection type of abilities, because it gives him melee defense, which is nice. And it affects everything in a radius, so that's cool too. I just don't think it's that good. Scrunge is starting to fall behind against vampire counts, and that's an awful sign. Early on, you should be up against counts by a fair margin, because if you're not, you're probably behind, not by the difference that you see here, probably by closer to a couple thousand, because of how much healing the counts have on average. Especially when their corpse carts are well positioned, but the corpse carts are a little far away from anything of substance. You know, you've really just got Hellman on one. There isn't another, which is kind of odd, but whatever. Blood Knights should never attack Slaughter Guard, nor should Hex Wraiths. Look, this is why Slaughter Guard are so good. They've been fighting for about 20 seconds and they already have paid for themselves. They literally kill everything in the Vampire Count's roster. And it's not even close of a fight. Blood Knights get bodied, Hex Wraiths get bodied, Cryptors without support get bodied. Even with it, it's pretty tough. They have a ton of melee attack that will never drop because of Unyielding Assault. So even once they're at the point of exhaustion, they still have all their stats, and they have good weapon strength too. Plus they imbue a flammable effect onto everything we're fighting, making it all weaker against fire damage, which means that, of course, Khorne throwing axes get even more effective. So there's just so much going for this unit in this matchup. And they have 2,500 value already, 26 and counting. Honestly, it would be really funny to see Scrunge win, despite Archaon dying basically right off the bat. I mean, Archaon going down within the first 5 minutes of the game is never ever gonna happen normally. Him being on foot is just, like I said, a really bad idea. Please don't do it, Scrunge. Save yourself the headache, dude. Foot characters are really bad. There's like one or two that are decent, and it's very matchup dependent. Archaon works better when he's on his horse. He's got a named horse. Like, come on. Put him on it. Let's see it. Everybody wants to see Dorgar being a cutie pie, running around with his big, terrifying, you know, Lord and Master, slaughtering everyone. Severed Claw are okay. The Aspiring Champions in general are pretty strong for Warriors of Chaos. They're a little bit better in matchups where you need sustainability on a point against shooting, typically. That's what the regular Aspiring Champions are for. The Severed Claw against the Vampire Counts is fine. They've got full cap weight. They got this shield that's pretty nice. Buffers a lot of damage for them, and rock solid leadership, plus the magic damage and the halberd bonus versus large of 30 means that they just grind through zombies, and anything short of a Graveguard great weapon is not going to do much to them. Helmet Gore should get off this point. He should actually just move up to the middle to help out here, because this is where all of the good Mortis Engine targets are. Him sitting down on the low ground does nothing. And it looks like he is going to get the movement order to go over. It's going to be a pretty rough fight in the meantime, though, for Emperor. He is doing a pretty good job of stacking his units in a nice little box, I suppose. He's not really keeping the Warriors of Chaos off this objective, though. That's a problem, because you know, zombies and skeletons have awful cap weight, so you can see immediately that the warriors are starting to flip this. Kind of a fun little interaction going on here. Warriors of Chaos, like, surrounding the box and then getting in. Throwing axes get chased back by Vargeist. This is what Vargeist are really good at. They are actually very effective at dive bombing skirmish cav. So they've got 92 speed, which is about as much as the Marauder Horsemen do. They're fairly cheap. If they've got a Fellbat with them, they can take on anything. The only thing that Vargeist really struggle to deal with when they're chasing Marauder Horsemen is like shock damage responding to them, like Fleshhounds or Furies, like diving them when they're either landed or Furies while they're in the air. That's really the only thing that makes them struggle. Chaos Armored Trolls are dying. They're having a rough go of it. They dove into the Graveguard Halberds and got cut up pretty badly. Now, the Trolls can be useful because they've got a lot of armor, but their leadership is really bad, and they're very vulnerable to terror routes, and Undead have lots of terror-causing units. Not a lot of terror-causing units in this particular Count's army, but it doesn't really matter. The 45 leadership is just really terrible in general. Add on to the fact that you lost Archeon, so you really hate to see it. Zombies summon behind the Trolls, not going to get much done. Gorst is not doing any damage with the Reliquary Corruption, by the way, right now. He is providing the Vigor Mortis to most of the units here. He's a little out of position, though. You got to creep him a little bit farther forward for it. You see the radius here is ending off, and it looks like it's hitting these units, but it's not technically because it needs to be centered over the, like, center of the unit. The center of the unit is just wherever the flag is, and it jumps around sometimes, and units are spread out. It can be a little janky at times. This fight's going okay for the Counts, but they need to get their other Cryptar in here. They need to make sure that these zombies and skeleton warriors can get in and sit in on top of the dying units that the Vampire Counts have. That will very shortly be crumbling off the field. Graveguard Great Weapons are doing good damage to the Slaughter Guard, and the Aspiring Champions here, the Severed Claw, are finally losing their Overshield. They're going to start to struggle pretty badly. Another Aspiring Champion is in here, though, and doing just fine. What is the Slaughter Guard up to? 3,400 value. Ugh. Grody business. Hell Cannon's just shooting at God knows what. It's got no value. It's got 166 kills, and it's done nothing, basically. Finally plowing into some Graveguard, and immediately jumps up a decent amount, so love to see it. You gotta be very conscious of what you're shooting at with Hell Cannons. I don't think Hell Cannons are that good against the Undead, to be honest. They're fine, but they're better against mortal factions because the Hell Cannons imbue the damage by artillery contact effect, which is -10, and take cover, which you just saw there, gets procced by their shots. So they debuff leadership really nicely. I'm trying to show it off here. Take cover is there, but the artillery debuff is a very short one. Doesn't last nearly as long. Where is this hitting? Show me the goods. Okay, it hit these guys. Yeah, there you go. Why is it... Oh, does it not imbue the artillery damage modifier anymore? Dude, if it lost that, that's huge, honestly.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I could have sworn it still imbued it. Wow, no longer imbues the -10. Okay, so not nearly as good against mortals as it used to be, but still does good damage. I just don't think it's got enough ammo for the Undead. If you bring the ROR's Hell Cannon, you've got ammo all day for the Undead. Regular Hell Cannons are a little shy of it. I don't think you really need them anyways. You've got throwing axes and javelins if you need some pressure on the mortis engines and the corpse carts. It's not quite the same as corn throwing axes, but you've got plenty of options as the Warriors of Chaos to usually be able to outlast the Undead. It's just a shame that Archeon's not here for Burning Head. Burning Head would have cleared out a lot of the zombies that have been helping these Cryptars value trade. Some of these Cryptars haven't been doing much, but this one here is really what I'm thinking of. 1440 value is really damn solid. The fact that they've been on the field for so long is also nice, because a lot of value is actually tied up in beating them down. Because they're a 900 gold unit, and they very often will heal cap with regen active, and then especially if they're around something like a corpse cart, you know, with Hellman giving them an extra slight heal. Master of the Dead also helping out there. Make it very difficult to hold up against those guys. So the trolls rallied. This troll did pay for itself, but I doubt the other one did. Yeah, only half the value that it actually costs. Pretty rough. Good win for Emperor, for sure. Did a really good job with positioning for the most part. Hellman was the only part of this that I'm not a fan of. He's got summons, which are decent because they're Graveguard summons. He's just a little slow since he can't maneuver between points. There is a cool thing you can do with Hellman, though. You can bring Liber Noctis. You can bring Invo if you want. Really, you can just bring Gaze of Nagash, though. Gaze of Nagash, Hellman Gorst cart, is actually really strong, because this is a very powerful snipe spell. If you're on a little hill or on decently level ground, this will shred characters in a really nasty way, and you get the recharge from the Liber Noctis, and you can even go for, you can bring double Necromancer. You can do some really cheesy stuff with this, okay? So bear with me. This guy can also go on the corpse cart. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, you can do a triple Forbidden Rod, basically. Like, Liber Noctis has 2 uses. Forbidden Rod is 3. You can stick these guys on the corpse cart, so you don't even have to spend any more money on the corpse carts themselves. Cut all their spells, because they don't really need it. Master of the Dead, you do put on these guys. Lesser Raised Dead is kind of funny. I mean, it gets them up to about 1,050 gold, these 2 abilities, but it improves their healing because it goes from being 0.05 to being up to 0.1 once Master of the Dead is procced, and you can just spread these guys out all over the entire field, get all 3 of them charged up to max. Your opponent can't sit anywhere near Hellman Gorst because of the Reliquary Corruption. So even when he maneuvers over to try and sit near the other Necromancers, you can just, you know, have them tar pitted up with like a million zombies. I really like Königstein Stalkers. It's not going to tell you anywhere. Königstein Stalkers have full cap weight, while regular Skellies do not. Regular Skeletons have expendable cap weight. Königsteins have full. Because they're an RWAR, and I guess they're just high enough quality. They're a really sneaky good unit to have in your opener. So they provide you a full cap weight unit in circumstances where you normally don't have any of those out on the field yet. I do like Sternsmen if you go for this kind of build, because the Sternsmen are really durable and they love getting extra heals. Makes them impossible to kill. They will literally heal cap in no time flat if they're taking damage of any kind. And they give as good as they get. They've got great stats and will chew through a lot of units for you. You can bring a Halberd as well with this build, and got a little bit of mass with the Crypt Horrors. You got a Graveguard and the Sternsmen. You can just like find people to sit on and defend. You can just bring a bunch of Vargeist and some more Crypt Horrors, and Dire Pack, and Fellbats, and some Wolves. And then you've got some flavor. You can do some Crypties, and with 1050 gold, you can do another Vargeist and max out if you want. Or you can bring a Black Knight. Like, one Black Knight with the Lances can be kind of good. They've got Strider, so they don't suffer penalties on terrain, and they hammer with this 75 charge bonus. Sneaky good unit, man. Sneakily good. Especially into factions that have the Marauder Horsemen. Because Black Knights and stuff have armor and shield, so they can actually survive a little bit of the skirmisher fire and screen really nicely for you. And they are a premium off of Blood Knights. Blood Knights you don't need against Warriors of Chaos, really. You need to control the Horsemen and have some bump and grind in the front line. with the Crypt Horrors and then the Vargeist, and you just like summon out units to get underneath these guys as needed. As all your zombies and skellies crumble out, you'll be able to resummon them in good order because they're so cheap. It just takes time for them to get back to the points. You should have insane sustainability, and you can just have Helm and Gorst gaze into gash characters and single entities all game, and your opponent's gonna cry because he's basically an artillery piece at that point. You don't even need to overcast gaze. Normally it's worth it, but honestly you can just undercast it all game. It's on a short cooldown anyways. He'll just be blasting from downtown. It does good damage to infantry also. There's a lot of utility in that spell. Gaze into Gash is how I won the Chaos Tower map. It is a little OP against certain factions because of how much damage it does. Gaze into Gash against the Death Shriek rockets is really disgusting, dude. It ruins them. In fact, why don't we end off with one more Counts game? Saw win last game. Molly obviously took the tournament, so huge kudos to him. Let's get one last game in here to see what the dealio is. Because Chaos Dwarves can be a little tough for Counts. Excuse me. Now, usually the reason that Chaos Dowie win against Counts is because of Kadai Fireborn. Don't see any of those right now. You've got Manfred in the sky with Gaze into Gash, Purple Sun, and Invo. So he's got Blob Punish, which is nice. Chaos Dowie can tend to blob against the undead. I don't hate this build. I don't like the Death Shriek Rocket Launcher. It's too vulnerable against Counts. They have way too many units that can just get back here and sit on top of it and drag it down. And since they are undead and they don't rout, it's very likely that they just kill this thing with like one Direwolf. I mean, I'm serious. It's really ugly when Direwolf gets on top of the Death Shriek Rocket Launcher because these things have no melee defense. They just die immediately. There's also Gaze into Gash, of course. That's the other big risk. And you're better off with a Kadai Destroyer. Kadai Destroyers are actually really good in this matchup. And you bring your Bale-Taurus character as well to just, like, drop the spells, like either Searing Doom and Final Transmutation, as you see here, or you go with Fire Magic from the Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. Or not Sorcerer Prophet of Metal, Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, I mean. And he just, like, roasts all of the chaff units out. Sneaky gets Hobgoblin Archers, you know, just nice little spread of units. And is that overcasted? It was not overcast. Overcasted Final Transmutation is the only one worth using. It is way cheaper than the normal variant. You get double the duration. This is 8 seconds. It's good damage, don't get me wrong. Why would you pass up the overcast that is double the damage for less than double the cost, though? It would have gotten these guys much lower, and you could probably be landing in the same breath to kind of bully one out of position from support from the other. Maybe even crumble it out and kill it. White Kings can be bullied by big flyers like the Sorcerer Prophet. He's got the melee attack and weapon strength to hit them. Plus the charge bonus. Charge bonus of 80 is wild, honestly. It is incredible. Manfred gets bopped on the head, but here we go. You're going to see Gaze into Gash power in action, dude. I think that's just the normal cast. Takes this thing down to half HP with one shot. Leadership rallies immediately, though. That's nice. See Manfred get behind the pillar, probably. And hide. He's going to be able to avoid the demo rocket that way, because it fires at a high angle, but it's going to probably impact into the side. If he sits on top, though, it'll still hit him. So we got 300 value with one shot, which is pretty wild. Oh my goodness, and it misses. That is a very rare miss from the demo rocket. Frontline fight, not looking good for the Chaos Dwarves. I mean, they got a bunch of, like, Goblin Laborers and Orc Laborers in here. You should not bring any chaff against the undead like this, because these guys are all just going to get run off the field. Even with Malign Authority active, they're getting frightened anyways, so it's basically evening out, and that's not really worth it. They're just not going to hold long enough. You want the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Like Blazing Beards of Basharak and basic Chowie infantry will be way stronger. Demo Rocket gets fired off, but it misses because Manfred's got the moves, baby. He drops one more Gaze into Gash, and it's going to be a very dead Death Shriek. It's not going to rally either. These things have low leadership. You can see it's having an awful time. It may rally on the very edge of the map, but I really don't think it will. White Kings are moving up, just slow as can be. No need to panic throwing them in. Stupidly resilient, obviously, and they can start dropping some Scab Scrates. Already used one. Don't know what they used it on. Something. But, you know, it'll be back up in a minute, and they can drop it on the Archers and the Goblin Laborer here. And Blazing Beards of Basharak will take a little bit of damage, too. The White Kings are fighting the Baeltor's character. They're going to start taking some big damage. They don't love fighting these big, scary flying characters much. But they will hold up pretty decently, because they just, again, they don't rout, so they just slowly crumble at best. And that can just be insanely infuriating. It gets so frustrating trying to break those guys off the field. Direwolves are crumbling out. They're very beat up, and they didn't get a lot of value, but they do run one of the Wolf Raider bows off the field. These guys are going to rout off before they rally, which is very unfortunate. The other one could break, too, because of the fear effects. The only Hobgoblin unit you want is the bows. The bows are so good. Just like how the Corn Horsemen are effective in this matchup, same goes for the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Really cool Demon's Tongue summon. That is a very nice unit to have here. That's going to be a disgusting Buna. Oh, no. Oh my god. That's like, that's probably like 250 plus kills for Manfred. I don't think he's really done anything else except Gaze into Gash and drop that Xerius. Called it Buna, didn't I? Purple Sun Xerius is the Vortex. Destroys the Laborers and the Archers. Bye-bye. They are not sticking around. Iron Demon comes in. The Demon's Tongue is going to be running some stuff over. It's a little bit of bullying. Searing Doom on Zombies is a decision of all time. Definitely not one you want to go for. Glup is holding pretty decently, but Blood Knights on the field are going to be kind of hard to wrangle. Yeah, your Sorcerer Prophet of Metal is not going to be able to land safely anymore. Oh, and the Kadai Fireborn get intercepted by the other Blood Knight. Oh, this is a Swords variant. Okay. Oh, and here's the other Blood Knight Lances. No wonder, I was like, where are Molly's summons? He's got, like, nothing that's been coming out. It's because he's been saving up for just the Blood Knights, essentially. Which isn't bad. The Kadai Fireborn, you see, are getting tons and tons of kills. You really usually just go for, like, a huge grind build as Chaos Dwarves, and you hope that the undead just cannot settle on a point, right? Bring, like, max out Kadai Fireborn, you bring a Destroyer, bring, like, all Chaos Dowie Warriors, like, maybe one or two gun units, like an Infernal Guard Fireglaive ain't a bad call. Blunderbusses can be okay. Stuff like that can help you. Otherwise, you're in a little bit of trouble. The Iron Demons are okay in this matchup. The reason that I wouldn't recommend the Iron Demons here is because there's nothing for them to rout. That's usually where Iron Demons excel, is in just, like, the shock damage, just, like, running all of your opponent's expensive units off the field. And they can't do anything about it because this thing is impossible to stop. Undead have the mass to be able to do it, and they can be really, really, really hard to just roll through freely. Nice flamethrower attack. Blood Knights with the lances turning around, gonna get on top of the Demon's Tongue here and try and surround it. There are some skeleton spears here. You can see a little bit of effort going into stopping this thing, but most of the Blood Knights are just busy pushing around and trying to lock down some of these other annoying units out here. For the Chaos Dwarves, who are starting to throw out a lot of Hobgoblins. See Wolf Raiders and some Wolf Raider bows hanging in there. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets on the ground here. Not a bad unit, but leadership being as low as it is always the problem. They just won't hold well. Eventually, they'll just get run down. And, you know, the Demon's Tongue is firing a lot of shots at, like, skeleton warriors and spearmen, which really is not providing much of a return for all the cost. And some heals, you know, healing's going to be a little less effective because all the fire damage, but it's still decent. A nice invo there for the Blood Knights, and they're enjoying it for what it's worth. Hunger is also keeping them in here and grinding pretty nicely, and the swords have done okay. Not really my cup of tea in terms of the Blood Knight flavors, but 2,000 value on these guys because they just got to grind down the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, who are decent against large targets, but against an elite that has an anti-infantry attack like that, they'll definitely lose out. Blood Knights are really good against Infernal Guard Fireglaive because they have really, really high melee defense. 54 is going to be very hard for the low bonus versus large that the Infernal Guard Fireglaves have. So Glup is hanging in there, and you see he's not down by much value, theoretically. The reality, of course, is it's way worse than it looks. The reality is often a lot grimmer than you think. There's just so much healing. One of the White Kings is still alive. Sorcerer Prophet of Metal has tried getting rid of those guys. He's gotten 4,000 value, but what are you going to do, man? I mean, you can chase Manfred, but he's on a Hellsteed, so he's way faster than you by a substantial margin. And he's got 3,100 value, and he's on a much cheaper mount. Manfred here is probably 2,400, and the Metal Sorcerer is probably closer to like 28, so you tell me who's winning in the value trades. Especially since Manfred has really only had one job, which is kill Death Shrieks and drop Purple Sun, and he's done a damn good job of that. He's probably also got some more WOM. Providing magic is also, or providing extra reserves is also something that Manfred has been able to do since he has the Sword of Unholy Power. Wouldn't be surprised if he's got like a back pocket Purple Sun of Xerius or a couple invos available that he otherwise wouldn't have, because Manfred has been on the ground a lot, charging. He just hasn't really been, you know, doing like tremendous damage in any melee fights. Baltor's Sorcerer Lord is just rolling around, not really sure where he might be going. Not really having much to do. And Demon's Tongue, good value. Not paying for itself, though. Manfred hits it with a big gaze and a gash. Got some Kadai here. And Molly has just been strangling the points. Triple cap territory here for the Chaos Dwarves. They got pushed off the middle so fast, so early, that once that happens against Undead, they will keep you at bay all game. Very hard to get back on. Really nicely done. No centerpiece unit for the Chaos Dwarves that they could use to just lock down a cap. That's why the Kadai Destroyer is so nice. It's very resilient to Blood Knights. It's got Blazing Body, so it also does damage to anything hitting it. Because it's such a big, meaty unit as well, the Kadai Fireborn very often is going to get maxed out Blazing Body effects, and that is hard to deal with. Hellish Frenzy is also pretty good, up to 50% HP. That's a lot of HP. That's almost 5,000. It's a little over 5,000. 5,120 HP you got to get through before you take this offline, and this thing thumps with the magic damage and flaming attacks against corpse carts, mortis engines. Lots of annoying utility pieces get completely nullified by the Kadai. And you can still bring the Baltor's character, or you go sneaky and you go our boy here, Astrogoth, who is pretty affordable, right? Black Hammer Hashit's a really nice dueling ability. Flamestorm is great at killing chaff. Killing Fire, I mean, not terrible. It's an okay passive. You don't really need it. Mechanical Overdrive is probably a little bit better here because it gives you the just a little bit of extra base weapon damage, and then you've got the melee attack up that goes up to 8 in addition. So it helps mitigate your tiredness as Astrogoth. Really, you can just go as cheap as possible on him. Just drop that and do Cascading Fire Cloak. He's small enough that he can avoid Gaze into Gash pretty well. You stick him in the middle of like a unit of Kadai Fireborn and he'll be fine. He doesn't take much damage from them. You get a bunch of these guys, and you get Kadai Fireborn. Maybe you do like a couple Cutthroats early, or you go for triple Wolf Raider. You got one Cutthroat, sure, whatever. Or yeah, a couple Goblin Laborers aren't bad. Do you want Kindle Flame? I guess you put Killing Fire on this guy if he's gonna have spells, and be using Flamestorm and Cascading Fire Cloak, because he'll proc this fairly regularly in that case. Dang, can't give it to him. Sneaky Gets aren't the worst summon out, but they're a little vulnerable. Probably an Infernal Firesworn. Oga Khan's boys. There's lots of Kadai Fireborn and maybe one Bull Centaur render with the dual or with the great weapons. One more Chaos Dwarf. And a Sneaky Get. Like, why not? I mean, really, you just bunker up on 2 points. Use Superior Cap Weight and the power of the Kadai and the clearing power of Flamestorm from Astrogoth to try and clear all the bodies. And then you just have elites and heavy-hitting monstrous units that are very hard to break down because they're melee reflection and the weapon strength, the flaming attacks, and magic damage is really nice. There's a lot that you got going for you here. It's going to be pretty tough no matter what, though. You got to be really on your toes against the vampire counts as the Chaos Dwarves. It's a sneakily bad matchup for you. It's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. We all are out here making some of the decisions that have ever happened. You know, I do that pretty regularly myself. You know, I'm a pretty good player. You know, I'm not as good as like Anticity or Daniken or anybody like that. But I can give them a really good fight at the very, very least. And I have taken games off of some of the top players. Game knowledge is like the really big thing, and just minimizing the number of positioning mistakes you make. Positioning is the biggest thing that trips new players up, because there's nothing wrong with doing this, but treating multiplayer like it's just you know, it's like a campaign battle is usually how you lose, because you overestimate your own unit's effectiveness, and you don't really understand the nuances of when and where you're being pulled out of position and how your units are losing to much cheaper foes. It's usually just got to do with getting surrounded and leaving forces divided in a way that's not immediately apparent, right? Once you start to minimize those kinds of errors, you have a really, really solid shot of beating anybody. You know? We do have a winner. I went over the finals already, Kentama. You might have been gone while I covered the game. There's lots to learn in every matchup, dude. Like, it takes a long time to get the ins and outs. I'm still not an expert. I mean, I have a grasp on every single faction and how they play, either by having played against them enough or just playing on them. Like, the only factions I don't really enjoy playing are Slaanesh, Nurgle, Dwarves, Empire, I don't really enjoy. Everybody else I can play solidly, if not excellently, like Khorne Beastmen and Khorne Beastmen, Kislev, Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Ogre Kingdoms, Norska, and Counts are probably my best factions. And then I've got pretty solid High Elf play. I know how to play Dark Elves reasonably well. Dark Elves are very consistent. It's very hard to play badly on Dark Elves. It's just whether you can get wins or not in close games is the big difference. The really good players like Daniken will make Dark Elves look impossible to deal with. You know, just really good mobile control is a big thing with them. And then I'm like a solid Lizardman player, Greenskins. I can play Skaven pretty competently, Tzeentch. Coast is a little hard for me. I don't love gun lines, to be quite honest. It's really like my least favorite part of the game. The one gunline faction that I really enjoy is Kislev, and I barely even bring bows and guns here. I actually really like melee Kislev a lot. I do really love Little Grom and Double Drugina, though. That's like my my favorite silly build. Because you just restock these things all game. You give them Cursed Frontier, which is pretty funny, too. And Blessed Helm of the Oblast doesn't really do much, but you get the reload skill and more damage onto your Little Groms, who already have a huge base amount of missile damage. And just chuckle while you lay waste to your opponent's entire army. And you can bring some other spells to, like, assist in that. It's pretty cool. Little Grom is such a fun unit. Hilarious. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for me. I'm tired. I've got other stuff I need to do. And, I'll catch y'all around. For sure. So y'all take care. And have a good one. Peace.